We had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Run like a fire, we'll fall and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn distant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, we'll fall and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. There's enough above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? my blood rushing. I feel my pulse racing. You got my mind chasing. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Just one call on my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Run like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn distant in a shower, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtains fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You listening to my soul, overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good, coming back again. Rising love, above, fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they get to find me. Rising love, above, feels good. Starting to believe what will be will be. Overlooking back, where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good, coming back again. Rising love, above, fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they get to find me. Rising love, above, feels good. It feels good.
more than my wildest dreams. Just one call on my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that
chasing destiny. Meet my enemy. Seize the victory. Gonna take it all. Always number one. Gonna take it all. I'm a champion. Gonna take it all. Gonna take it all. No point in fighting. It's hard pretending. Wake up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come and beg no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in.
Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Run like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn distant in a shower, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes. Safer to stare into the sun. and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be.
We're always looking for ways to do new, fresh things, especially around holiday-themed skins. One of the approaches that we decided to take was Lunar Revel. We've tried a bunch of different things in the past, and so we wanted to try something wildly new and bring something fresh to the table.
So Mecha Kingdoms is a new idea for us that we're exploring. It's a different way of looking at our League of Legends champions and presenting them as giant mechas that are protecting the world.
For Mecha Kingdoms, we wanted to tap back into the fantasies of this kind of Asian-inspired mythology, drawing a lot from history, such as Three Kingdoms and Chinese history, but also incorporating this really cool futuristic sci-fi twist. So the story is that there are these three kingdoms and outer territories as well who fought to rule across the land. And suddenly, sort of these giant leviathans came up from the sea and they were invading humanity. Just with their sort of normal human armies, they weren't able to defeat these monsters. And so they were blessed by this technology that they're not exactly sure where it came from. And with this, they're able to construct really immense, huge, towering mechs. And so with all the kingdoms united, there's these mechs going into battle against these monsters.
The Mecha skin line traditionally has been for more creature-type characters.
Mecha Kingdoms are piloted robots, but they're not just robots like the Praetorian skins, so we want the pilot's personality to come through.
We went through multiple rounds of iterations on, like, what's the technology behind this, right? Like, what's driving these things? Once we figured that out, then it locks in a direction for how we can build the mechs around them. Aside from that, the actual visual language that we're using, it's a blend between the organic, flowy shapes that we've established in our previous lines for Lunar Revel, layered into not only the silhouette, but also the surface detail and filigree that you see on the mechs themselves.
Some of our biggest challenges were conveying that sense of weight and scale.
Because in League of Legends, you might be coming into lane like a giant mecha, but then there's a Teemo there who's tiny.
And so we're able to kind of tackle some of those challenges in the VFX or the animation. So a lot of it is marrying these elements that ground it in the real world, like dust and debris, and are kicked up by these huge mechs. For Jax, we went into a lot more detail. So for his recall, we see him landing in a small little village, and so we get to see what that town looks like. And same with when he respawns, he's being carried in by these little floating armada ships that are like literally delivering the mech there. When he's running into battle, you got the ships flying with him as well. So all these tiny little details.
Selling the size was the hardest thing. We can't make something sound massive in League to the point where it pulls away from the gameplay, because gameplay trumps all, even in our designing. Since we don't have an established idea of what this sounds like, it was kind of like, let's figure it out. It was a lot of experimenting with different types of metal sounds and a lot of different types of heavy impacts and metal movements and stuff like that. One of the things I wanted to introduce to Mecha Kingdoms is kind of like a magic influence. So when you toggle ultimate, you get the sparks and the electricity and stuff, but you still feel like there's magic that's kind of influencing the ability. That's kind of like what's helping separate the Mecha Kingdoms from like the regular mecha.
Because this is such an anachronistic but unique sort of universe, we wanted to see how we could make the mechs feel that they are empowering and fit that mech fantasy while making them feel like they were built in this period that was heavily inspired by East Asian mythology.
We get to really invent that universe together. Artists are working with narrative, we're working with designers, and making sure this all feels like a cohesive package.
I hope players feel like this is something different, and that they also feel the sense of scale and grandeur of these big mechas, and that they see them that they're not just mechas, but because of the way they look, the way they move, so there's something more.
You've been doing cool things in League for years, but now there's a way to track and celebrate your sick plays, mad jukes, and calculated long-distance secured kills. Introducing Eternals. Every champ has 2 Eternal sets, with more to come. You can unlock a basic starter set with Blue Essence, or one that's more unique to your champ with RP. You'll find and unlock Eternals in the new Progression tab, where you can track your journey from Meta Chaser to Master Main. Unlocked Eternals are all tracked in real time, and you'll receive an in-game call-out whenever you pass a new milestone. You can also check your Eternals progress via the Eternals panel, or on the progression page between games. Complete 5 milestones of a given Eternal to rekindle it and unlock your per-game personal best. As for your opponents, they'll get a loading screen preview of your chosen Eternals and a friendly reminder upon death. It's not just about stats. Completing milestones will upgrade your mastery emotes so you can further flex on your foes. Every champion has a unique Eternal designed around their signature plays. It's not enough to play the champion a lot. You need to play the champion well. Eternals are live now on PvE and set for launch soon. Check out the FAQ and /dev article on lol.com for more info.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they get to find me. Rising up above feels good. Starting to believe what will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and despair. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and this pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they get to find me. Rising up above feels good.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LPL English broadcast. We are rattling through the season already. We're in week 3, day number 3. We're coming to you 7 days a week, 5 in English, 7 in Chinese, and we've got a whole bunch of action coming your way today. My name is Munchwills. I'm joined by Hysterics as ever as we jump into, Apathetics.
Don't ever.
The color alter ego.
That's right, Apathetics. No Hysterics here. I'll be back later in the week. But yeah, good to be back here on this side of the desk for the last time in the foreseeable future.
Fingers crossed. No, I'm just...
That's all right. That's pretty fair. I would say the same thing.
I couldn't resist. It's going to be a bit of a meme desk, I think, between me and you here today.
Just the usual.
Partly just because of the matchup. But before we talk about our matchups here for today, let's take a look at where we were yesterday as we had EDG go off against Rogue Warriors, and it was Rogue Warriors taking the upset victory here.
That series was fantastic. The way it ended was just fantastic. Just like the IG series, Rogue Warriors gave us a matchup, but this time they pushed it over the line and got a much-needed win against EDG, scaling their way up the standings.
Yeah, and it was followed by FPX versus WE. WE, they had a strong early game in game number 1 against FPX, but ultimately, it's your reigning world champions. Doing B on his Kassadin with a pentakill.
Yeah.
Schedule as expected.
I didn't get what I wanted out of WE, but I got the FPX that I remember from last year. And I said much needed win there for the side of Rogue Warriors. So needed on the side of FPX. They continued their win streak with Gimgoon in the top lane. And finally, they're in a position where it's like, okay, relative to the standings, I see a top 5 there in the LPL right now that I'm very proud of.
Yeah, and you got to look at the win streak that they're on as well. They lost 2 in a row. Now they're climbing up those standings. RNG as well on that 3-win streak. But realistically, when you're talking about a win streak, it's all about IG right now, 4-0.
But take a look at the bottom of the standings here. Teams like BLG, Top Esports sitting at 8th, who are 2 losses in a row now. That's big news because these are some of the best teams we expected coming into 2020, and they have not hit the mark yet.
They certainly haven't. Definitely a lot to be expected of some of the teams towards the bottom half. EDG, I think it's fair to say as well, especially in their series yesterday, leaving something to be desired there. JDG, though, very, very good performance so far. Let's take a look at the games that are going to be coming your way here today, though, as we're going to be starting things off, you and I, Jake, on Victory 5 versus LNG.
Yeah, we are. My man, LNG, I haven't seen too much of them because they really haven't been on the English broadcast that much. It was week 1, the LGD LNG series I cast with Clement, and that was an interesting insight to this team. I feel like we're going to get a bit more today.
Yeah, we'll get a bit more of a view of that team. Victory 5, we've seen a decent amount of it. It's not looked pretty so far. Following that, though, we're going to be jumping into Top Esports going up against Vici Gaming, and you would hope Top Esports will finally be able to put on a strong show.
It needs to be their recovery today, but I'm looking at the last series here, Munchables, JDG versus BLG. That was going to be one of my matches to watch this week, but because of BLG's recent performance, I think JDG are looking mighty fine there.
Yeah, JDG looking like a strong favorite, but BLG, they have shown some good stuff in some of their series. The question will be, can they find those strengths and apply them into this one?
A big question to ask for today. 3 series in a row once again, though. The last day of the English broadcast, we have a break, so I'm hoping to run straight into it.
Let's talk V5 and LNG right now. Yeah. V5 so far, it's been a weak start to the season, it has to be said. 0-4. On the other side of things, LNG, middle of the table kind of team right now. 2-2 on the scoreboard. And we're hoping that this can maybe be a little bit of a flex.
It's exciting for me to watch LNG go up against V5, not only because of the flex, because what did you call it before, a party? It's their...
This to me, for
Friday.
LNG, this is like the Christmas party, right?
Yeah.
You can put on a nice frock, let your hair down. This is an opportunity to show off a little bit because realistically, V5 haven't got a game on the board yet. Never mind a series, they haven't got a single game win on the board. So LNG, you want a really strong win here, but this is your opportunity to kind of make a bit of a statement as a team and show off just a little bit.
And show us a little bit more. I'm looking towards a mid-jungle duo at this point in time. LNG, XX, or Shang and Maple have been the new duo that have been coming in pretty damn strong. Now, it's not about the early game, it's about how they coordinate through team fights, but it's also that Maple looks revitalized. Last year, when Maple was in Suning in that super team starting off in spring, he looked horrible. Maple was a bottom 3 mid laner, no doubt. Now, he sits into that top 8, and that's a larger discussion, but the point I want you to take away is that Maple is playing some of his best League of Legends, and he's finally adapted to the LPL.
And I want to reintroduce a concept that was talked about a lot last year, is the LNG, they're kind of the mad scientists of the league when it comes to the draft, and you can see it on your screen right there. Camille and Poppy already locked in the jungle. You can see in this game, Flandre was playing the Qiyana top. We saw a Malphite top.
Yeah.
We've seen a few crazy things, and I expect to see even more of that kind of flavor coming in this series.
And LNG can go crazy through their draft in the top side, in the jungle. Even that Poppy jungle to me just screamed XX coming out of his comfort zone, because Maple plays standard mid laners. We see LeBlanc, but mostly we've seen the Azir, and that's right, they've still got it. Their team fighting presence that we saw last year from the LNG, with a different roster, mind you, is still there. With Flandre still in the top lane, with Asura and Dwan in the bottom, their late game team fighting rivals even the teams of BLG.
Absolutely. And BLG, you know, obviously they have been leaving a little to be desired in their games, but LNG doing a great job to punish them for that situation. That's one thing LNG have been, is decisive when they're running these compositions that other teams maybe weren't prepared for. They're showing that they know how to execute.
And look, it's because at the end of the day for LNG, bottom lane duo synergy is there, and that always means a lot in the LPL. I've been told in my ear that we're going to pick and ban. As we go forward, I want to note one thing. In this series, we didn't get to talk about V5 yet, but I want to touch one more on LNG, and that is Tahm Kench Center is a priority lane for these guys specifically. It's banned off by V5 at the start of pick and ban for game 1 though, so we'll still have to keep our eye and see how that goes.
Well, the Kalista first pick is there. Do we think Alias is going to be the one to take that to the top lane? I feel like it's probably more likely going down towards the side of Y4.
But it's also the threat of first picking Kalista. We saw it yesterday where the first pick Kalista was just there to hover around the possibility. Now, Y4 does play a bit of Kalista, so more likely going to the bottom lane, as you mentioned.
Important to mention as well, Pantheon has made it through the draft. That's something that we've seen almost permanently banned here in the LPL. It's going to be going into the pocket of very likely Maple, could be Flandre in the top lane as well.
Yep.
And with things like the Taliyah on the board, Pantheon Taliyah is a terrifying duo.
Yeah, it really is. Also remember that the Elise is still there available too, so that CC combo can continue through different matchups. The Lee Sin picked here, and for AS6, he has been an Elise Jarvan player consistently. Those are the only two champions he's brought into the LPL, so this is outside of his comfort zone for now, but still within the realm of better.
And it looks like V5 looking towards the mid lane here. Mole going to find himself an Orianna. Now, Mole currently, he's the highest damage percentage in the league for any mid laner at 32.3%, even higher than Xiaohu on RNG. And Orianna, definitely a mid laner you can have an impact on. He's going to have to do a lot of work if he wants to get a game win on the board.
When he's the sole carry of V5, I like this pick here for Mole. Last game, when we saw V5, I believe it was going up against Rogue Warriors? My memories, so many LPL games, so hard to keep track. But either way, V5's last game was WE, excuse me. It was Mole on Lucian, who fell by the wayside, who was caught out constantly. So I want to see a better recovery in this game 1 for the mid laner of V5.
Now the question will be, as we move towards the bans for V5, do they try and focus one of these duos that can go alongside the Pantheon? There's Elise gone already.
Okay.
Taliyah still on the board. It could go in the mid lane or the jungle for the side of LNG and still have that same impact that an Elise would.
Remember that XX is also a Jarvan player too, so whether the Taliyah or Jarvan ban comes through, V5 have got a pretty good angle on this one. The support band's going towards CLX. Now, he's been a bit unconventional as a support. We've seen the Galio with the center fasting lane. We've seen the Nautilus in the same situation. CLX is not bogged down by the meta, even though the Leona is the final ban.
Leona and Thresh both taken away from CLX, but still things like the Taric available as well. That is one of the things that we often see alongside a Kalista. It looks like V5 not focusing just on the synergies with Pantheon, focusing on taking junglers away from
Now,
XX.
I should come back and say that we were talking about Asura and Dwan. Light is coming into the game 1. Light is the Snake 80 carry from 2018 Spring, 2018 Summer, who was balancing the role with Crystal, and Hudya was also on the team at the time. So this guy's been on the roster before it became LNG. He's coming in now, assumably, because it's against V5. Give him a bit of playtime on Summoner's Rift. And on the Aphelios there, I mean, that's a playtime you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get a comfortable champion for someone that you're wanting to get some experience on, get him the Aphelios. It's difficult to do wrong unless you miss position. But I do want to revisit, we talked about LNG as the mad scientists here. We've got a very standard draft coming out from them so far.
Outside of the, I guess, the Pantheon being something a little bit different here for Maple, you're exactly right.
It's only different because it gets permabanned.
That's true. I want to say, though, the one jungler left available that for the side of LNG, they're looking to pick up. As we see a Nico coming through. Now, hang on a minute. Because
Nico jungle?
We need a support for V5.
No, it's Lee Sin, so it's got to be Nico's support, I guess.
Orianna
support?
I was going to say for LNG, the Jarvan's still available. The hot pot combination that we've seen in the LPL is always one to go by. But are we going to see a Pantheon/Rumble jungle, or is it a Malphite jungle? I wish I was a proper color. Okay, Mordekaiser.
It's the Pantheon jungle, I think.
Let's see.
But we'll have to see as they rearrange things. It could be Pantheon mid either. Well, could be the Rumble mid. We'll have to wait and see where they finalize on.
What were you saying? Mad scientists are not playing with draft? Well, that's playing with draft. We've got 20 seconds to find
Rumble
out.
in the jungle, by the looks of things, to finalize that one. On the other side of things, though, CLX actually is going to be taking this Orianna support, I think.
And he has teleport. We do have a swap over there. Okay.
You got to wait until the last 20 seconds because they are just going to mess with us right here.
But
we have a Nico in the game. We have a Rumble that could be in the jungle. Pantheon could be in the jungle. We'll have to wait and see where that one goes.
There we go. We switch away at 21 seconds.
But it's V5 really that are mixing things up with the Nico.
A little bit, hey. I mean, especially like seeing a Nico in the mid lane. That has been a Maple pick in the past. In 2019, it was Sylas and Nico for this mid laner back in Suning days.
I mean, ultimately, I was saying how LNG, they're the ones that should be flexing in this game. But realistically, you can't afford to take a loss against V5. V5, on the other hand, they literally have nothing to lose. There is no expectation of this team at this point coming into a series like this. They haven't looked like they've been able to turn anything. And they have had moments of strength in the early game. But every single time they get a lead for themselves, it ends up getting thrown away in the mid game. So now, let's see the stylistic picks. Let's see something that's going to change it up.
I just thought about how the Kalista Orianna works. Orianna hits 6, Kalista hits 6. You Fate's Call with Shockwave available. You throw her into the middle of the team, and she presses R. We're going to come up for a name with that. The Fate's Ball. Oh,
Fate's Ball.
Fate's Shockwave. Yeah, double play-by-play. Hey, we've got the brains, the brawn.
The Fate Wave.
The Fate Wave.
There it is.
I'm going to do Fate's Shockwave. I think I'm happy with that for now.
Fair enough.
You're okay
well, we'll play it by ear. We'll play it by ear. We'll see what comes out. Here we go. We're jumping on into Summoner's Rift for game number 1 of the day. It's V5 on the blue side up against LNG on the red side. The Mad Scientists going relatively standard. The Pantheon jungle, not quite where you'd expect him to be, but we have seen it before. On the other side of things, though, we have a Nico support. The Orianna went mid in the end.
This is why we can't switch cameras at 22, 21 seconds. So Nico in the bottom lane does make a bit more sense, but essentially, last minute, excuse me, Mole is actually the one with Omnistone, not CLX. Point being, you throw the Nico in, you still get that combination with the Fate's Call. So there is a lot of the quote-unquote wombo combo coming through from V5. It's going to be interesting to see how they actually play through Y4 and Kalista.
The Fates blossom in the bottom lane. Let's see when they hit the level 6. But it is still the Orianna. Oh, that's what they think.
She's got Dark Harvest first. Yeah, let's get that early stack, eh?
But let's talk about where we're going to be starting for our junglers here. XX towards the top side, starting with his red. Flandre going to be giving him a leash, so V5 will know what's going on. Yep. On the other side of things, though, AS6 starting solo.
Okay, but both on the top side of the map still means that the path goes towards the bottom lane. One of the most fickle lanes here. Mole still with the Dark Harvest. Now, for Omnistone, we haven't seen it too much. Lumao on Fiddlesticks brought it in the scrims. But apart from that, in solo queue, you'll notice in the past couple of patches, Twisted Fate has really been the only champion to pick up this rune. But we're experimenting with it a bit more. And if you get the lucky rolls early on, you can really benefit from good trades.
I want to say someone played it on Corki in the LEC, but I'm not 100% sure on that one.
Well, I
feel like it was seen, though.
I did have a computer, but it's not with me, so, you know, I can't get that benefit here. But Omnistone, look, it has been made to be more intuitive for the champion playing. Like, obviously, you can't get Aftershock if you don't have CC, and so on and so forth.
Let's take a second and actually explain what Omnistone is. For anyone at home that hasn't actually seen this rune in play, obviously it's not meta. What Omnistone does as a keystone is it cycles through the other keystones in the game, essentially. Right now he's got Dark Harvest. He's going to get pulled on in, but Mole will be fine. We can see to the right of his health bar has that Dark Harvest available,
and he got a stack.
And he'll grab a stack for himself.
That's worth, and now resets the keystone, and we go again. But that's a massive trade onto Light from Y4 and Mole. After a Dredge Line goes into the clone.
You can see now he's got Comet next, so it'll just continue to cycle as and when you use the effects. But AS6 wants to find a fight for himself, but he's found a Pantheon instead. XX going to completely deny the engage from V5.
Flash and Ignite burnt from Mole. Light has no summoners as well. AS6 is trying to shadow this Pantheon and make sure that a full 2-on-2/3v2 doesn't erupt.
XX is sticking around though, and Mole is going to face check that one. Flashes forward, but Mole's been hooked in by the Nautilus, and he'll go down. First blood to the Spartan.
Clone can't save him this time. Mole sends it outward, but a nice Dredge Line to secure the first kill for LNG. And it goes over to the jungle Pantheon. Many times in the LPL, we talk about, okay, if the Pantheon can't get off the ground in the first 15 or so minutes, what's he going to do? We shouldn't have that discussion this game because XX with early gold advantage.
Really, really nice start here for the likes of LNG. It's bad news for V5 because typically when you look at their match history, they struggle when they start to fall behind. I mean, when you look at their match history, they struggle when they get ahead as well, but realistically...
I love you trying to talk positive about V5.
I'm trying to find the nice things to say, but they have had a few games where when they got ahead, they looked pretty good to start with. They just make some macro misplays. This game, though, falling behind, what we've seen from them is they start to scramble, they start to lose coordination.
Well, I guess the biggest part is the fact that they don't have someone in one position. The narrative that we set up with this team constantly is, okay, they change lanes. Not like FPX, where, you know, everyone goes bot. No, they actually physically change lanes. CLX is playing mid this game because he's a mid laner. He wasn't built as a support. It's because of all the epidemic and the issues with players that he had to transition to that role. Mole is playing support because Mole plays all positions.
And important to mention, Mole is the one that ended up getting caught out to start things off. He's also going to be running Omnistone. So maybe, I don't know. I don't know how super serious Mole is taking this role with the Nico bot with Omnistone. Suddenly it's like,
But everything works on Nico when you think about it. Like, name an ability that doesn't work, a rune rather, that doesn't really work. When you think about it, a lethal
Omnistone?
tempo still procs W. No, but Omnistone gives you a variety of...
I'm with you.
And that's the whole concept that people have been using with Twisted Fate is there's nothing that doesn't really fail with the rune.
Nice little root coming out from Mole there. Good damage onto Light. It's going to be answered by Duan, but ultimately the Rend means... big, big damage. Light's in trouble a little bit in this bottom lane.
Glacial Augment for Mole.
There's another root, and it's going to be a kill. 2v2. I take back all of my criticism, but now we've got a teleport coming in from Flandre. He wants to capitalize. Y4 knows he's doomed, but Flandre wants the one-on-one. He's not letting Duan take any of the action here, and XX gets the dragon.
And first kill here for Flandre as well. Ultimate used just straight to the bottom lane to capitalize. So really good start from V5. An aggressive lane used well. But LNG getting the trade back once again means they can push into this enemy jungle bot side. They've already started abusing it, and XX already has a giant lead in the jungle.
So I want to revisit the conversation of Omnistone just slightly, because I want to put one counter-argument to the every rune can work, right? The problem with that argument is, yes, every rune theoretically can work, and I can say the same if I'm playing like Nautilus. I can still proc my Comet. Does it mean it's good? No. Does it mean it's optimal? Absolutely not.
Yeah, no. But it's a hell of a lot of fun, and the majority are still okay. Doesn't really support mine, does it?
I'm not going to lie, I don't feel like that. It's too strong of a fight.
Look, I will say, though, like, even in that engage, going from lethal tempo to suddenly having Glacial Augment available makes it a really dangerous trade.
The thing is, it's like, in the right situation, with the right RNG, it can be godly, right? It could be the perfect rune. It's just, do you want to rely on RNG?
But can I ask you, what is this region about? Playing
RNG
the risk.
because they're a great team?
Yeah, no, but playing the risk. right? That's
Sure.
what it's all about. Munchballs, I want to bring your attention to something in the replay we saw before. LNG did pick up the first dragon. XX actually went for the 1 versus 1 onto AS6, forced him out of the pit, and XX stole away the dragon. So an even further lead given over to the jungle of LNG.
Yeah, and you mentioned the first dragon take. When you talk about dragons being taken in the early game, you equally have to talk about the Herald. It's going to be spawning in a couple of seconds' time. Neither bot lane here from either team is going to be rotating up towards the top side. Neither of the supports going to be recalling just yet to try and force that objective. So you can see clear focus from both teams. You can see both the junglers here. They're posturing around the bottom side of the
They both started on the top side, so for XX, he has really good timing on AS6's red buff here. A level advantage as well, with more damage over the Lee Sin. So, of course, he's invading.
I love how they've both been staring at each other for 30 seconds there. Nobody from any of the lanes rotates over. And the XX basically just muscles him out by staring him down.
And even if V5 wanted to move over, they're getting shoved in both mid and the bottom lane. Red buff will be taken away by XX, a further advantage. AS6 alphaed off and just says, okay, I'll take Krugs.
That is the most Pantheon move I've ever seen. Winning a fight purely by looking at someone. He's going to walk away. CLX not happy to take that trade with him. And now XX just going to help shove this mid lane in.
And just walk up towards that Rift Herald we were talking about before. Top lane shove here as well. And remember, there is a CS discrepancy up there, but Flandre got the kill on the bottom lane, so gold about even. And pressure all across the map here for LNG, netting them some early objectives.
We talked about the rotation from the bottom lane. Light and Duan moving into the mid lane there. Light's going to be there to clear the wave as Maypole comes to help with the Herald. Duan just going to be hanging around making sure his AD carries okay.
And I know we talked about the mid 2v2 duo of LNG and more about team fighting and what they achieve when they get towards these late game stages. But with the change in draft, this already is set up for a really nice 2v2. Rumble has ultimate, Pantheon has ultimate. Everything available for LNG to execute around the next dragon if it becomes a fight, or even the second Herald. We're going to get to that stage, but I think right now for LNG, they're showcasing this early game and are still with a sort of big gold lead.
And you can see a good answer, though, at least, coming out from V5. Bit of pressure onto the bot lane turret. They take a blue buff, so at least not completely conceding when the Herald is taken, but certainly a trade that goes in the way of LNG. The question will be, where does XX want to drop this Herald? Will he continue to focus towards the bot side, or maybe send some help up top for Flandre?
Maybe give him a bit more gold in his back pocket. Because when you look at it after my, decisive explanation, there are some serious CS advantages in these lanes. 105 to 85 for CLX. Picks up Lost Chapter in this back as well. So just note also Sork Shoes. So a bit more damage on the Orianna. And the Aatrox has a CS lead up in the top lane as well. So with all this attention bot, LNG solo lanes have actually fallen behind. They've moved out of lane to deal with all the actions and shenanigans down towards the bot side. And that's given time for the solo lanes of V5 to catch up into some CS.
And it's important to mention that obviously because Flandre went for the teleport early game down to the bottom side, yes, he got himself a kill, did lose a little bit of control in the top lane. That 15 CS lead pretty much exclusively down to that teleport play. Now, importantly, Alias still has teleport advantage as of right now. Dragon spawning on the map could be a big swing in favor of V5.
Flandre got about 40, 30 seconds on his, but LNG have no interest in the Dragon. They're setting up for CLX to rotate down and get caught out by this CC duo.
There's the flash, there's the hook, and that's going to be one dead Orianna. No time to even flash out of that one. Very nicely set up and executed.
So easy to execute as well. The Pantheon early game who has warriors kills CLX in a flash. And Duan, just easy CC to obtain. V5 are trying to do the same.
V5 say anything you can do, we can do better. But I don't think they'll get away with this one for now. Sonic Wave won't find the Dragon, and with that on cooldown, and with Flandre rotating down as well, you have to expect this will just go the way of LNG. Another objective in their pockets, and V5 struggling to find an answer.
But is this going to be the pick-off onto Duan?
Here we go, onto Duan. Flash for the Pop Blossom, but he misses. Everyone, it's not what you want to see.
No, it's not. Innovative try, though. I think we'll say that was
valiant effort, yeah.
If only he had the Predator available.
It's on cooldown, I'm afraid.
Damn. I think he did pop it before he went. No, he's actually still got it. Now he just
I
reset.
think it's timed out. I'm not sure. The boots are no longer on cooldown, so it must have timed out.
No, I believe it did time out. Now we got Aftershock. But LNG looking for either a dive or a pick here. If they can't find someone to go after.
This is the entire strategy, I guess, for LNG, is just
could've
death
bad
brush.
build.
Just death brush every brush. See if anyone will roam.
You look at what happens. If LNG either make this dive happen, they've got a Rift Herald to push this advantage. They've got Light and Dwan to really capitalize off of this 3-man bot.
Against the team of V5, honestly, this kind of death brush strategy seems really strong, because let's bear in mind, one of their biggest weaknesses is in the mid game, kind of getting lost in these rotations, getting kind of caught out. LNG are playing for that. They are setting V5 up to fail.
Yeah, tempo advantage. First turret going to the bottom lane. Gold shared throughout. So for V5, this lane that was really firing with those early trades is now set back. And the Aphelios lane with a lot more gold means that this back is going to be the Essence Reaver coming away at the 13-minute mark.
I want to revisit the differences here in the lanes, and most specifically towards the top side. Alias now extending the CS lead up to 30 CS. Now, again, Flandre rotated down to the bottom side of the map. He went and got the Dragon for himself. And this lead needs to amount to something for Alias. He's had no impact in the early game. He's not achieved anything in the bottom side of the map. He's gained 1 plate for himself. Now we need to see him using that CS lead, using hopefully the XP advantage he should have gained for himself to achieve something and impact these next few fights.
A player who in the past for V5 we've rarely talked about, because Alias was that Nico top. In fact, everyone from this team at one point has played Nico, funnily enough. Apart from AS6, I guess, because we're only seeing him here in his debut. But for Alias, we always shift our eyes over him because we don't see him as a carry threat. We don't see him as a big player. He is still quite the rookie. And so this is going to be a very big game for him, especially if he can kill Maple.
Maple's in trouble here. Flash, though, gets him out from the Infernal Chains. Nalias with the World Ender on cooldown. That'll make him lose a lot of his solo pressure that he could have.
That's a big flash. See if AS6 can try and capitalize on it. Alias does hit level 11 in this lane as well. Has the shove with the mid lane under control finally here for V5. So these solo laners of V5 are still really in a good position.
They certainly are. CLX, as you said, getting a bit of a CS lead for himself, and he's getting close to finishing off what I'm going to presume is a Ludens.
I keep thinking he's Mole. Like, every time I look at the Orania, I think Mole, and that we haven't done a lane swap. Confusing as all hell. Pantheon ulti, though. Hello.
Grand Star fall into the top lane.
Okay. G'day.
Not going to do a whole bunch. CLX just taps him with a ball and waddles away.
As soon as you hear that noise, as soon as you see the Pantheon ulting on Vision, you say, well, we should probably leave.
Yeah, that's definitely the correct play. But Light rotating now towards the mid lane. Nobody going to be on the bottom side of the map as the second Herald is available. Next Drake going to be up in a minute as well. And LNG, they want yet another objective for themselves, but this time V5 are at least grouped.
Wow, but XX's damage onto AS6, you can see this Pantheon, where he's at in the game. And after some good trading from Flandre, the closer these objectives get, the more that LNG look to control.
CLX is going to walk away. I thought he was going to be...
That could have gone so bad.
Alias, buddy. I don't know. That's a dangerous situation. Now, bear in mind, we have an Orianna here. Shockwave can turn any fight. There is a 1,000 gold lead. Oh, here we go. Dwan flashing over the wall. That's going to be a depth charge. But it's only going to be onto one.
But they just
nice
wasted
disengage.
2 big ults.
4 big ults.
Light,
4
Maple.
ults on cooldown right now.
Well, yeah, the Pantheon earlier on, right? And Dwan coming in with the depth charge. V5 now have the advantage to set up for this Dragon to look to contest the Rift Herald. That's being started by LNG.
All right, let's see a strong mid-game fight here from V5. Let's see them build on the mistakes from previous games. 2,000 on the Rift Herald here. So Alias just trying to zone away Duan. We've got to see AS6 getting on in there.
Just giving away.
He's not going to go for it, though. Now for the fight, Duan is the target. As V5 just not going for anything. Pop Blossom kicked away in the end. It only hits Flandre. Oh, well. Disappointing fight.
Fate's call, the only reason Mole's alive, and you're right, disappointing, the perfect word to caption it. There was so much opportunity to turn to one objective and start the Rift Herald fight, but they couldn't make a decision. The shot calling there to be criticized. And LNG just walk away with the objective.
So it was actually, yeah, I said he was kicked away, but it was actually the Fate's call moved the Pop Blossom out of the team of LNG.
I think it was a bit of both, actually. Oh no, the kick
There's
has
no,
been used.
yeah, I was wrong on the kick entirely,
Right.
but
I guess it saved his life,
it could have won them the fight.
could have
That's
been
a
some
big
kind of
ultimate.
impact.
You follow up with the shockwave,
Yep.
like that's the kind of fight we want to see.
And LNG transitioned to the bottom lane because after everything's said and done, V5, it's too dangerous to go on. Gifted Soul Point. And while we'll question this for the rest of our lives, at least the rest of the split, for V5, a really dangerous position starting to come into fruition.
I'm going to question this for the rest of my life.
Rest
I'm
of your
going to be
life.
sat at a
You're
retirement
gonna be
home.
80 years old and go V5.
The nurse comes in. She's like, "Are you okay, Joe?" And I'm like, "Oh, I don't know, man. V5. Can you not remember Game 1, Week 3, Day 3, 2020?
But Equalizer, Starfall.
Nice shockwave onto 2, but I don't know if CLX gets away with this one. Phase Rush runs out. There's a flash from XX. He's happy to make plays for the kills. AS6 looking to answer. Gets the kick onto Maple. Red buff isn't enough, though. Oh, it's a disaster. And now XX will be capitalized. Aliez finally using that TP to good effect.
Is he
Can
out?
they stop the
Oh, he's
recall?
not.
Sonic Wave.
Whoa!
Oh, he gets away with it.
Only just. But because it takes so long to kill CLX, there is a trade kill here from V5, and they have 2 members to shove top out. This could be the first turret of the game. So again, I say this all the time when I'm in my apathetics mode, but as long as you're trading the team behind that made the core mistakes before, this is okay.
This is very much worth it for the side of V5. Even if, oh, the flash, the pop
Just out
blossom
of
doesn't
range.
land.
Gravitum, though.
Imagine if he'd had Predator, though. Mole could have been pulled on in and taken down. I mean, punished, but ultimately that was his own mistake.
And you know what? People are going to be saying it's Omnistone. That's the reason why he's 0 and 2. But honestly, it's just a bit of misexecution here from Mole on the support Nico. Not much more to say about it than that.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by that. Oh, Y4, you cheeky devil.
You take those.
Gets the mega chicken.
The Mega Chicken.
The mega chicken.
Nicely done.
Alpha chicken.
I told you, I'm taking notes.
Yeah, I don't know. Mole, I'm not really convinced by this pick. I don't think that's a controversial statement to make.
But I do like the innovation in draft. And we were talking about this off camera, where for V5, even though it might not be successful, I see you turning your head. For V5, at least they're trying to adapt their draft. At least they're trying to change elements of their gameplay, even if it is simply draft. That matters. It's not a stale team you're looking at in V5. They are changing roles. They're changing picks. And that does mean in the future that we could see development. And that's my optimism.
I mean, for sure, I agree with you in terms of, like, yes, if it's not working, change things up, try and find something new.
Where's the but?
The but is that the new thing was Omnistone Nico support. Like, is that really the thing that you want to try? You've got, you know, Aliez could make something happen. We could bring a new pick into the mid lane. I don't know if Nico support, especially into a Nautilus, is really the way forward.
Well, maybe the rune choice. Okay, well, look, question a part of the rune choice, but you see how the combo works, right? Kalista with Nico, the ability to all in. And early game, the damage that came through was great. The CC chain that came through was great. And now, look, they're trying to replicate.
Here we go, on to Duan. He's going to have his Aftershock to keep himself alive, although he's not actually going to CC anyone just yet. He's going to be taking a lot of damage, and that's a kick back on into the fight. The Moonlight Vigil, not enough from Light, and that's a nice pick from V5.
Really is. Puts him in a good position around this dragon. Death time is not long enough at this point, but you will say that V5 able to get vision towards that bottom side, able to control the map a bit better. And a couple of key mistakes like we saw in that top lane, now seeing bot, where LNG are getting caught out with their pants down.
And I want to clarify on what I've been saying about this Nico, right? I want to be proven wrong.
You really tunnel in on it.
I just want to, like, I feel like I'm just being, like, rude now to Mole almost. I want to be proven wrong. I want Mole to show me that this is the real deal. Show me that Kalista Nico bot is the next meta. I just need to see it first. That's my final statement. I'll move on.
I will say this. You're not going to see meta-defining gameplay where people across the world say, we have to play this from the current V5. And, like, that's a bit of an insult, but it's also very true. We have to be realistic with the audience in that V5 are not a championship team yet. Maybe in the future they could be. They're 0-4. They're without a game win that we so heavily stated at the start of this series. They are without a singular game win in the LPL. And for a team that still has the majority of their core, minus Max, minus Xiaohan in the jungle, you're not seeing any of the results or any of the training come through.
So far, no good, is what you're saying here for V5. But now the Dragon are going to be spawning on the map. Let's see the Nico come into play. He's going to be pulled in by the Death Grasp. Y4 is pulled into the Death Realm. He's not going to be able to get a face call at this rate. Pop Blossom onto 3, but there's no damage to follow it up. Shockwave there onto 3 as well. Alias goes in. He's 1 versus 5, though. Stopwatch to keep himself alive. The rest of the team has dipped.
We said Alias needs to step up, and I've got to give him credit. He was close. But LNG, layering of CC, and the ability to take out Mole before he did anything in that fight, wins it through. And now with the Mountain Soul on LNG, everything comes up massive with a big gold lead too.
Yeah, and also Flandre just managing to get Y4 in the Death Realm before the fight. It's just a great feeling as the Mordekaiser. You're like, oh, I found the 80 carry. Okay, well, we win this fight. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, Kalista hasn't played the Mordekaiser attacks yet, right? There's no QSS in the inventory, so it's a free pick away for him. And Flandre, with all his roaming, with all the time he's missed in his lane, he's still far ahead. And we'll have a look at this again, because for V5, Death Grasp just walked into by 2 people. You mentioned it before that the Flandre ultimate was key here. Means he doesn't get hit by the Pop Blossom, but I want you to watch Maple. His ultimate makes it so there is no follow-up on a 3-man Shockwave. That zoning, that potential erased by LNG's mid laner.
You can see what V5 are trying to do here. You know, the Pop Blossom onto 3, the Shockwave onto 3, and then Alios goes in. Imagine if they're all at the same time, though. Yep. Imagine if that's all happening at the same time. Imagine if Y4 isn't taken out of the fight before all of that happens. That can be a one-team fight.
That's the design of this comp by V5. The all-in is massive. It's crazy. And the layering of it, though, that's the real problem. V5 have not laid it the way I would love to see, but LNG have with theirs. It's been crucially around the Pantheon, around the Rumble mid joining these fights, that LNG have played so well so far.
And you got to give massive props to Flandre so far this game. He's only 10 CS down. He's impacted multiple fights while Alias has been farming in the top lane, struggling to have an impact on the game. He's used his teleports effectively, and now his scoreboard is reflecting that. And also, you got to look towards the jungler of XX. He has been the driving force for this team.
But I want to take your attention away, because LNG at 25 minutes say, you know what, with full control, we should force.
Here we go, equalizer onto the team, and AS6.
Okay.
He's just going to be absolutely popped. XX once more as he jumps into the back line. Mole is going to be alone here, stunned up, CC'd up. Pop Blossom will only get onto 1, and it's Duan. He's happy to tank it. There's another kill as Y4 tries to dance away. Maple going to get the slow as he finishes off CLX. And it was all just a bait.
It's so easy for LNG to take these fights, send in Flandre, send in XX to the back line, and no one can oppress them. The solo laners of the V5 are trying so damn hard. But at this point in the game, LNG get the fight right in front of the Baron, and there's no one there to stop them anymore.
And this feels like the Christmas party we were talking about. They just go to Baron, they've got this Pantheon pick, and they go, come on, come a little bit closer. Grand Skyfall right behind you. We're going for the fight. We're going to show off. XX has been showing off all game, and it's great to see.
Well, LNG, they've now got the items. They've got the Baron, and we're going to take a quick look. Duan hits the hook as always, but the teleport coming through from V5, they don't have all 5 members at the start of the fight. Alia's zoned away means he can't join. And you saw that ult from Y4. He throws in Mole, and Mole doesn't use the Pop Blossom because he doesn't have the targets to use it on, which means everything's used early and not after another, which we talked about before. Everything needs to be used on top of each other for V5 to win these fights, and it's discoordinated, and LNG take advantage of it.
And ultimately, it feels like an issue of how these fights are being set up. It's LNG that are setting the paces. By the way, they do have the Dragon Soul for themselves, so it just makes it a little bit even harder for this combo to get off. But it's all been LNG's decision on when we're fighting and where we're fighting, and that makes something like a Wombo combo incredibly difficult to pull off. You've got to be on the same page, you've got to be coordinated and fighting at the same time. When people are getting caught out and picked off, that can never happen.
Especially when LNG have the experience, and if you look at shot calling, you know, in the past XX, but Mole really defensive Pop Blossom.
That's a flop blossom right there.
Oh, very nice. I'll write that one down somewhere. Awesome. Sorry, continue, Phil.
Mole, he's got himself a phase rush, so he'll be able to scoot along a little bit quicker during the fights. But with Pop Blossom on cooldown, he's going to be basically a large minion at this stage.
How do you stop any of this from LNG? We've got ultimates available. Mole using the Pop Blossom ensures a free in here, but maybe the game.
There's an equalizer onto the team. Mole forced away as well as Flandre brings down his mace. There's nothing you can do to stop this Mordekaiser. The rest of the squad happy to take an inhib in the meantime. Flandre actually getting relatively low. Does get a shield for himself. Alias might find a kill. Takes him into the death realm though. It's a double kill for Light in the meantime. Alias can't find Flandre and he's going to go down as well. Oh dear, it's been a disastrous game coming out for V5. We said we wanted to see a bit of something out of him. We saw the NiKo support. It didn't look so hot. And LNG, very comfortable winning game number 1.
Well, they tried in the bottom lane. V5 really got something going early. But apart from that, helpless. And LNG, I have to say, look, this team is looking better every time we have a look at their current form. I think it's not bad.
I mean, you're absolutely right. This team, they look like they've got a plan. They look like they're making things happen. And against V5, what I said right at the start was, you've got to have a strong win, right? This is the team at the bottom of the table. Ultimately, not to sugarcoat it too much, but they're 0-9 now. LNG needed to look strong in this game.
Yep.
They need to have a quick 2-0. They need to have a confident 2-0, not have any issues. And that's how they're going to be looking strong moving forward in the split against tougher
And we really needed to see how XX and Maple interacted once again. We got a very good sign of that. We got a good sign of Maple interacting with the bottom lane as well. So I'm happy to see that the two elements I was really, really worried about, the two newer elements, by the way, of LNG, are looking like some of the stronger elements of LNG at this point. And especially Maple. Maple's consistency since coming back from the big break we had, he's just been going up and up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously XX got himself that first pick Pantheon. It's just such a, well, I guess second pick. He was on red side.
Red side first pick, yeah.
The Pantheon just such a strong pick, and AS6 really didn't have an impact in this game. Every single objective fight, he was the one getting caught out and obliterated. He was so far behind in levels that it felt like there was just no way for him to get anything
I said before the game, first game of Lee Sin. He's been tunneling down on Jarvan and Elise, and this was his debut on the meta jungler himself, and it did not look like the AS6 who'd been finding some success with his early games against these other teams.
I mean, he got one good kick onto Dwan. Remember, during the, I think it was like 12 minutes in, they managed to get one pick. Problem was, all of the objectives were already taken. There wasn't anything to gain from the pick. So one minor moment of glory for him. But other than that, in the jungle matchup, it was all about XX.
All the time.
The Kalista first pick as well, we didn't really see anything from it. We saw it a little bit in the bot lane skirmishes, but even then, they went too far. They overextended, and then the teleport from Flandre, everything went pear-shaped.
I still don't mind Kalista first pick. It was yesterday that WE had the Kalista first pick, and the ability to play around with the top lane and also AD carriers we've seen from other teams as well. But let's come back to your point. NiKo bot lane. Now, for Mole, moving positions, first of all, that's something. I haven't seen him play support. That's he's played mid, top, support. I think he's played jungle a game as well. I'm not too sure. But Mole's pretty much played everything. And this game, I can faithfully say that the bottom lane worked up until level 3. And then other people got involved, and the bottom lane no longer worked.
I mean, I'm just sad that we never got to see the combo, right? The idea of this Kalista, NiKo, the Fate's Call, Pop Blossom, whatever you want to call it, we never got to see the combo. Not a single time.
Yeah, we didn't see the Fate's Blossom.
It was consistently AS6 and Mole caught out, and nothing could come off the back
every single time, it was the Fate's Call used defensively to save Mole, or Mole used the Pop Blossom defensively because he's caught out. So that game, like, that wasn't the Mole we've seen in the mid lane.
No.
But we have seen Mole getting caught out when he was on the Lucian last time around, so maybe that's not true. I'm not too sure about Mole at the moment. He's the identity of this team, and he's not acting like it in the face of adversity.
It is rough when you're on a squad like this. I mean, we'll digress the conversation. We've got to go to a break, but we'll continue the conversation in a few minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
到最后门牙一倒 ，AD 进行打也得打，不打也得打。闪现，皇子盖过来，
大招扫得很一般。 这边 Ruby 直接把斯高德要戳死了，但这边这个金甲也倒了，退回来一个后部的女枪也是瞬间被融化。哎呦，斯高德这边是跑过来传泉水，这边是一个击杀，
了一个3杀4杀，杀后回家。 没有更新出第2件装备，
但这一波的话，左一是血强的，又勾到了，直接扫一波，看这个秒表想推左一加入这个闪现没有打定，
沙皇打的不错呀，这边左一能活下来吗？
但是大招太难给到
，R 回去，
哇，要死高的这波坚
秀了，凯南进场只接到一剑魔，
只打了一个剑魔，像我一般，小强这边的话还在回血，魏延差一丝血没有倒进。 适合像奥恩那种啊，哎，看一下这波上路
是不是个机会定住了？
哎，强行换一
个啊！
张无忌交出一个治疗，但是这边的话队友配合过来，后补交出一个闪现，点到路管敢不敢点？最后一枪的时候再过来 A， 哎要被换了，哎呀，死亡闪现，
疯了，
还要被1休2，哎呦后补在下路1打2，毫无压力啊！
让 EZ 在这边 poke 一下 ，EZ 的蓝量还比较高。哎呦，勾到了，
直接给大招 EZ 被闪击到了，完了，这一波刀尖铁血铁出事儿了，沙皇要推空了，这边庞次也击了过来 ，Flash 又再次被勾到，刘青松的神功，小田继续摸眼，这一波2闪。
这个是完全不拖泥带水。
卡萨丁的位置我们看一下，在下边，在兵线上 ，W 应该知道的。
但是卡萨丁这边随随便便能够绕到你的后排。
大招直接给猪妹，就打前排。
猪妹点灯笼回去了，
很漂亮。但
这个先打龙，这边
龙先拿下，
承受了巨额的伤害。
把公子哥吃了进去。刘星河这边血量有点低，公子哥的血量也很低。这边
公子哥没死啊，刀被点出这个秒表。
公子哥这边要倒了，猪妹也换掉。卡萨丁这边还有状态，林允祥这边继续 A， 完了，不是猪被秒掉，那就结束了。杜云碧4杀，还有一个5杀。哎呦，5杀
kill，
16级的卡萨丁拿5杀就是那么的朴实无华。
You got my blood rushing. Oh, 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 eh, oh, 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 eh, I feel my pulse racing. You got my mind chasing. Oh, 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 eh, oh, oh, eh, pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing. You know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Adrenaline, hey, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Oh, 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 hey, oh, 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 hey, just one call on my name, and here I go again. Oh, 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 here I go again. Oh, hey, pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing.
Welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. We're broadcasting to you live from Shanghai, China, as we're in week number 3, day number 3, and we're into game number 2 of our first series. It's V5 up against LNG, and well, LNG just absolutely blasted out of the park to start things off.
We got a really good sight of LNG in that first game. Clean execution, really punishing V5. And while some of the draft of V5, I know a lot of people are questioning, at the end of the day, I think it was just the better team won in game number 1.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. And our MVP for game number 1 is going to be Duan grabbing that medal for himself. We didn't really talk about him that much during the game, but he was always in the right position, got quite a few really good hooks, especially onto Mole and onto AS6, really starting things off for his team.
On LNG, Duan has become Mr. Consistent alongside Flandre. Duan, previously coming from Vici Gaming, you'll remember him under the name of Caveman. And he's adapted to this LNG roster, normally with Asura, in a really positive way. So I think Duan has been a support to watch since 2019 summer, and he's quickly becoming one to watch again here in 2020 spring.
And I think it's been consistent as well across LNG's games. Yep. The moments that they've looked good, he's often the one starting the fight. And granted, as a support, that's kind of your role, right, a lot of the time.
So,
but especially with his Nautilus pick, it's something he plays as much as he can, which is true of a lot of supports, but his hooks are on point. He's always in the right position finding these catches.
Duan has always been like a tank support player. The Nautilus Leona, Thresh in the past as well, we saw at the end of last year. Also the Tahm Kench. So looking at LNG going into game 2 now, I'm still looking for that center first ban. I'm looking for a bottom lane that will abuse center Tahm Kench in the fasting style. Because at the end of the day, you look at what that bot lane was in game number 1. It was like, okay, it was Aphelios. He just did
it was
thing.
Aphelios Nautilus, right? It's just meta. It's just, oh, look, you gave us Aphelios. It wasn't banned.
But
we'll take that any day.
The point is they just strided along. The rest of the team accelerated. And then they're at such a good point. And the enemy bot lane of V5 in the Kalista, in the Nico, which did not work out.
Yeah.
Fell far behind the wayside.
The Kalista first pick especially, when it's not being a flex pick in any way, like, I don't know, it's just not convincing to me yet. We've seen a couple of teams first picking the Kalista, and again, we've not really seen it having that much impact, aside from when the Shy first picked it.
Yeah, that's right, because the Shy took it to the top lane. It was a very serious threat of being flexed around. Coming into the second game, I mean, like, where is the priority for V5? Who is going where? Because in that game 1, seeing CLX in the mid lane, Mole and support.
CLX actually looked okay.
CLX looks fine because he is a mid laner. Like, CLX originally is a mid laner.
Like, granted, he wasn't, like, changing the game. He wasn't, you know, winning it for his team, but Mole hasn't been able to do that in the mid lane either,
well,
so...
CLX and Alias. We're going to talk a little bit about Alias, because Alias was the most consistent player for V5 in that game number 1. And on Aatrox, he did have a couple of good moments. But the problem was the rest of V5 was so far behind, and the execution from that bottom lane duo didn't set up the Aatrox for anything like the flanks or the team fights at the end of the day.
And I think if we're going to talk draft issues especially, you got to look at the Pantheon pick that was allowed through from the side of V5. If you're going to allow Pantheon through the draft and then not lock it in, I mean, XX is going to run away with the game with that one. We could see Maple take it. We could see Flandre take it. It's such a powerful pick, not just in terms of the strength of the champion, but it's so flexible. You can use it to take any matchup that you want to. And I mean, XX proved that he knows how to use that.
Well, especially since there was no answer, and through the mid lane, Maple was able to exert pressure. There's a lot of priority on the deep wards towards the red side, and AS6 never had his red cam. AS6 never had any sort of priority.
Yeah, the just alpha play where he just walks
Past
up
the
and
first
goes,
buff,
go on, take your red buff, I dare you.
And it was just really good timing from XX. And a compliment towards him that I don't normally give to this jungler is that XX moving past his champion pool, moving past the constant Jarvan pick or the Gragas. Like, XX is a man of habit. And I think this is expanding his horizon along with the Mads that are also in LNG, like Flandre in the top.
And I like that XX was reading AS6 this game as well, especially the first fight of their game. XX didn't go for a gank in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
He waited in the brush, in the river. He knew that AS6 had started towards the top side of the map, or at least he'd assumed so. There was no leash either, so I'm not quite sure how he figured that one out for himself, but he just waited for the Lee Sin gank in the bottom lane. As soon as AS6 comes in, he shows himself, and then they make the kill hunt.
And then one thing leads to another. It's the domino effect that LNG were able to capitalize on, and through good reading, good, I guess, macro play across the game, as well as smart warding, they had full control of objectives.
Yeah.
I think the most defining fight, we're not going to be able to get a look at it, but the defining fight towards Rift Herald, where we saw V5 in a good position to contest, they couldn't make a decision whether to go left or right. And simplistically said, V5 had to back away, and they wasted so much getting out of the trade that LNG took even more. So I want confidence from V5. I want to know who is actually shot calling this team, and what is V5's game plan coming into the second game.
Yeah, and I want to see a little bit of better positioning from Y4 as well. Like you mentioned the fight around Dragon, I think it was around 15 minutes. Flandre is able to walk up and pull in both Mole and Y4, and then he uses his ult on Y4. But the question there is, if you don't have vision in the enemy blue buff and in the enemy banana brush, why are you there? As the AD carry, why are you the one that's closest to the enemy team?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make any sense. And off the back of that, that was where, obviously, LNG were already slightly ahead, but that was where the snowball really started. That was where it felt like, oh, okay, this game's pretty much over.
And both in front of objectives, right? So objective control for V5 has to be questioned. Now, we've never waited this long to get into a game. We always have to rush, so I'm assuming...
I've waited this long. I'm from the UKC.
No. To get into an LPL game.
Okay,
split.
fair enough.
So there's definitely a delay. I can tell you right now there's a delay getting into pick and ban for game number 2. We're an online league now. So we're going to go back to the old, 2001 basics.
You love it. You love to see it.
When did the internet come in? I don't know. 2005.
When did the internet come in? I think it was like 1998.
I remember when I was about 6 years old playing the McDonald's game on my Windows 95 PC. And I was about 6. So that would have been 2001. Maybe before. I didn't have Windows 98.
I don't remember McDonald's having a game, to be quite honest. I played Eye of the Beholder, which was a text-only RPG.
I don't remember that.
I don't know if anyone will remember that.
That's old school. You are a boomer. You're definitely a boomer.
Bit of a boomer.
Hey, while we are waiting for this, I want to go into specifics of LNG, and people out there watching will think, okay, we've done a lot of talking about LNG. Previously known as Snake, remember this team was always talked about as like, in 2018 spring, from memory, a really good start to the split, and then they kind of fell off. 2019, they made it into playoffs, and then they fell off. They beat IG in summer, and you're like, okay, LNG could make their way up, and then they fell off, right? So there's a lot to go through with LNG, but Light in this series so far has been pretty consistent, and it's good to talk about the bottom laner who was in Snake in previous years. They are giving Light a bit of a chance, and it feels like because we're in a V5 series, they're like, okay, put Light in, give him some play time, because he normally plays on the LDL roster of LNG Academy.
Yeah, give him that opportunity to step up to the main stage, and especially, if they're going to allow Aphelios through the draft for you, Light's going to be over the moon to get his hands on that one and have a good showing. And he did during the game as well, had some good ultimates across the fights, and just solid positioning. The thing is, though, on Aphelios, it's very easy to look good, especially when your jungler and your support are just absolute powerhouses during the game.
It's also easy to look crap as well, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to take away from Light. I'm just saying, like, when you're in a position like that, being an AD carry is great.
Yeah.
This is the best, most fun way to play AD carry. True. Is when the rest of your team's really ahead. Because on Aphelios, you're just like, all right, all I have to worry about is getting Infernum and pressing R at some point during the
I'm looking forward to seeing Light play something else, because Light has been a career Ezreal Kai'Sa player. Like playmaking AD carries that get towards the late game and are like really good at dueling their opponents. So for Light, seeing a different AD apart from Aphelios, is that going to be the case? Probably not. No. Aphelios is probably still going to be there, but you can always dream and hope that something new comes through for LNG, because if they're having their, what did you call it, office party?
Yeah, the Christmas party.
Christmas party.
They get to let their hair down.
I can't get the name right.
Put on a nice dress.
That means you
flirt with your other co-workers.
Yeah,
you could see Maple and XX giving each other the eyes there.
Inappropriate Christmas party, right?
I don't know.
You mean this dangerous Christmas party?
Well, I've mentioned... I'm from Doncaster, mate. Nobody knows what Doncaster is, but...
I know it through Black.
Google it.
I know the Earl of Doncaster. That's it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't have anything else to add there.
Doncaster's more famous than I thought. We've got Jeremy Clarkson as well.
Okay.
He's from Doncaster.
Oh, I thought
which worryingly is a really good representation of Doncaster. Right. It's not pretty. I want to talk about Maple, though, because I mentioned about him and XX giving each other eyes, right? They've been working together beautifully in this game. And one of the big criticisms of LNG so far is Maple's not really been consistent, right? Some games he's been fantastic. Some games he's been making impact. Some games feels like he's invisible. Here, though, him and XX are rotating together. They're making plays together. It feels more like team play from
He's
this squad.
accelerating. He's accelerating in his play. And we saw the LGD win in the first week, and we thought, oh, Maple, bit inconsistent again. But it's through the OMG series and the BLG series that Maple is playing a lot better. He's got a high KDA, which is a very simple stat, but it's a stat that tells me Maple individually is accelerating, not just because of LNG. In the past, when he was on Suning last year, Maple was a bottom 3 mid. I said that at the start of the game because Maple was so underwhelming. He came from the Flash Wolves roster in 2018 to 2019 and then came into the mid lane of Suning in the super team and just underperformed massively.
Yeah, he had a rough season last season, and you know, we have seen glimmers of that this season as well. In their losses, some of them, Maple has really been an issue for LNG. But as I said, when he can work with XX, that's when we've seen him shine. When the duo roams are coming on through. And it's not even just the mid 1v1. He doesn't need to win a mid 1v1 because that's not really how the meta works these days. It's not really about mid versus mid. It's about how the mid can impact the rest of the map.
And even though people like Doomby and Xiao are challenging each other, we go into pick and ban finally.
We did it.
Maple is keeping a steady laning phase. He's actually winning some of his lanes as well, which we wouldn't say last year. And he's putting on a bit of a show here. Let's see if he can do it again. All
right. Let's take a look at these bans as we kick things off. Renekton taken away from Alias. Zoe taken away from Mole/CLX. We'll see who goes to the mid lane this time.
Yeah, that's true.
And then Season 10 just going to be banned away by V5.
Well, Aphelios is still open. V5 have 1 ban remaining, and you know that's where it should be. Renekton banned on blue side is not something we normally see.
Now, I want to bring up a question to you.
Hello.
Do you ban the Aphelios here, or do you have to get rid of the Pantheon this time?
Or the Olaf. This is the thing. There are so many big picks. The Ornn's available as well, right? There are so many quoted S-tier picks available right now for LNG to first pick. It's just about priority. In the past, XX has been a big believer of the Olaf, and I think we're really changing gears coming towards the end of 10.4, that the Kalista seems to be first pick worthy and first rotation ban worthy here, at least from V5.
Well, V5 certainly believes so. They first picked it in game number 1. Now that they're over on the red side, they're going to be banning it away.
Okay.
As we mentioned, XX, he's going to happily grab that Pantheon. Unless Maple takes it mid. Flandre could take it top. It could go anywhere.
But we have been talking about the priority on Pantheon. Now, he doesn't have the high, like, as comparison to Ornn or Set, he doesn't have as high of a pick or ban rate, but he's still a massive priority here for LNG. And they can, yeah, you're right, flex it anywhere they want, right? The scientists can go at it.
And now, a very interesting priority coming out from V5 is the Syndra is the first pick. Rek'Sai, we've seen a good amount of priority on from a few teams. Rek'Sai has been one of these junglers that's been climbing the list. I certainly would prefer to see a Rek'Sai or a Jarvan come out from AS6. His Lee Sin, not so impressive in game number 1.
But set up the mid 2v2 here seems to be the game plan from AS6 and Mole. That's going to be the lock-in here for the Rek'Sai. So far, I think that's a much more aggressive answer. But it does mean here, pick of the litter for XX to go towards jungle if the Pantheon isn't the final decision. We talked about this before, Aphelios first ban worthy, but made it all the way to second rotation on blue side. So that's the sacrifice to set up your mid 2v2. You give away Aphelios and Ornn on top of the already secured Pantheon.
If the Ornn's locked in, this is just, look at the comparison between the first picks here. Pantheon, Aphelios, Ornn versus Syndra and Rek'Sai. Like, where do you put the real power? All 3 of the picks for LNG are incredible power picks here.
You just throw a massive S in front. Locked in here, most likely for Flandre. So, all right, well, V5 is a bit of a sacrifice, but V5 in situations like this, instead of trying to recover or trying to go a different direction, they'll just all in. That's what they get with the Bard.
I love it. I mean, V5, let's just have a stylish game then, I guess. Let's see CLX or Mole. I don't know who's going to support this time, but let's see the Bard coming on out. And I like the Nautilus ban. Bard's not going to have a fun time against something that can find him in a hard engage.
They're just trying to get rid of some of the supports that could smack him hard. That also means there's Leona, Thresh, things like that still available. One is going to go over to Dwan.
Also, just removing Nautilus and Leona from Duan would be nice. It's stuff that we know him for. It's stuff that he's incredibly proficient on. Perhaps force him to change styles a little bit. The Silas Take It Away is an interesting ban, though, from the side of LNG.
It really is. Okay, there's the Thresh, though. So Bard just trying to have a good time. It could be Mole going bottom lane again. I don't know. It could just be the series at V5.
I mean,
or like,
when you think about it, Mole is a mid laner, right? So Bard does kind of fit the style of a mid laner.
Oh,
You're
no,
all about
please.
the damage. You're all about getting your spells out. It's kind of like an enchanter support, right?
Yeah.
Same as the Nico. It's essentially a mid laner just down bot. So I can see it being Mole in the support position again.
all right, well, I guess we find out because they were swapping around. They're doing whatever they like in the last period of the ban phase. Pick phase, excuse me.
Yeah, we will find out as we head towards the second round of the picks. And now looking towards our ADC and our solo lanes. The Aatrox going to be locked in for Alias. Didn't enjoy Flandre's Mordekaiser last time. That's going to be banned away this time.
Now, just because there's an Ornn there doesn't mean it's going top. What have we seen the past couple of days? Fiora has been picked into Aatrox lanes to smack him right where it hurts. If Flandre wants to, he could pick up Fiora in the last rotation here to take against Alias. But will he? Probably not. We're probably just going to see a mid lane pick of Azir here because that's what Maple likes.
Yeah, you do have to go for some AP as well. I think that's one of the things you got to bear in mind with an AD jungler, with your Aphelios in the bottom lane. There's no magic damage there right now for the side of LNG. The Kassadin, we saw a pentakill on Kassadin yesterday from
Undefeated.
2&B, but we'll see where Maple wants to go with this one.
Okay.
Rumble, something he's played a ton of. Obviously, he could have gone with the Azir as well, as you mentioned. That's one of his signatures, but solid team fight composition coming out from LNG.
And he's super safe in his picks. It's Rumble or it's Azir. It's laners that they can pick, not knowing what they're going to be versing here. Now, mentioning before that the potential of Mole and CLX swapping positions in this second game. In the past, CLX has played this LeBlanc in the mid lane. So it is going to be the final lock-in to take into Maple. Now, we already see the Syndra.
So
that means one thing.
We got a kill lane.
We got a kill lane bot.
I think that, you know,
Syndra bot, though.
We've been a little bit mean
bot?
to V5 in terms of how we're talking about this team. And yes, they are 0-9 right now. And you have to wonder, maybe they are taking this a little less than serious right now.
Well, look, just because there's no AD doesn't mean it's not serious, you know? They could be... They could be feeling it.
Bard LeBlanc, I don't know how serious of a lane
Are
that
they
is.
swapping?
It could be Syndra bot, to be fair to them. It could be Syndra bot.
Well, I think it's going to be Syndra. I think it's going to be Syndra and Bard in the bottom lane. All right, CLX, as I said before, LeBlanc is his pick. Ignite in the end as well. Heal taken by Mole on Syndra, so that could have been the little squiz of guess.
Okay, I take it back. Syndra can be a bot lane pick. We didn't mention that it can be a flex, so the Syndra maybe was actually prioritizing towards Y4.
I saw LeBlanc and I'm like, okay, LeBlanc into Maple. That's probably still the case, but when you see that, you go, oh, actually, there was a Syndra first pick. And so they're playing around flexible opportunities because they have flexible players. For V5, people will look at the draft and go, you gave away so much to the blue side of LNG, but you'll come back and say, well, at least V5 are playing their own game. And that's my only optimism here for the draft of V5.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, at least we've got personality coming out here. If they can pull it off, though, it would be... Don't laugh.
No.
Don't laugh at them. Y4, though, going into the support position on the Bard. CLX, I'm guessing, will go to the mid lane. Mole will be in the would-be AD carry position, and then Y4 as the Bard.
If Maple gets locked down, he's dead no matter what. Think about the CC chain that comes through from V5. Think about how the combination of Bard, Syndra, and LeBlanc works.
Okay, so obviously we've got an interesting composition coming out here for V5, but I do want to talk about the strengths as they go for some level 1 shenanigans here. You have to bear in mind that this composition has incredibly good skirmishing. Around these early objectives, this team can look incredibly strong. Will we see that? It remains to be seen. Last game, they had some good strength around level 6 power spikes. We didn't really see them abuse it. We saw them getting caught out instead. The question will be, can they make something of this? Moldo going to be on the Syndra
He
and
is
it's
bot.
CLX once again in the mid lane.
Yep. So Mole going to be moving back on down, but the difference is Y4's the support suddenly. So we've just shifted gears once again. Y4 staying on Bard. This is his debut in the support if you don't want to count a fasting lane. And this is just the same with V5. It's just different lanes. Like Alias is the most stable person this time around.
Y4 just rolling around the map. I wasn't sure if he was going to try face check that, honestly, but maybe looking for a brush cheese.
Oh no.
Y4, why are you there? Duan just going to step on forwards. Auto attack after auto attack coming out from Light. Duan just waiting for the Shield of Daybreak to come off a cooldown. And I mean, that's just immediately a heal burn. That I don't know why Y4 is stood there.
But meanwhile, we've got a jungle skirmish in the meantime.
Okay, here we go. There's a stun coming out from Y4. Duan's here to help out XX, as both the AD carries going to be moving up as well. Mole dodging sideways from the Zenith Blade. There's a flash forward. CLX looking for a kill, and first blood goes to AS6.
And Maple can't come in time, so big first blood here for V5 as XX tries to play the aggressive path once again and vertical jungle against this bottom lane. So for V5, call it what you'd like, but that's the start that recovers the bot lane skirmish.
Rek'Sai will not be alpha dogged. XX just stares him down once again. This time, it goes awry, and it's Light that pays the price.
And it was the timing from XX where he walks into the blue buff and thinks that AS6 is not there yet with a topside start that he'd still be pathing towards that blue camp. But he's already there. He was waiting in the brush. And that sets off the engage. Now for the Rek'Sai with first blood and a full side to clear. There's going to be an early advantage where XX won't have the same start from game one where he was set up to succeed.
This is what we wanted, though. V5 with an early lead for themselves. Let's see what they can do to force the issue we mentioned. They have advantages in early skirmishes.
It is still Pantheon.
Yeah, I mean, it is still a Pantheon that they're up against. I'm not saying that LNG can't skirmish either. But hey, especially when you get to level 6, Syndra and LeBlanc, you have a ton of ability to just delete someone from the game.
Plus Bard decision making where you can turn off a player or a couple of players or even a turret. It's going to be pretty crucial. XX does force the Rek'Sai off a scuttle, but look at the pathing here. AS6 moves straight to the top side. He doesn't have flash, which means that Pantheon has the stun, the ability to engage, and AS6 looking to contest.
Neither of them have recall just yet. I believe the Scuttle Crab went the way of AS6 there in the end. Flandre moving on down, but obviously not going to be able to finish off a kill onto that one. Flandre actually with a CS lead over the Aatrox right now.
I believe he's pushing in the wave, though.
Yeah.
I need a bit of a camera up top. I don't have the best of eyes as...
Light is getting punished in this lane. Caliburn will trade some of the damage back, but damage onto a support is not equal to damage onto an AD carry when it comes to lane pressure.
But remember, Light has Severum here, so the sustain that you get from Severum, especially since a lot of the AD carries are taking things like Overheal and a Bloodline, I should say, is actually the only relevant one in that conversation. So Light should be fine, but the poke coming through from Mole already and Y4 is pretty harsh.
That is unlucky from Mole that didn't stun. That would have been a kill if he had managed to get it. Duan now going to be stunned up against the wall. Mole's out of mana, though, so I don't think they'll be able to finish anything off. But huge pressure, and this is one of the strengths of this Syndra in the bottom lane. You do have massive damage right from the get.
And they've got to step up to get this wave. A massive line of Sorcerer minions that Y4 and Mole can zone away, especially with CLX with a free lane. Maple is going straight to the bottom lane, but the pressure's already built up. The CS denied. And a big lead here for Mole against the Aphelios.
And it's all off the back of that level 2 play that came on through. Mole's been able to find himself a huge advantage. Light was the one to go down very early on into the game. And they're struggling to find a window back in.
And so now bottom side pressure comes through. AS6 gets a deep ward in and has control around the first Ocean Dragon.
Ocean Drake.
We have a fifth element, and it's Prickly. But he's got a longsword here on the Rek'Sai as well with the help of that first blood. So this start is so much better for V5. We're not throwing everything to the wayside in the first 5 to 10 minutes. And even CLX on this mid lane, LeBlanc, is looking for a pick.
He's going to miss the chains, though, and now Maple can turn that trade right back around. Doesn't quite find the rocket. And XX is here to back up his mid laner as well. Both junglers level 4 right now. As you can see, AS6 pathing up towards the top side. Does mean if they wanted to, LNG could have priority on this trade.
And there's nothing apart from the camps he's going to get in the top side as well. He's not going to find his way into mid lane. Maple now has level 6, and pings are going down from LNG, who have the shove in bottom lane, who are going to have the shove through mid as well, who have full river priority with their vision. And with this scuttle that XX is getting, so Ocean Dragon, you'd think, would be started soon.
The alternative as well is obviously as a Pantheon, you can just try and power farm, get that level 6 as soon as physically possible, try and have an impact in one of these lanes, especially towards that bottom side. It would be really nice to give Light some help.
But there is the ability to outplay, I will just say, with the Cosmic Binding and Scatter the Weak.
Yeah.
If XX makes one mistake, he's going to get punished so much harder. But AS6 is setting up to get behind Flandre on Ornn.
Ornn's certainly a difficult one to find a kill onto, especially when he's got his flash available. World Ender comes out from Alias. Flandre going to be able to charge away, gets the flash as well. Infernal Chains won't grab him, and he's going to happily walk away.
Yeah, so flash burned here for Flandre in the top lane. It's going to be significant, the potential to re-gank, but with Call of the Forge God available still makes it pretty hard. But you take that. For an Ornn that was keeping up its CS in lane, that adds a bit more pressure. And now for Alias, the matchup should go a little bit more his way, as it should always.
Yeah, it can get difficult later on once Ornn has a bunch of armor to work with, but it doesn't look like he's going for the Sunfire Cape first, going for the Catalyst there.
Yeah.
Perhaps we'll finish the Sunfire, but obviously, when you consider the mid-game fights, you're up against a Syndra and a LeBlanc. Maybe avoiding building for your lane matchup and just building towards this mid-game could be the play.
So much magic damage coming on the side, that bottom side of the map from V5 with the potential to burst. And also remember, Rumble's damage amplified here by the Majora's Mask that is going to be built first here by Flandre. We're getting vision of the bottom side because it seems like Mole and Yfall still playing aggressive here. And the jungle interaction from XX, he has level 6, he's got the Grand Starfall, I think it is now.
Yep.
The ability to dive onto Mole, who is without his Bard support.
Bard going to be able to zoom back into the lane, though. That's the beautiful thing about the Traveler's Call.
Get the T.
Grab the charms and you blast around the map.
It's a bait T.
Dwayne wanted it. It's just like the runes on Howling Abyss.
Oh, yeah?
You want to go for it, but you know that they're going to go in.
The runes? You mean the health packs?
Right. They are runes. Health runes.
Are they?
Yeah. Okay. That's what they're called.
Health packs is more like a Call of Duty thing, isn't it? No, wait.
Well,
I probably don't know my games. I've been playing League of Legends for too long. We have been in isolation for too long. What are other games?
Well, it's been a slow start to things here for both of these teams.
It could have been worse.
Could have been worse. V5, they're happy with this neutral.
We're still not at LCK level. 1 kill means no. I was still waiting for LNG to set up for this dragon, but as you said, it was a power farming coming through from XX to get level 6. Now that he has Scuttle Crab advantage, hang on.
Ooh, flash away from the Tempered Fate. Teleport's coming through from Alias, though. We've got a play on our hands. LNG getting caught out as XX gets obliterated, and V5, they're the ones starting things off strong.
Doesn't even get to move. The flash away means that he's exposed to Mole, who cuts him off from entering the lane. And so V5 with the kill on the jungler. First dragon of the game goes their way. And that's something. That's a big strength here for V5 to play through.
I love how Flandre is just like, nah, not interested, not going to be a part of this one. I want level 9. I want some items for myself. He did go for the Farmy Cinder as well, so yeah, looks like he will finish off the Sunfire Cape first. Just wanted the Catalyst for sustain during the laning phase. And V5, they're looking to snowball this advantage as they move towards the Herald.
Really quick rotation they could do with the help of Bard. Straight up to the Herald, but this might be biting off more than they can chew. But Maple, good trade from CLX.
Flash forward for the stunt as well. There's a solar flare, but it's too late from Dwan. Now the Starfall comes in. XX going to be exhausted, but he will get one for himself. Jungler for mid laner. But with the jungler up, LNG have priority on this Herald.
Bigger trade here from LNG with AS6, 8 seconds so he comes back onto Summoner's Rift. Only Mole behind the pit means that LNG will start this off while Alias down the bottom side is looking for the trade with the help of Yfall.
They're going to be looking to try and find some plates onto this tower, and this is what they're essentially trading, obviously the Herald will get you 2 plates, pretty much guaranteed, but with the top tower already weak, could be the first time.
Only 3 plates there, that's right. So now we see the Herald moving to the top side here. Mole needs to be careful. He can't stick around. This is essentially going to be the trade. Equalizer available for Maple in the bottom lane if he wants to slow this down. Because of Bulwark bonus, though, this should be LNG's advantage. And yeah, no minion wave to play with, and Maple nearby.
Yeah, there's no way that Alias and Y4 can finish this tower off bot before the Herald will in the top lane. And I like waiting until that 3rd plate is taken first. Flandre does get rooted up. I don't think the damage is there to follow it up. Just has so much health to work with already.
All the Forge God not available, but in tries to come Duan. But if you look at gold across the map, there is still a trade here from V5. They're still keeping up in gold. They got 2 plates in the mid lane, and they've almost gotten all of the turret in the bottom side and zoned away Maple.
There is no answer here for Light. He's going to back away in the end. He could have taken this tower. He didn't have any vision, so it would have been dangerous. They didn't know how far up CLX had managed to get, but just a couple of autos would have done the trick.
But I still favor this if Alias gets this turret. However, XX, even without ulti, he's nearby. And Maple to stop the wave for now, so he won't get it in the end.
That's the power of that 5th plate. It is just so damn hard to get through.
Very true.
And Alias there on the Aatrox. Going to be unfortunately unable to. He has closed the CS gap that Flandre had from the early plays that he essentially just missed.
I just love talking about an Aatrox with a CS discrepancy against an Ornn.
Yeah.
Not often we talk about Ornn having priority in the matchup, but yeah, partly due to that early game. Does have the Sunfire Cape now though, Munchables, so we'll see an early upgrade coming soon. Remember, we're still in 10.4, so it's level 12 that he'll get that upgrade, not 13.
And isn't it weird seeing the AD carry in inverted commas moving up to the mid lane, and then it's Syndra, so it feels like it should have been in the mid lane the whole time. But we're going to see Mole moving down towards we're going to see CLX moving down towards the bottom side of the map. He's going to be laning against Maple. We're going to have our top laners top still, and we're going to have Mole versus Maple. The original. No, sorry, we're going to have Light versus Mole. I'm confusing myself now.
Are you okay, sir? No, it's all right. It's super hard. I mean, especially with all the change-ups, and we didn't change it on the leaderboard down there, so that must be super frustrating for you. That hurts me.
That's what's doing
I got play-by-play brain for that one. That really hurts. But meanwhile, Alias with the ult.
He's looking for Flandre. Flandre flashing that one. I guess he must have used his Bellows Breath on the minion wave, so wouldn't have been able to dodge the CC, deciding that's a dangerous situation, even with the Sunfire Cape.
But with flash away from Flandre, even though he has teleport, 50 seconds until this dragon, a summoner to note, but his ultimate is going to be key. So let's see if it affects him as LNG try and set up around this objective to get Vision ready for the fight in 40 seconds.
Well, plates overall going even here. Maple taking a chunk of damage from the likes of CLX. Now we're past 14 minutes. 1 or 2 autos will finish that tower off. We've got 30 seconds until the next Drake. Vision control completely in favor of V5, but Y4. This is the 2nd game in a row now where he steps up and gets caught for it. Light, though, is going to be traded. We take those. That's going to be a support for an AD carry, and now Duan suddenly completely alone. Flandre going to be trying to help out his support. Flash away from Duan, but AS6 finishes off the kill, and now Flandre finds himself the one out of allies right here. He's going to drop, and Mole gets one. 6-2 for V5.
The ultimate debate from Y4. He pulls in everyone from LNG to the point where after they've committed everything in the kitchen sink, V5 turn it around. They net the mountain because of it. And that turned into a beautiful play. You'll see here, the Zenith Blade, the Solar Flare, you have everything. And with an exhaust, you don't get the damage. Plus the Tempered Fate. They turn to the biggest damage source of LNG in Light. And then where do you go from here? There's no further damage. Flandre's on an island, while AS6 with his early advantage is able to bully out anyone who tries to escape. And Maple just has to watch as Flandre dies at the end of the trade.
And you can see what happens to Light there during that fight is going to consistently happen throughout this game. You've got AS6 on the wreck site. It's essentially an assassin during the team fights. Then you've got a LeBlanc and a Syndra that all want to do the same thing. In the meantime, Alias and Y4 can run distraction in the rest of the team fight. So Light is actually going to have a really hard time during these fights because there's not really anyone else on his team that wants to stay at the back. They all want to dive in.
And doesn't have his completed item in comparison to his lane opponent in Mole, who has the Luden's Echo. CLX with one as well, so these big one-item mages are now bursting quicker, now have more damage to start these fights. And V5, with the strongest lead we've seen in this series, still have themselves a Rift Herald coming up shortly.
Now, I don't have the accurate stats here on this one, but this could be the biggest lead V5 have had in the LPL this season so far. Alias,
that's a
flashing
flash
away. That gets him away from Flandre. He's going to be happy with that one. That's a Grand Starfall and an Ornhorn.
When you have 20 seconds until Rift Herald spawns, that Starfall means that XX has to walk up, but doesn't have the full-on engage that we expect out of the Pantheon.
And on top of that, when you look at the Summoner spells, here we go, Equalizer in the mid lane, Tempered Fate, though. I'm not sure if that was good or not. Duan survives, Mole survives. Light died?
Yeah, Light died on the back end. Mole uses the ulti, and the Tempered Fate just stops all this aggression. Both Maple and Dwan's ult were really suboptimal. And Flandre says, guys, come on. I just got the flash out of the Aatrox. What's going on? He's going to take the turret, and that's only going to be the trade here for LNG for the Rift Herald that's being soloed, but mid.
Oh, Duan's so low. Can't quite finish the kill off. Infernal Chains onto XX.
Look at CLX, though.
He's going to be able to keep himself alive for a moment, but not long enough. CLX on the flank. Just going to force Maple away. This should finish off the mid tower, especially with a Herald here. They could look for 2.
LNG, I'm not sure how to coin it here, but one by one, the ants go marching in. There ain't no hurrah after that. V5 with the Herald have 5 members mid and are looking for this shove.
This is what we've wanted to see from V5 the entire season so far. Maybe they finally found the lanes that they each need to play. Y4 was the support after all. You can see him in the bottom right of your corner of your screen. Sorry, if I can talk. He's got his pistol out, and he's not taking no prisoners.
Shooting you with the Bard gun. And this game, it's hurt. Tempered Fates have been really good from Y4.
Yeah.
And the amount of energy LNG have put into him has all been worth it here for V5. I want to grab your attention because at this point in the game, when we just saw the Herald, when we saw the shove mid, almost taking the inner turret, V5 are up so much gold. And for this team, when they hit that 2 item with the Oblivion Orb already in hand, people like Light, Maple, they are going to die instantly.
Just look at CLX and Mole. They literally have the
They're building
same
off each other,
items. The only difference being that Dark Seal in the pocket of Mole. We have rearranged the scoreboard, though.
Yeah, for 15 minutes
so
in,
it's a little bit
good.
less confusing for me, at least. But wow, what a performance now from V5. Now, I did talk about it right at the start. They have had leads before. They've made it to the mid game in the lead before. The biggest issue then was decision making. They started to fall apart. That's where we need to see this as a real test for V5. Have they improved from the last time they managed to get ahead? Can they hold on to this lead?
And decision making around the objectives specifically. A lot of teams struggle as to when to take the fight. 30 seconds until Cloud. V5 positioning aggressively in this enemy jungle, looking for that pick that sets them up for that free objective.
Tempered Fate going to find Maple. The rest of V5 not really finding a way into the fight, though. They can't really commit. I mean, Flandre is just a brick wall
But CLX hasn't been spotted here. This is key because LNG think they're safe to walk into River. If CLX gets a good flank...
He doesn't have vision into that brush right now, though. That's the one side. He hasn't been spotted, but he hasn't spotted them. Flandre stepping forward pretty aggressively. Bellows Breath going to keep him out of the CC. It's just going to be a third of his health gone. Now the engage going to be going on in. That's going to be one dead Rek'Sai. Duan on the front line. Maple's actually getting low as Mole's looking for the fight there. Duan flashes away, but Ignite will finish him off. And now onto the back line is CLX still surviving. XX has to flash, but he goes down to Alias. And this could be a double as well. Flandre flashes over the wall. Mole is there, though. And he's going to be dropped by the Syndra. V5 take yet another fight.
Alias does it again. This game, though, he's got a team to back him up. And V5 now going to be one soul away from that Cloud Rift. And securing that Cloud soul on this team is going to be massive. A team fight win for V5. You don't say that much, but you got to take it.
You don't get to say it very often, but look at who died as well. This wasn't even them all jumping onto Light. This is showing that the composition can win team fights in more than one way. It's not just diving the Aphelios. They can win front to back.
That looked okay for LNG, though. We're going to get a replay in a second. I bet you. I bet you 1,000,000 krona. There we go. All right.
I'm not taking that bet.
So I talked at the start about CLX's positioning, and while we saw a really good equalizer from Maple, the damage still comes out from Mole. He has to barrier, and then Mole has a bit more access in this fight while Alias is doing his own thing. And then from there, the front to back with Y4 disrupting is just so nice to see. And like I said before, Mole gets free time in the sun with his blue buff available.
And it's interesting how, if you watch Light during that replay, he doesn't really get to do anything. He misses his ultimate. And he's so invisible that Alias has an opportunity to jump on him. He actually chooses to go for Flandre instead. Stays grouped with the team, and he's like, do you know what? This Aphelios isn't worth anything right now. Forget him. I want to win this fight. They grab themselves a third Drake off the back of it. They're on soul point.
Decision-making key. V5 actually made a really nice call there. And Light is not worth taking because Light is so far behind of the curb. Almost second item here for Mole, while sitting on the pickaxe here for Light. He picked up the Essence Reaver moments before that fight. And with Light in an uncomfortable position, needing so much more time on Summoner's Rift to get those core items, V5 know this is their opportunity to strike. They know the power spikes of LeBlanc and the Syndra are going to dictate the rest of this game if they have their way with it.
And you know, I feel like I have to apologize to V5 here. I was kind of laughing at the draft when they lock in the Bard. They've got the Syndra and the LeBlanc. It was like, okay, what on earth is going on here? Everyone's swapping roles. It's working, though. They are making this work. And once again, it's another example. You cannot ever count teams out in the LPL. There are always ways to find wins.
Always good to see, though, your own flavor of draft. V5 are a team that keep changing up how they pick and keep changing up how they play. Last year, you'll all remember, Mole spent a lot of time in the top lane, even picked Zoe top, by the way. And Alias/Windy would go between Yasuo mid, Nico mid, simply to put their opponents off guard and get more favorable matchups. Now, this time around, LNG knew that Mole was going in the bottom lane. They knew that Y4 was most likely going to support. And Y4 so far, I mean, AD carry or not, this guy's been really stepping up the pace on his Bard pick.
Certainly has. Nice flash there from Maple. Keeps himself safe from the Tempered Fate. But I really like the pressure that V5 are putting on. CLX going to get the root onto Flandre, keeps himself alive in the top lane as well. Won't have teleport. Dragon's up in 2 minutes.
But does no damage to Flandre. I mean, at this point, CLX in fights never going to be targeting the Ornn. And you can see just how tanky he is with his 2 upgraded items now. Level 14 on Flandre means he has an upgradable item ready for the rest of LNG, but there are no Ornn items apart from that Black Cleaver on XX. They've yet to come into contact with each other, so see if he gives him the kiss of Ornn's life.
Interesting that we're seeing the double Morello here as well. The kiss of Ornn's life. You're looking at me real weird right now.
Just saying. Now, you wanted to start some conversations with double Morellos.
I just wanted to bring up double Morellos, a lot of healing reduction, but not a lot of healing on the side of LNG.
Yep.
In fact,
they're copying each other. One of them did it, and it was probably Mole who started it.
Not to be outdone.
And CLX is like, I can do that too. So the third item, we're going to see a Void Staff, all right? And they're both going to build it. They're going to mirror each other this whole game.
I could believe it. That's a lot of Magic Pen. It's going to be very difficult, even for Flandre, to withstand that kind of pressure.
Hey.
Let's take a look at the gold differences. There's about 1,000 in the AD carry position, about 1,000 mid, about 1,000 in jungle, about 1,000 top.
Yeah, for an Aatrox,
just under.
That was down in CS for a very long time. We got to the 15 to 25 minute mark, but I'll hold that. In they come.
Here comes XX. They want to make a play onto Alias. What can be done by the rest of V5 in the meantime as Alias 1 versus 3. He's looking for XX. There's a flash out of the Pantheon. Maple's the next target. Alias, everything on cooldown though, and there goes the equalizer. Felt like Maple didn't want to use that. Redemption keeps Alias alive. There's a stopwatch as well. And suddenly, he's still going. Alias has survived. And here comes Y4 to hold them off. Maple goes for the 1v1 and will finish off the Aatrox as Y4 in comes CLX. Where was this V5 the rest of the season?
Good rotation to make him go splat. Alias almost outplays the 1v3 as well. And technically he does. He sends them back down to their base. But CLX is still hunting for Maple.
CLX on the hunt right here. Maple trying to find his way to execute. Oh, he's going to look for a recall. He's been spotted by the tower, though. I don't think he realized. You're not going to be able to escape from a LeBlanc realistically. That's another one for CLX. And this will be the Dragon Soul. XX still down. No ultimate available.
Just through the chaos, V5 are going to get the soul here. After LNG tried to get a pick and it went horribly wrong, this is the game for V5. They're on the precipice of getting their first LPL game win. Everything's lining up. Everything.
Man, I wish I was in the locker room in between games here. I want to hear what the pep talk was for V5.
Didn't know they went into locker rooms.
Well, I don't know, but something was said to this team in between these games because this is a totally different squad to what we saw in game 1.
I think you sit back and you go, you know what? Mole, CLX, you do what you want. You draft how you want. No coaching staff involved. And now Mole has the Magi Soul Seal, the 10 stacks from the Dark Seal follow over. And with Cloud Soul as well, let's just take a moment to look at LeBlanc, Rek'Sai, Aatrox. Even Mole, when he pops his ult, when he comes out of that animation, he gets the full 4 or 6 seconds, I can't remember, of that movement speed towards LNG. So the most dangerous point in the game feels like it's here for V5. And they're using it around the Baron buff. They've got full control. They're setting up to just get the pick, not necessarily the Baron.
A lot of power for V5. And also, XX currently on the bottom side of the map right now. He's looking for Alias, I guess, but he might have to sacrifice a tier 2 to find that pick.
Look at where XX is. I mean, he has the ultimate, but he's going to have to find a flank here. But for LNG, if I was them right now, I'd say, you know what? If we slow this game down, maybe Light has a chance with the Ornn frontline. Maybe Light can get his third item. He's got the Molten Edge now, upgraded by the Ornn. So there is a bit more power on the side of LNG, but you're not looking at their power right now. You don't care. Because you look at LNG, V5s, and you're like, oh my god, please stop.
Duan literally recalling in the face of the enemy. Despite the scoreline, despite how this game is going, he's still feeling confident. Flandre looking for the 1v1 as XX will ult into the fight. Alias once again finds himself in an unfavorable matchup. Or is it? Because Alias is a monster. Light's arriving too. XX just about gets the kill.
Thank God Light was there, but V5 meanwhile are starting the Baron. They don't have the quickest Baron team though. So for V5, this isn't going to net a thing.
Surely you forced the objective. This was not the time to back away. They're at least going to find a kill onto Maple here. I feel like they could have just took the Baron.
Potentially.
XX was recalling.
Munchables, they don't have the quickest Baron. And XX still alive, but you're right, he was recalling. So at that point for LNG, the pick is absolutely free. Almost turns back around, but that's why you say this game for Maple, thank God he's got a Morello's against this Aatrox.
I mean, at least they trade, right? Maple used his summoners as well during that, so I think still net positive for V5. Alias has his TP available. Light narrowly avoiding the Tempered Fate there. Nice little sidestep. And now rinse repeat for the side of V5. With Alias having his TP, looks like he's just going to go match Flandre in this bottom side.
Light's finally got MR though. He's got a Hex Drinker in his inventory. That's going to do a lot against V5's magic damage. To a degree, I should say, not a lot. Because he's still going to get bursted down against a Rabadon's Death Cap from CLX. They're not copying each other anymore. Look at the individuality out of our mages on V5.
A little bit of style coming out here, but on the scoreline, it's very much about CLX here. When you look at the difference in the assists, 5-0 and 8 here for CLX. Almost 100% kill participation. He's only missed 2 of the plays. He's been the centerpiece for all of this when it comes to V5. Maybe this was the... We've been talking so much about Mole, how well Mole's been playing, but CLX on this LeBlanc, maybe we found our new mid laner.
Well, he is meant to be a mid/top. I mean, he's a sub for 2 different roles. And CLX coming through when V5 have lost Max and they've lost Xiao Han. It was like, okay, cool. Who is going where? And who's going to facilitate these positions? Well, CLX has been playing support in this roster over Max. But going back to his roots, what he's known for is a solo laner. It's a good look that he's still performing well after having to adapt to a new position.
I find it hilarious that Y4 has been put in the support position as well. XX caught out here. Infernal Chains will pull him back in. Let's put a CC onto Aliez, but double Tempered Fate. Flandre gets a knock up onto Mole. Nice Sonias from him to keep himself alive. Flandre is so damn tanky on the front line. AS6 survives with the Caretaker Shrine. Both teams disengage for now.
Flandre has Warmogs, by the way, so he doesn't die. They're doing it again.
The Stone Plate keeps him tanky, but not tanky enough. Maple now trying to run away as Light is going to be exhausted. Knock-up flashed away from. Alias now is going to be re-engaged on. Y4 gets the Magical Journey. 1 kill for nothing. Flandre goes down.
You see the difference now that Light has his items, now that he has the Molten Edge. There is damage behind this Aphelios, and I guess I was wrong, Munchables. Flandre does die with Flash Up as well, by the way. So the trade comes through, but LNG have some more gold in their back pocket. They've opened up mid, and they're starting to hit some of these key windows themselves.
Elder Dragon is going to spawn in 20 seconds time. Flandre currently dead, but he will have that teleport available. The question will be, where can he teleport to? There is a ward currently in Pixel Brush. We need to see vision cleared.
And importantly, he has the Dead Man's Plate as well. 4 items strong on the Ornn in the top lane. And as we saw in that last fight, for LNG, they are starting to do more of this damage. The mid lane mages who are so damn fed are not as relevant as they were 10 minutes ago. And LNG know that. They're positioning towards Elder. Baron is also alive there as well. So the potential for LNG, who do this objective quickly to make a trade, is still there so that they can delay the game.
Vision control in favor of Victory 5. Map control in favor of Victory 5. Tempered Fate goes wide.
Now we're just back to square one. Y4 without his key ultimate. And move that gold graph. I want to see what's on LNG's side. I can't see a bloody thing. But Flandre, I mean, 4 members on him. And it's like, okay, I'll take that. He has Warmogs. He heals that up immediately.
And you don't have an AD carry. So trying to get through Flandre's health bar quickly is going to be a task here. Dwan rooted up. Flandre using his ultimate just onto AS6 here.
Wow, but
Look at the damage out of Flandre.
Big boy.
It's huge, but there's the equalizer as well. AS6 just trying to survive, gets the redemption and walks away. Flandre so low. And Alias is going to do a lot of work. CLX gets the kill as the rest of the team collapsed on. And it's Victory 5 going huge. They grab another kill for Alias. They walk over towards XX. They want to finish this one off in style. The full ace comes through, and it's a triple for the Aatrox.
And this might be the game for V5. Long death timers here on LNG. 30 seconds until Dwan's up and the rest of the crew. V5 are channeling down mid to break the curse of their 2020 split.
They don't even have minions right here, but the swarm arrives finally. They've still got 20 seconds. This is going to be the first win. The victory in Victory 5 will finally come on through. You're witnessing history, ladies and gentlemen. Victory 5 take the second game.
They finally do it. And with an unconventional draft, no less. What a way to start their season.
Finally start their season. I mean, I'm just excited that it's finally happened. Victory 5. One of my notes is literally no games won. Please just get 1 win on the board. They've done it.
Finally. Like, it's a sigh of relief, isn't it, for V5? But it's also the strength through that early game that came through against LNG, who ran the Pantheon again, was negated. It was that early first blood onto AS6. It was good reads from V5, and it was Mole and CLX having a massive amount of impact on their individual picks.
And it was a convincing win as well. Not the fastest win we've seen in the LPL, but when you look at who was in control of the game, pretty much exclusively it was V5. They got the lead early, and they didn't throw in the mid game. That's what we said previously. They've had early leads. They've been able to get ahead. When it came to the late game decision making, that's where they fell off. Not this time.
Much cleaner game. V5, you can see the gold graph really represents V5's ability to punish LNG. And constant fights around this Aphelios, who had no damage, who was never really in favor until that last fight through the mid lane, meant that V5 could do whatever they wanted around the map, and they knew that there was a time here on the Ornn, on the Aphelios, that LNG would be able to play around this duo. And they didn't let them. They started that last fight. They finished it cleanly. And props here to Mole and CLX, who I think dictated the tempo through these class picks.
Yeah, I think Alias as well has a fair shout towards the MVP there. Alias, multiple times he was pulling many members to wherever he was, pulled off multiple 1v3s and 1v4s and whatnot. The rest of the team could then rotate up and help him out. Alias was a huge factor in a lot of these fights, but I think CLX probably edges it out in the end on the LeBlanc. And once again, I want to bring up the topic of conversation. Maybe CLX is the main mid laner now.
Maybe CLX stays mid. Mole is so versatile. Mole can go any lane.
I know that Lyric right now is listening to us talk. He's furious.
Did you say Mole should not be mid? But like, this is the same as last year, where Mole is still Mole in any position.
Yeah.
Mole can go top, Mole can go mid. It's still Mole. We saw Mole as the AD carry Syndra, and it's still the same player. He doesn't shift his playstyle nor his class when he transitions lanes.
So here's the question then. If we put CLX mid and Mole goes bot, can he play traditional AD carries? Because playing the Syndra in the bottom lane, you know, you're still on the majors. When we saw him in the top lane, he brought things like the Zoe to the table, still on the majors. How deep is Mole's champion pool? Because that could be the issue of this kind of switcheroo.
The thing is, Y4 is still the AD carry of this team. Y4 still played a character with range. I don't know how to put it. I was just like, how do I make Bard sound like it's in his
He's almost an AD carry.
But the thing is, they don't have to. This is V5. They don't have to play conventionally, because with V5, their biggest strength is taking unconventional comps or unconventional positions and catching their lane opponents or their enemies off guard. It worked here in game 2, and V5, just like last year, they can play this again and again. I know they have so much more in their champion pools.
And against the mad scientists, no less. Let's see if they can double down and get themselves a series win. We're going to go into a quick break. Let's find out if V5 can get their first series win on the table right after this.
这波很聪明，好，并没有选择放线，好，已经放了，已经放了。这个小龙
回血，这边勾下勾到，这边人拖，这边龙是被盲僧拿了下来，整体阵容 W 血量不是下的有点快，小虎进去收掉了女枪的人头，又回了一口气，还没有阵亡，还是最后一丝血。虽然兰博收了下来，但是 Plex 只能自己逃跑。
3打5的团战，
这波有一焰的大招，
一个勾没有勾到，催眠气泡也空了这波。
哎，要留这边先杀了一个上单，剑魔这边是开出一个金身在原地，但是龙的话，我看一下会被刘子这边是忽然拿到了一个3杀，
这个烟花炸了呀！而且安吉这边还可以直接接这条大龙，要踢下去吗？直接踢下去，大龙的血量1万，一个催眠气泡又没有睡到，而且狼系已经绕过来了，
平 A
一直在秒掉了。 叫 ADC 过来一起打，
这波不会有了吧？4000血
，4000、3500，但卡萨要被打死了。
队友先打，
他还在打 A 拼了，他过来了，
有机会抢吗？
万，抢死掉了。
我又洗了一波，但是无忌来了。 无忌这波进场，请问你打下来效果还可以，IG 感觉有大龙 buff 没办法一波了，要撤了。
这边兵线被顶了出来 ，IG 没有办法一波，只能往后撤。
还想拆吗？
有点难。Rookie 那波留好像是没有
用命留。
哎，等一下，这边要偷家。
哎，这位置感觉有点机会，上来硬拆，
点再点，
拆
最后一下，这都赢了我。
哎，但这边老干爹好像有点犹豫啊 ，Lice 这边被打下了很多血，大陆直接 run 掉了。
感觉操作再追的话不好追了呀，又一个勾的是一个辅助。
踢回去的是谁？踢回去的是一个沙皇，沙皇直接被秒杀。
同时这边小花城是有一个复活甲的，4个人赶紧反向撤退，皇子一个到3个，一个筒子炸的还不错，但这个位置后期老干爹实在是太弱了，根本没有人能威胁到这个大树
啊！这个大招扫的非常的好，把所有人的位置逼残了。
但是也仅仅如此了。
没有蓝了呀！
砍下一个 triple kill， 后续还能追击，闪现一个一起的是一个女枪。
Welcome back to the LPL, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the Shanghai skyline there in front of you. That's the Bund. It's a beautiful situation, and there's another beautiful situation going on right here as V5
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
are getting to watch us on camera.
Yeah, no,
V5 have won their first game of the LPL.
The first game
Or at
of
least
2020 spring is a big win here for V5. They do it in style, they do it in unconventional lanes. And I'm excited to see if they can push it over the line going into game 3.
Yeah, let's take a look at our MVP. It's going to be Alias coming on in. What a performance coming out from him. You can see the damage percentage there, 27.3%. Just incredible performance.
Really consistent stuff from Alias in the top lane. He did it in game 1, but didn't have the support that he had in this second game. And this time around gets pushed over the edge with the help of V5. So I think this is well deserved. We were looking at Mole and CLX here, and it was this big play where LNG commit everything, and Ali is like, you know what, I'm Aatrox. I do this.
Look how far away Y4 is at the start of this play. He was at Dragon Pit, and he just bolts across the map as the bard to save his top laner.
That dude is fast with the, what's that item again? Shurima's Shuffle, Shurelia's Reverie. There we go.
I couldn't remember either.
Really not close either way, but... And then they just turn it around. Good positioning from V5, but most importantly, they punished LNG all game long.
The Mimic Distortion at the end there from CLX as well. I just love it. I thought it had all gone wrong, but then he comes in from the side. Oh, beautiful to see. And great to see them on the same page as a team.
For the first time. I mean, that gives you the first win. We then have to discuss LNG, though, because in that game, LNG was shut down from the get-go. XX was not the Pantheon we saw in game number 1. And now with Asura coming into game 3, as expected here, Light plays the start, V5 get the win, and they go, no, this is still an important series, and this is one that V5 have tested us in. They need to bring in their starting AD carry and cement that bottom lane.
They can't afford to get a loss here. They're at the middle of the table right now. They're 2-2, and losing to V5 is not a situation they're willing to entertain. It was a Christmas party before. They'd let their hair down. They put their nice frock on. Now the fire alarm's gone off. Everyone's wet outside. It's a disaster. It's all falling apart. And they're bringing in the special forces.
The difference with this bottom lane is that with Light and Dwan didn't look as coordinated as he did with Asura. And that's that synergy discussion we talk about in the LPL quite a lot as well. And as we go into picks and bans once again, on the same sides, by the way, for Asura here, he's a similar AD carry, but better quality and better consistency.
Now, I really like that Syndra ban coming in from LNG because it removes the possibility of Mole going bot, right? It removes that Syndra ADC, and it's something we talked about before the break. How flexible is Mole? If he goes into that ADC position, can he play other things? It looks like we're going to be forcing Y4 onto an ADC once again.
There are other things to do, though, in this draft, so let's not discount that this could go wacky in a split second for V5. I do want to remind everyone that with Asura and Dwan, the last series against BLG, 3 games in a row, it was Senna Tahm Kench because BLG let that slip through. Now with another red side ban, V5 are not giving that risk. They're not setting up the fasting center that Asura and Dwan always prioritize.
I want to see the Aatrox first pick here. Take it away from Alias, give it to Flandre. We know he can play it. We know he can take over games with it. They're not going to go for it. They're taking the Zoe for Maple.
That's a big denial. More than anything, denying Mole from first picking this safe mid laner. And at the moment, we categorize safe mid with Rumble and Zoe and even Azir. And Zoe away from Mole is big. Maple also loved this champion heavily in the past.
Massive respect from LNG in the bans here with both of those majors taken away. This time, now we have to see where V5 are going to pivot to. AS6 going to have himself a Rek'Sai. Do we see an Echo locked in this early? I'd be surprised, but it looks like they're aiming towards the mid lane.
The Echo we've seen in yesterday, especially from Beishang, it went towards the jungle, so most likely not. This sits with CLX. We have to remember that CLX played this in game number 1, and the theme of this draft so far is that Mole will be going to the bottom lane. So an early Orianna for V5.
So once again, in game number 1, in case you guys missed it, we had a Kalista Neeko support bot with Mole playing Neeko there. Theoretically, the combination was there alongside the Orianna. Execution never got close. Let's see alongside this Orianna, because CLX played fine on the Orianna.
Yep.
Let's see a better combo in that bottom lane.
But looking at LNG, they are just going ahead with this draft, and Aphelios was still open. It's made this way through. The third time in a row that V5 have given over the Aphelios, and this time XX is going back to what he was known for last year and what he's been playing heavily at the start of this split, which is the Jarvan and the ability to influence that mid lane with Maple.
Well, the Aatrox comes through for Alias. Once again, he got MVP in game number 2 with his Aatrox. And the Ornn's still up. Will they be willing to lock in an Ornn for Flandre once again, though?
Well, Flandre's played Mordekaiser and he's played Ornn. There's one of the bans on your screen. I expect V5 to be banning this Ornn away and putting Flandre in a different position. Even though he has a very large champion pool, it means that we're going to see a new champion in the series.
I mean, part of me deep down thinks maybe you just let the Ornn through. Maybe you get Flandre onto the tank.
Yep.
Like, Flandre can carry a game comfortably. If you force him onto something like a Renekton, he will play that Renekton and he will destroy. He's actually played the Qiyana top.
That is a ban towards Flandre.
I don't think it's that good, the Qiyana top. They did win with it, though, so, I mean, you can't really argue with the results.
If we're talking about what he's played in the past this split, remember he's also played the Malphite in the top lane. Now, draft considered here with Zoe in the mid lane. Probably not going to be seeing that out of Flandre. But there are tanks available. There is the Ornn available here. As LNG ban away the Cassiopeia. So thinking that maybe another mage that could accompany the bottom lane for Mole, Cassiopeia in the past we've seen paired up with the duo lane to look for early pressure.
Now the question will be, where do V5 go? Still things like the Ziggs. That's another AP bot laner that you could run with if they really want to go down that style. They do have the AD jungle and top, so it's possible. But the Neeko, for his second time in the series, are they willing to lock it? The answer's yes.
But this time they can't pair it up with the Kalista. So what is going to be in the bottom lane? Well, I also want to point out as LNG flex over it that Flandre has played the Janna top, but into a matchup like the Aatrox, it's just going to be so damn dangerous. Don't. Thank you. All right.
Duan gets his Nautilus once again. Nautilus Aatrox, about as strong of a bot lane as you can hope for,
You could still pick Malphite here. You could still pick Malphite. I discounted it because of one pick, and that's wrong of me. Remember, I'm a play-by-play, and what do I like the most? I love big ultis. Who has the biggest ulti in the game, Munchables?
Orianna.
Who else?
Cheering with glee from the team house over there, but now we have to see what the pick in the bottom lane will be.
Oh,
it's going to be, I guess, how do we do this? How do we rearrange this one?
So, let me get into color mode for you, okay? Here's what I think is going to happen.
Mole ADC, Y4 support once again.
Yep, that's it. That's what I thought was going to happen.
APC. And you get the extra AD from the Pyke as well. I kind of like it. I kind of like it. It worked in game number 2. Let's see more of it.
I was going to say for V5. I mean, it's a unique draft once again, right? It's a draft that only V5 could pull off. And there's a lot of people out there who are going to be naysayers. But at the end of the day, for V5, innovative drafts is what's starting to make this team very unique. They're the only team playing around with positions and picks and not playing conventional bottom lanes at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, sod the naysayers, honestly. Let's do this, V5. I was all aboard with LNG at the start of this series, but you've convinced me in game number 2. Now going with a similar style, different champions, but still keeping that role switch up and going. And Y4 played a decent game on Bard as well. I can't wait to see his Pyke.
Yeah, and as we talked about in the 2v2, look, there's going to be a lot of pressure. Ability to put the ball onto Y4, and he gets in the backline for an easy shockwave. So again, this combination through the bottom lane is there. But remember in game 1, Kalista, it was Mole and Y4, and that just didn't work out. But if we have CLX and we have Y4 this time around, it could be a better duo. I just want to see as we get into game, because you never know who's really going bot until we get on the rift.
Well, based on the other 2 games, I'm thinking it'll probably be CLX mid with the Orianna once again. Mole loves this Neeko.
Yeah.
You can see Mole and Y4, I think, are probably going to be down in the bottom lane with CLX in the mid lane on the Orianna.
Is it going to be on-hit Neeko for not Y4, but for Mole? That's my question. Because in the past, we have seen AD Neeko, but previous nerfs, people went away from it.
So I think Just because
What's the
the
room?
rest of the composition has 3 ADs in your Pyke, in your Rek'Sai, and in your Aatrox, you probably go for the AP Nico and look for a big Pop Blossom alongside the Shockwave from Orianna.
Yeah. Good to ask the questions, though. We start with the Doran's
Yeah,
Ring and
for
Glacial
sure.
Augment, so there we go. So it is going to be AP. But that's a good point. Spread of AP damage between Mole and CLX this game. Airy on the Orianna. Now, as an Orianna savant, I will say my favorite is... what is my favorite? I
Hang
think
on.
it's Airy.
I'm
Hello.
just going to take your attention
Go
for a
nuts.
second and point you towards the scoreboard where you can see Flandre has not bought a Doran's Shield. He's just gone for a pot and nothing else.
Oh, no. Does he realize? He danced before, so he's in a good mood.
Well, you can't afford the Flask and the Doran's Shield. So he's made the conscious choice not to go for the Doran's Shield there, just going for a Flask, but not even going for the Corrupting Potion, just going plain Flask there.
Just refillable, right? 150 gold. He has 350 gold.
He's found himself a gold lead in the top lane.
Well, not necessarily. But he'll realize this. I mean, that is...
I mean, it's probably a choice, right?
No.
When he's bought at least one item, you have to assume that it's a choice that he's made.
Well, I assume that...
Neither of us are color casters. This could be something that's common.
No, I will stand my ground right now and say that's not. He's got a bit of gold in his pocket as junglers interact. Here we go from AS6.
Oh, wait, he's on. We're idiots. He could just craft the Doran's Shield in lane. Of course. XX is caught out in the meantime as he's desperately trying to flash away, smites the chicken for health. He will walk away with his life. Nice early pressure from V5. Ornn can craft items. What are we on about?
Yeah, I know. Look, 2 player
Casters
players. What
Omega
happened?
lol.
But problem is, you don't just walk to lane without an item. I mean, like, that's like, well, it doesn't matter anyway, right? Anyway, moving on. Ornn has items now. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I got one job and I did it wrong. But that's all right. This is my last game as a color ever.
I know.
Probably.
I'm sad. This will be our last game as a duo.
I think people are pretty
Maybe
excited
ever.
to get a color on after this in Dagda. But yeah, it's been a roller coaster.
It's been real. It's been fun.
It's been much like
real
this
fun.
series. It's been very much like this series where I think
An
V5 started
absolute
off.
fiesta.
No, well, not necessarily.
To be fair, this hasn't been a fiesta. This has actually been relatively controlled, especially
Yeah.
from the side of V5 in Game 2.
I would not call this a fiesta. I'd call this decision-making wins out. And that's what it has been in both Games 1 and Game 2.
So let's take a look at where the junglers are at to start things off here. AS6 going to be clearing out his jungle, moving over towards this top side. The same can be said for XX. That first Scuttle Crab going to be going his way, the top side of the map. And I believe the bottom side Scuttle Crab currently being taken by the bottom lane of LNG.
Yeah, they just moved up. They've got the shove in lane, so they have the freedom to do this. And I guess after the Ornn fiasco, I want to come down to the bottom lane and look at Mole. What the start is actually here. Now with Glacial Augment with Predator on Y4 as well. This is a really interesting lane. Predator on Pyke we've seen from Lumal, but normally it is the Aftershock still being taken here. We don't see that many Pikes anymore though. And so it's all about roaming. First back is going to be Boots.
Well, if it's all about roaming, Bard in game number 2, that definitely feels like it's Y4's strength. That definitely feels like that's where his comfort zone lies in the support role. And let's bear in mind, in the grand scheme of role swaps, AD carry to support has often been one of the most successful.
Yeah, because it's been the meta with the Senna Tahm Kench at the moment. I do want to check back in on junglers though. We saw the flash before burnt by XX, but there's been no further engage. XX is towards his bottom side as Dredgeline. What?
Oh, goes through the clone there. Mole in a bit of trouble. Will trade it back onto Azura though. So actually the trade relatively even since Pyke will regen a lot of that health. Now, big wave going to be crashed in this bottom side. No looks for a dive or anything like that though.
Bit of a CS advantage here on the side of Asura, but that should be caught up after the wave crashes through and Mole picks up some of that. But Dwan has been pretty on point with this Nautilus. We've seen game number 1 was a great example of how consistent he is with these hooks. But also Dwan as a playmaking support is one of the best in the league. I think in summer last year, we saw the best out of him. Things like the Leona, Nautilus, Thresh, or even the Tahm Kench. Dwan was excelling. And with Asura, this is his original AD carry. This is the AD carry he's now been with for a year. And there's so much potential between the duo. It's good to see them back here in Game 3.
And it's great to see Victory 5 forcing a bit of respect. Nice flash out of Azura just to keep himself alive there in the 2v1. But it's good to see respect coming out from LNG. You know, they put the substitute AD carry away again. Light had his chance, lost a game against V5, and now it's going to be back Azura on the main roster. LNG not willing to accept
And it's
here.
not like Light was playing poorly. I think last game, LNG as a unit were just not cohesive. They weren't the same team we saw in Game 1. But that's also because V5 put them in such a bad position from the get-go. In this game, I think with the main roster back in tow, and with a better start from XX despite the flash, this is more the LNG pace and style that we want to see. We set them up as late-game team fighters, really good late-game shot callers, even with the change in XX and Maple. And with this early game going smoothly so far, that is the start that LNG are now working towards.
And it's not always just about whether or not the other player did well. I mean, Light didn't exactly play badly during the last game, I don't think. I don't think it was Light's fault specifically. So we've got to find the bottom lane. Mole once again getting hooked, but Azura is the one to go down, and this is the thing. Aphelios, so easy to dive onto.
But also the damage that comes out of Pyke. Ignite gets dropped down, and Y4, all he has to do is press Q after getting the stun, and the burst from both he and Mole on Nico is easy to secure an early advantage bot.
Fantastic stuff coming out from the side of Y4 and Mole. And Mole maybe just baiting the hook right there because he was invisible, as Alia's now going to be going in onto Flandre. AS6 goes for the flash knock-up. Flandre has his own flash available. Would juke away. Well, I don't think he's going to get away with this one in the end. Bellow's Breath won't do much, and it's a kill into the pocket of Alias.
And when you get a solo or a duo kill with the 2v2 bot, without the jungler being involved, the ability to set up for another lane is there. AS6 was towards the top side. He passed with a shoved out lane from Flandre. And now across the map, V5 have both top and bottom under their wing.
Well, would you look at this? V5 for the second game in a row find themselves an early lead. They've got Alias on this Aatrox once again. He was the MVP in game number 2. And he's looking to maybe have a repeat performance with a great start in the top side. And I love the AS6 setting him up for success.
On this Rek'Sai pick once again. Game 1, I wanted to see, okay, AS6 on Lee Sin, brand new champion in his pool. And we didn't get the AS6 that has this early game success. Games 2 and 3, a very different story. And now on the Rek'Sai again, he hasn't set himself up this time, but he set up his solo lane in Alias. And Alias has been the success story and the consistent story game after game.
Across the board, I have to say I'm impressed by Victory 5 this series. And, you know, going into this series,
what did we say? 2-0?
We expected 2-0.
Yep.
I think everybody expected 2-0. This is a Victory 5 that so far haven't really been able to achieve much in the LPL. But most importantly, it didn't feel like they had much of a style in the LPL either. They tried different things. They tried different types of drafts, and nothing was working for them. And then suddenly, they continue to change up the style every single game. They continue to change what's happening. And now, with Mole as their AP bot, with Y4 in support and CLX mid, maybe this is what they needed all along.
Maybe, but at this point we're seeing trades across the map. Herald was taken top, and with the Bulwark bonus, I think LNG have the play here. Bottom was getting shoved early, but Rift Herald will enable this first turret. V5 is still challenging, but this is gone. So LNG quicker to the play while V5 prioritize Dragon. They still will trade.
And that's the second game in this series where that has happened exactly that way. CLX gets a shockwave onto Maple. Does a bit of damage back, but he's going to go down in the end. Duan grabs the kill.
You can see Flandre aiming for the flash over the wall from CLX. So a quick pick and the first kill of the game for LNG, while for V5, bottom side continue on this turret.
And that, honestly, is... CLX needed to be a little bit more respectful. Obviously, he knew that they were at Herald. They've just taken the objective. And then you see Flandre and you see Duan coming into the mid lane. You need to respect that that's available for them.
All right, Munchables. Not too shabby of a start. But where do we go from here? I know a lot of people are going to be going, all right, okay. Bottom lane's ahead. They pick themselves up, turret and the solo gold to go with it. And also the hose. is available on Mole. But for LNG, Zoe's still in a good position in lane. Jarvan actually 10 CS up. XX has been farming the jungle meanwhile. Y4's starting to roam. He's got the Predator with mobility boots now. So through Y4, I feel like they're going to be looking for these advantages. They're going to be looking for picks. Yeah,
there's a pull towards XX. And it feels like positional control in favor of V5 right now. AS6 going to be farming away in his jungle. There is a bit of a CS lead in favor of XX, but in terms of the levels, they are going to be about even. A slight experience lead for both the mid and bot of LNG.
Things going around. CLX is trying to move to a solo lane, but you can see Dwan is doing the same thing. He's roaming much like Y4. And while Y4 has top side priority, get some deep vision, Dwan is doing the same bot and even setting up Asura to get this turret, while plates are still available. So right now, net in favor of LNG if they can push CLX off the turret, which they do.
So far they have. CLX going to be completely alone down here. We'll be able to clear out the minion wave in the end, though.
Infernum, just such a silly gun. 75% of the original damage goes to the surrounding minions. 75%.
You're not a fan of Aphelios, are you, Jake?
I play him, though. I am a hypocrite.
Not a fan of the champion, big fan of the LP, though.
Yeah, that's right. Well, actually, I lose LP when I play Aphelios. I play Jinx at the moment. That's free LP. People just walk into you. It's great. Yeah. Plus, you get movement speed off of Dragons and Barons now. Delicious LP on that.
Very delicious.
But, I mean, this game around, you know, Asura's in a pretty good position as well. He doesn't have his first item like Mole does. But hang on, Flandre, get out of there.
Alias just about misses the second knock up there. It means that Flandre can just dash out of the Infernal Chains. But it's interesting to see Mole has swapped to the mid lane, but there hasn't been a full lane swap here. Maple's still going to be there up against him, and now it's CLX and Y4 in the bottom side.
CLX just still taking a solo wave at this point. Mole just going back to his roots, it seems like. As that's not a good place to back.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble. There's a lot of damage onto Y4.
Dead.
Ignite's ticking, but he's got his regen out of vision. Oh, Maple gets it. And that was blind. They saw him go into the brush. They didn't have vision on him in the brush, but they get away with it.
And that's a kill over to the Zoe in the mid lane. Greedy backspace here from Y4. Has to burn his flash as well. And so the Pyke, who was looking for spaces and opportunities between the side lanes here, or between mid and the side lane, excuse me, now kill on top of Maple. That's going to be the first item, and it's around Dragon spawning in 45 seconds.
Blue buff going to be here. CLX looking to grab that one for himself. No help from the jungler. He's just going to have to solo that one out. And which means, in the meantime, you've got Azura and Duan pushing in the bottom wave.
Mole missing that was pretty damn big. Maple was caught out there, has the flash available. I was going to say, if we look at the bottom side, while Asura is pushing in for turret plating, LNG have control of the river around this dragon, but XX a bit deep.
Has to dash away from this one. AS6 has his flash, and he goes for the knock-up here. Shockwave dodged out from XX, but there's a root, there's a Pot Blossom. Everybody's golden, though, and it does nothing. Infernum onto everyone, and there's a kill for Flandre as AS6 tries to get away. He's ignited, and that's two for Flandre in the end. A knock-up to boot, and he might just find a triple. There's one for Maple. And now Mole just desperately trying to escape. He'll go down as well as Maple grabs a double.
Maple returns with his big ticket item, comes into the fight massively, and Asura gets off the perfect ult as well. This was LNG's to take. He doesn't even have the item. It felt like it. But Maple comes in, gets 2 more kills to the collection, and after that, LNG now secure their space in front of the Dragon.
And one of the big questions for this team is how will Maple perform? So far this series, he's been a little hit or miss, but right now, this game, he's looking great on his Zoe.
So we're going to see a replay in a second because I know how this works, right? Yeah, I might not know the role, but I know the game. And V5 are going to show us what they threw at some people with stopwatches. And I'll tell you what, Munchables, it doesn't look too good. We're just having a look at turret plating. Forget my point. That's a bit of money.
That's a lot of money going their way.
Asura.
And yeah, 4 of those plates went to Asura. The other 5.
There it is.
In fact, no, they all went to Asura. Yeah, he went up to the top lane.
So let's take a quick look at this. Because AS6 first, the flash away from Shockwave was big. But then the Pop Blossom, the AoE ult that's massive, goes onto 2 people who are golden. Asura gets the perfect Infernum to force V5 to disengage. And while he plays on the opposite side of the map, Flandre just takes the rest of the fight, and Maple finally returns from base. An LNG execution better on the day. Now Maple has that first item. Asura has that Infinity Edge that he fought with before, and Flandre is well on the way to his second.
And it has to be said, oh my days, the damage out of Maple, that is rough. He's got that Ludens and he'll make it work, but Mole is really struggling on this Nico pick to find any good Pop Blossoms. Nice hook there onto Y4. Walks away though on the Pyke.
Just on the note of Y4 as well, it doesn't feel like he's had any impact in this game so far, apart from that kill in the bottom lane to set up Mole. And outside the laning phase, when you want the Pyke with Predator to be making some serious leeway, LNG have survived all the attempts from him. LNG have survived the ganks from this Pyke. And he seemed minorly impactful.
The thing is, though, even though he hasn't been having an impact, I completely agree, he is playing Pyke. And it's one of those champions, it's kind of like Master Yi, where all you need is one good triple kill during the game and suddenly you take over everything. Speaking of taking over, it's LNG the ones that will be grabbing this Rift Tower for themselves. V5 want to fight for it. Duan gets the hook onto Aliez. He's the target, and he just cannot move during this fight. Worldender comes out, and there's a bit of sustain for him. Now turns it down onto XX. Massive damage coming across the team. Mole gets a Pop Blossom. It hits no one, and everybody's slowly falling from the side of V5. LNG staying group working together. It's 2 for 2.
And Aphelios, wait, never mind. It's going to be 3 for 2.
3 for 1.
3 for 1, okay. Counting's up. Wait.
4 for 1.
4 for 1.
It's all gone wrong.
Bingo, baby.
It looked even for a moment.
And Mole is alive on about 100 HP in the top lane. Again, Asura and Maple dictate the fight with an unkillable Ornn. And it looked pretty good for V5. Alias stayed alive for so long in that backline after everything was thrown on him. But LNG are playing this so nicely. And V5 with an early lead, with another good start in this game, have been neglected. Run onward with his hooks as always. The zoning onto CLX. But I want you, as I knock something off of our set, I want you to see the Shockwave hitting no one but Duan, and the Pop Blossom failing again. 2 key ultimates from V5 that fall by the wayside. And LNG with the Asura, with the Aphelios, and the Fed Zoe are able to dictate the rest of the pace.
And it's the fact that
the rest of the pace, right?
Look at that damage. The fact that Asura can just chill during these fights. He's not had to worry about any of the pressure coming out from the rest of the squad. He's able to just do whatever he wants, launch out his ultimate, just bash out his auto attacks. Mole going for a play onto Maple here, but he's just rooted up, can't do anything. There's a knock-up, there's a Shockwave though. The follow-up from his team, even if the Pop Blossom doesn't land, will still be there. And it's a double kill now for CLX.
And no one to help them out. That's so well needed here for V5. And finally the execution of ultis comes through a skirmish, a battle in the bottom lane. Maple dodges out the first initiation, but apart from that, V5 clawing some of the gold back in this game. And that slows things down.
It's a really important pick there to change the tempo of this game. Right now, it was all about LNG being in control. That switches things up a little bit with 30 seconds until the Drake. It will be V5 that try and get vision control. You can see the Scuttle Crab there for LNG, but that's it.
And when your item's behind, like the Orianna here from CLX, he's only got his first item. He does want to scale. He does want to be the impact in the fight. Alongside the Aatrox in the top lane, Mr. Old Reliable in Alias. Then this gives them more time, more opportunity, and even more gold from that play to get towards those second, third crucial items, which will be able to challenge LNG and also challenge them in front of things like the Dragon here, spawning soon.
Everyone grouping up for the Dragon here for the side of LNG, and it doesn't look like V5 are in position to contest here. It's not. Just going to be smited away by the likes of XX. And AS6, no way to get into the pit. Now we found a hook. Mole goes in for the Pop Blossom, but he's so solo. Walks away with his life. Asura is down. And now Aliez can't get the sustain. Maple, the one to finish that kill. As Flandre gets another.
You think it's all good.
Oh,
and then
no.
Maple. And then Maple.
Off the screen, a second bonus kill for him.
Asura going down raises your eyebrows that V5 are going to do it. But Maple is so damn big. He's showing us the other part of Season 9, I guess, coming through. 6-1 and 4. Full control, and they also pick up the Dragon off the back end of the play.
This is Flash Wolves Maple we're seeing right before our eyes. None of this Suning Maple in the mix. We're seeing what he used to be able to do in the LMS and making these plays on the Zoe. Now that he's got a much more comfortable champion for himself. Unfortunate Herald, but that's life.
Round back. You ready to see another replay? Dwanda started again, but the Pop Blossom this time stops Asura, and the execute that comes through from the bot lane duo looks great for V5. But again, the damage from Maple is so undeniable, and Flandre will not die in this front line. So right now they're playing across the strength of LNG. Asura is a byproduct that will do damage if he's still alive. And it seems like V5 running out of options because LNG have so many available on the board.
And now the Ludens has just been upgraded by Flandre, so Maple, if he was strong before, he's even stronger now.
Yeah.
One Trouble Bubble lands, and it could be a dead player for the side of V5. They're starting to fall pretty dramatically behind now.
And they're looking for a pick in front of Baron here on the side of LNG. V5 have to walk in. They don't know if this is going down. Well, they get a bit of vision now. And that's all that's important. But Control Ward means that, okay, are they there or are they not?
Oh, Alias, I don't know if that's where you want to be. Pulled in and taken down immediately. Cataclysm over the wall. Y4 jumps away for his life. Moonlight Vigil misses. There's a Pop Blossom as well. Can we turn this into something? Shockwave onto everybody. Maple still alive as AS6 gets onto the back line. CLX getting chased away. Walks away, but XX is chasing him down. AS6 falls. And XX looks for CLX.
Even with good execution, Maple survives, and so does Flandre. Say it again with me. Maple does a bucket load of damage, and that looked great. It looks so good for V5.
And you can see the Robo Colonel is not happy about the situation. 76.3% in favor. 77 make that.
Look at Maple's stock. He got 18% increase today.
Absolute stonks.
Dude, he's got some serious profit coming through, and we're going replay after replay this game because Dwan keeps finding engages. And even though Alias gets picked out early, I'm like, okay, that's fine. Maybe V5 can turn with this great triple Tangle Barbs from Mole and the Shockwave on top. But look at where Maple is zoning out. Even after AS6 tries to get the engage, Maple can't die because he's got the spare flash that Zoe
The problem
always
is
has.
it falls apart when Aatrox isn't there in the fight, because if AS6 charges at Maple and just tries to get a solo kill, you've got Mole and you've got CLX running forward to try and get these ultimates off. But who's there to protect them? There's no front line. As soon as those ultimates don't kill everyone, the rest of LNG just collapses on these easy-to-kill squishy mages.
And even with LNG, if they get those low health bars, you're looking towards people like Y4 as well to potentially get resets. None of that has happened. LNG now starting up the Baron. V5 are aware, but LNG is simply trying to bait them in. Hello. Oh, goodbye.
Trouble Bubble. Going to go on to AS6. They're going to follow it up with the Call of the Forge God. There's a flash. And well, CLX is no longer alive for this one. We've got a Pop Blossom going down onto Asura, though. This could turn the fight. Pyke getting one as Flandre finds himself double kill. But it's 2 for Y4 now. Alias still doing work in this fight. There's 3. I talked about the Pyke resets, and he's going up huge. But so is Flandre with a triple of his own on this Ornn. Alias World Ender will run out now. Flandre bails. 3 for 3. I think V5 are happy to take that at this point.
Y4 being cheeky, stopping the back here of XX as well, right in front of the turret. But a trade is better than nothing at all for V5, better than the past fights have been going. And we're going fight after fight. V5 still happy to take it out, still happy to play with the window around this Neeko. And even this Pyke, as we saw in the last fight. Munchables, I've never had to do this many replays in my life, but a Trouble Bubble to start us off. Now, you mentioned in the fight, Mole came through with another big moment, but I want you to watch Alias. You said in the last fight how this front line can play around. With Mole's ulti layered with Alias and now Y4 resets, they start getting some work done, and LNG's less tankier members are taken out of the equation. Maple also dying there means the biggest damage source is removed fast by Y4.
LNG going to grab themselves a third dragon, though. And the real question is, how on earth do you get through Flandre?
Yeah.
8-1-7 on this Ornn. Sure, the fight went relatively even, but Flandre has become basically invincible, and it doesn't matter if he's not building damage. He can kill squishies, but the question is, can CLX and Mole kill him? I don't think so.
We saw before it was so hard to get through him with just the two left standing. V5 around this Baron once again. Look at where LNG are. They're not starting this objective. Every time forcing V5 to blindly check. And that means Dwan can find himself and engage.
I thought they were going to pull the trigger on that. I was not convinced that Dwan's the target.
It begins
XX and Asura going to try and cheese on the Baron, but they're just baiting for now. Alias hooked on in, has to use the World Ender early. Thought that was the real Mole for a second, and I was real worried.
Edge of Night paying dividends there for Y4. A different optimization here for the Pyke into the lethality, or the lethality item Edge of Night second. Still trying to find a hook here from Y4.
But with World Ender on cooldown, that's a pretty huge ultimate for the side of Victory 5. They do still have the rest of their combo, though.
Flandre has himself the ultimate available as well. XX with Cataclysm, the ability to lock someone down. And we do Baron again. Two members, all they need here with Crescendum and Calibrum available. Look how fast it's going.
Yeah, you can easily just burn this one down. Y4 has to face check for this one. He's got the Edge of Night. Couldn't get a ward down.
Wow.
Baron just goes. There's no answer from V5, and now they have to retreat because they know that they can't team fight for this one.
Flandre just zones. Flandre, all he has to do is zone. You mentioned the word unkillable there before. Well, he can stand there against 4 people while the rest of LNG rotate to help him out. And a free Baron just taken like that.
And realistically, this is one of the issues that you will have when you run this double AP composition. When you're up against tanks, it becomes very difficult to get through them. The likes of Alias and AS6. I mean, AS6 literally can't afford to focus Flandre in the fights. He's got to be on Asura.
Yeah.
And Alias won't have the damage by himself to get through a massive Ornn during the fights. Flandre is only going to get tankier.
Everything on Maple and Asura. Or even Dwan at this point, because he's not super tanky. Does have the stone plate available, though.
And we've not really talked about...
Okay, right.
He saved the ward. It was all
Nice.
worth it.
He's going to path back around and probably... No, he's going to take this one. Sorry, go on.
But, I mean, we've not really talked about Asura so far this game. Subbed back in to replace Light after the Game 2 loss. But he's not had to have a huge impact so far. It's not been necessary because of the way these teamfights have been going. But he's still a Aphelios. And he is still now on the 3 crit item spike. He is going to be railing through health bars during these fights. And that's only going to get worse when you don't have much of a front line on the side of V5. It's all about damage for them. If Aphelios can just get a few autos off on his ultimate, that's going to be dead players.
The damage on Molten Edge as well, just such a big number, right? What was it, 120, I believe? 90 to 120 or 130? Either way.
80 to 120, I believe.
Big number. But the point is here that every fight, V5 have been focusing in on Asura. They've been focusing in on this 80 carry, and then Mole's been left standing. Now in the bottom lane, pushing with Flandre. He's got a front line to keep him safe, and he's doing so much work on these turrets.
LNG just waltz into the base here. V5 finally. Time to answer for this one. Azura flashes, keeps himself out of the stun. There's a hook coming in from Duan. They're trying to keep Azura alive. They won't be able to succeed, but I think they win the fight regardless. There goes Mole as well as he tries to walk away. Gets the root, but Flandre finds yet another double kill. There's a knock-up onto the last remaining member, Alias, in a 1 versus 4. Very symbolic of the rest of this series right here. He drops, and it's an inhib, and maybe the game.
Maybe the game. I think it's definitely going to be the game here, Munchables. Long death timers here with Y4 only soon to watch his base crumble. V5 came close, but this looks like it's LNG all the way.
You could see game number 3 was serious mode for LNG. They bring in their main AD carry, they turn up the heat, and they take a convincing win against Victory 5. It did go the full 3 games. Fair play to Victory 5. They get their first win on the board, but LNG, the better team at the end of the day.
But boy, did V5 test them, especially in Game 2, especially even in Game 3 in the early game. V5 gave them more of a run than LNG were expecting. And that game was kind of like, okay, LNG finally coming together. We did see more of the team fighting, as we know with LNG. We did see more of the coordination coming through, especially from Flandre. Like, Flandre we talked about as just being a frontline, but it's a perfect example of how Flandre fits in, facilitates the rest of LNG.
Honestly, you mentioned that we got to see more team fighting. This felt like a game of team fight tactics. They just grouped as 5 and just butted heads countless times, especially around the top side for the Baron. We just got to see these 5v5s over and over, and you have to give props to Alias during these fights. He did try his best. He had multiple really great fights, but ultimately when it comes to the top lane, Flandre was such a huge impact.
Really was. Look at the Ornn damage as well. Maple was so fed, but Flandre did more damage than Asura on Aphelios. Symbolic in its own way as to how Flandre stayed consistent in this series.
Flandre had an amazing series. Maple as well in game number 3. Really, really strong performance coming out from him. Just popping health bars left, right, and center. And now you have to really go back to the drawing board for V5. Yes, they got 1 win on the board, but every team that goes against them will watch this series to see how they got that win, and I don't think that style's going to work for them again.
Well, the thing is with V5, we've said that before. We said last year that the style of changing lanes or changing up the game plan, using, I guess, let's call it surprise tactics in a way, not to disregard it, wasn't going to work. And the thing is, they did test LNG in this series because of their drafting and because of the unique picks. So, while I still want to give credit towards the innovation, I think at the end of the day, V5 are still trying to find themselves, and yes, we need some strength and consistency in this roster. But at the moment, I would say through Alias, they're starting to build that because he is the most consistent and the strongest person in this roster by far from this series.
Now, one thing I will say about this style of gameplay where you run the mage in the bottom lane, if you're against a team that relies very heavily on their AD carry to be the main driving force, teams like Vici Gaming, for example, that kind of have all of the eggs in the iBoy basket, this kind of strategy can work very, very well because you delay the AD carry leveling up and becoming a significant powerhouse, especially with the Syndra in that position because you can just consistently shove in. But it's going to be a little bit easier for any future teams to draft around this. They know that the Syndra is going to be the key pick for the side of V5, and I mean, it remains to be seen. We'll have to find out, but I'm not sure that it's going to be a strategy that's rinse and repeat.
I would love to see like changing of champs, like Ziggs coming through. I mean, there's so much more you can do here, but you know, I see your point. Against a team that has strong AD carries and like Aphelios with priority in the meta, Misfortune, Senna, all these big ADs we're seeing in the LPL that do make differences in games, when this goes badly, it falls flat. And ADs do take over. So I think at the moment, V5, like, yeah, back to the drawing board. Let's see what they come out with for their next series, though.
And one thing that I'm super excited about is we saw Flandre on Ornn here, right? And when we've talked about it in the past, Flandre, we've talked about how he wants the Aatrox. He wants to be on something that he can really carry the game on. If that isn't a proof that he can carry the game on Ornn, like, it doesn't matter if he's on a tank. Flandre has such a huge impact on every single team fight.
And such a massive champion pool. So if you're excited to see things like Aatrox, I expect in the future we'll see more crazy things like the Malphite. I even expect to see the Poppy Top again. He's a career Maokai player as well. And I know people won't get excited.
It's not that exciting, yeah.
Well, but in a way, it's like not seeing that much Maokai apart from E-Stars. I think, yeah, why not?
I mean, it's exciting to see it occasionally, that's for sure. But I think that the Ornn especially, he can do so much damage on. The Malphite can be incredibly impactful if you can find the right ultimates if the enemy team does group up. And Flandre, definitely a player. If you guys are new to the LPL, if you want to look at the teams that are around the middle of the table rather than just your top 3 or 4, LNG could be one of those teams that you need to keep your eyes on, and Flandre especially. But Maple too stepping up in this series.
Made playoffs towards the end of summer. They beat Invictus Gaming in the first round in summer playoffs too. So LNG are not a sleeper team. But with all the changes, people were questioning, how's it going to look through the mid lane with LNG? Fun was really stepping up towards the end of the split. And XX coming in over SOFM, who became the franchise jungler, who became franchise player along Flandre. Those changes made people go, well, LNG are worse. But with what I'm seeing here, I think the potential to get back up to that level and still be a playoff team is very, very relevant, even this early on in the split.
I can definitely see LNG in playoffs, but there is definitely work to do.
Of course.
There's a lot of weaknesses here, especially even if it's with Light on the roster. Losing a game to V5, you're the first team in the LPL to do it this season. It's a rough look, that's for sure, but they have had some good wins on the board. They managed to take a series against BLG. Ultimately, we do need to see them doing better once they're against the better teams, because when you look at their match history, they lost to OMG, they lost to Top Esports. They've yet to play any of the truly top teams. When you're thinking FPX, when you're thinking RNG, when you're thinking IG, that's where LNG are really going to struggle to find wins.
I would love to see this current form of LNG against an Invictus game again for a bit of a rematch against a team like RNG that we talk about for team fighting in the LPL. That I know it sounds like a bit of a cop-out, but some teams do it well, and RNG and LNG would be that, I guess, overall team play to edge out who's better.
Do you know what I want to see? I want to see LNG versus Rogue Warriors. Two teams with serious potential to make playoffs. Let's see how they match up. I'm excited for when that one comes around. Let's finish this segment off with our MVP, though, and I think comfortably taking it, it's Flandre. You're absolutely right. 10-1-10 on Ornn, 80% participation. The man's a monster.
Look at that big Ornn gun. That is a thing of beauty, and he wields it so
That's a
well.
forge horn in his hand.
Flandre on Ornn was so damn clean that game, and the franchise player, the only one left here on LNG, or rather Snake, is really showing up. And in the series, I think the Ornn looked like a bit of an assassin, especially in that last game.
It's not the first time that we've seen the Ornn looking like an assassin. It won't be the last either. But his ultimate's fantastic during the fights, regularly finding knockups. Just phenomenal play all around. And not just on the Ornn, when you get to see him on the carries as well. Regularly steps up to the plate.
One day.
I'm excited to watch him against some of the top teams as well. I already mentioned when they go up against teams like FPX, when they go up teams like IG, the Shy versus Flandre. I don't know. Can Flandre step up? That will be a huge question.
If he's in this form, that's all that matters to me. If Flandre is playing well, that's what matters. He was petering off towards the middle of summer from memory, also spring last year. Flandre in a consistent form because the rest of the map are succeeding with XX and Maple playing well together. A big question Mr. Clement Chu will have to answer for as well, because he didn't believe in this lane or this jungle mid, and he's not here to defend himself. So I just threw that route out there.
Take that, Clement. Defend yourself in Twitch chat.
No,
well,
I said it too.
That's going to be it from us for this series, and it's going to be it from Apathetics. This will be the last time you see Jake as a color caster for a little bit.
What a shame. For a little bit.
From other shows.
But you still got a much better color here today than me, for sure.
Well, I'll be play-by-playing, so you don't have to. Oh, you mean Dag?
Yeah.
I was joking. I know.
No, I don't
anyway.
understand humor.
It's about time we jump to a break. It'll be me and Dagda when we come back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be going into Top Esports versus Vici Gaming. We'll be back in a few.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. You always knew that you'd be the one that would
Welcome back to the magnificent city of Shanghai, China, as we jump into our second series of the day here in Week 3, Day 3 of the LPL English broadcast. My name is Munchables. I'm going to be joined alongside by Dagda now as we head into Vici Gaming up against Top Esports. And this one could be a pretty high matchup here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I think Vici, bit of a downswing. Top, not looking like they did have the same dominance from last split. So I want to see what happens when these two teams match up against each other.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup, that's for sure, with Vici Gaming up against JDG the other day. Not really looking so hot, and we have some moments because Vici Gaming, they focused around iBoy pretty much exclusively. They even played a Kog'Maw composition alongside a Lulu where they tried the Juggernaut thing, but iBoy just couldn't cut it.
Yeah, look, it was a bit of an odd one that they threw out. The first was the Kog'Maw game, then we had Protect the Misfortune, and it never really quite worked out for them. iBoy was getting caught out in situations, didn't have the protection that he really needed, especially on this Kog'Maw, and it was all a bit of a disaster, especially when up against JDG with this double backline threat of Kanavi and Yagao.
Yeah, just consistently getting onto iBoy in the backline. You could see Kanavi finishing him off there. And it was interesting that they consistently doubled down on this style of composition throughout the series. Obviously, the Kog'Maw, it breaks my heart that it didn't work. I'm a big propagator for Kog'Maw, but iBoy's positioning just not really good enough. On the other game, I think it was fair enough. The entire composition was designed to shut him down.
And I think at this stage, we've got to start seeing a swap up come through. You can't be on the iBoy hype train anymore. Look, this guy is good. He came across from EDG. He was putting up the numbers and still is to a certain extent. But I think it's time for a change on that side.
Well, my question is, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Zika? He's coming through in the mid lane, and he's looking pretty damn good. The most important thing, though, is he does his yoga. This guy is flexible. We're seeing all different styles of mid laner come through for Zika.
And I want to see them start focusing more around Zika. This guy is coming over from KT Roaster. He was a trainee there, worked under BDD. Now has put up some serious stats that you can see on your screen. And when we compare him to iBoy, look, they're about doing the same amount of percentage damage, but he's getting a lot less when it comes to that gold share. He's getting about 3 to 4% less, and as well as has a higher KDA. If they can invest in Zika, I think their stock market's going to start booming.
We'll have to see if they can get them stonks, as we were saying in the last game as well. But look at the champion pool there. You got Zoe, which is your stock standard, and then you got the Echo, you got the Sylas, these skirmishers, and then you got the Galio when he's playing around iBoy as well. And that is what I really want to focus on, in that Zika, he's playing whatever his team needs.
And this is why I think focusing on him can do so well, because we've seen so many different styles. The only big one we haven't seen are like the Hypercarries, the Azirs, these style of champions that could really open up this Korean mid laner to do work for Vici Gaming.
And I'd love to see him getting some of that attention, getting some of that gold. Let's see Vici Gaming allow Zika to be the carry. Come on, Coma, give him some love in that mid lane. But on the other side of the things, we're going to talk
all
about
of the things.
All of the things. We've got to talk about Knight and Karsa as a duo, right? Coming into this season, we were sold that Knight and Karsa was going to be the ultimate mid-jungle duo. This was meant to be God's gift to the mid lane and God's gift to the jungle combined. But unfortunately, it's not really worked out so far.
Look, we were expecting these two to come in and work magic around that mid lane, but we haven't seen that, and now it does come to the conclusion, are they deadly or is it a dunce matchup for them?
We'll have to wait and see. Now, one of the big things is that while Karsa, especially when he played against Peanut the other day, really struggled, he pretty much fell apart. We do have a bit of a shining light up towards the top side of the map, and maybe this duo of Karsa and Knight can find some redemption if they focus around 369.
Yeah, I've been watching 369 a little bit this year, and he is doing fantastic things in the top lane, supported by both Karsa and with Knight. And I think we got to start changing our narrative when we look at top, because 369 has the second highest damage for any top laner, only beaten by the Shy. He's narrowly missing out on the team percentage damage as well. He's 0.1% behind the Shy. This guy is really looking to try and dethrone the Shy from the #1 top laner.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, that's a tall task that he's going to be reaching out for. So keep your eyes on 369 during this game. And I'm curious if Top will keep to that style as we move through into this game. But we're into pick ban. It's going to be Top Esports on your blue side to start things off, as we have Ornn taken off the board, Varus as well. And it'll be answered by Season 10. You got the set in the center.
There are two things I want out of this game for Vici. Number 1 is an Aatrox priority coming in for Cube. By far his strongest champion. Cube is the top laner with the least amount of average damage in this entire league. His Aatrox at least peaks a little bit higher than the rest of those stats. So I want to see Cube picking this up for himself, and I want to see them try and prioritize, he called it, our Lord and Savior Zika in the mid lane. Have him get that counter pick now that they're on the red side.
Well, you've mentioned that 369 wants to challenge the Shy for the throne. The first pick, Kalista. If 369 is willing to take that in the top lane, that would certainly be a way to challenge the Shy. But we'll have to see. If you're interested, top versus IG, that'll be played on Saturday, so keep your eyes peeled for that one. But I want to mention quickly the AD carry bans right here. We've got Varus and Misfortune ban from top. We've got Aphelios and Senna ban from Vici Gaming.
So this is where I'm starting to think maybe this Kalista is still going to Photic, but it hasn't really been Photic's story to be the big carry for top esports. And if you're going to be going with this Kalista, you need to have the mechanics, you need to have your bottom lane in order. And right now, that's not what Photic has been doing.
It's been rough for Photic so far. He's been a little bit invisible on this squad. I mean, realistically, when your mid and your jungler are focusing around the top side, it's difficult to be the start of the team. We'll see how that's going to continue throughout this series. But Vici Gaming focusing on their mid and their top lane so far as they pick up that Renekton.
This makes a lot of sense. It's similar to that Aatrox idea. Get Cube onto something where you can try and pressure 369. I want to see what 369 is going to go for here, though. He's got a heap of stuff in his champion pool that can go against it. Has been a big proponent of the Gangplank in the top lane. Could potentially see that come through here as well. And more than likely to try and stop this Kalista, because stop this Kalista being hurt by the Cannon Barrage. Because one of the big things is when you see Kalista, if the Cannon Barrage goes down on top of her, not only does it stop her move speed, it also slows her attack speed because you're jumping to get those auto attacks.
We'll see if something like a Gangplank could come on through, but obviously the Renekton is going to be there, so it seems unlikely unless the Renekton goes to the mid lane. But we do have the Nautilus locked in for the support, and Karsa are going to be grabbing the Elise. So early game pressure matched from the Rexar.
I'm liking this. Here's what we're calling for. Vici getting something over to Zika where he has that carry potential. It's no longer about protect the eye-boy. Zika's now has a good pickup in the mid lane, can ban away counter matchups, and this potentially could put pressure on Knight.
We do. I mean, with the LeBlanc locked in here, maybe Koma, the coach for this squad. In case you guys don't know, obviously coming over from SKT, this is 3-time World Championship coach Koma. Maybe he's just going through the roster right now going, okay, iBoy, this is your series to shine. Can you do it? Didn't work out. Okay, now, Zika, your opportunity. Here's LeBlanc. Let's see what you can do.
I'd love if Zika could pop off in this game, especially against a team like Top Esports that has the renowned players like Knight in the mid lane. This is where Zika could have the opportunity to stand up. We'll have to see if that will come to fruition, though, as top lane is the name of the game for Vici when it comes to those bans, now that you have the Renekton locked in.
Interesting that even more ADC bans coming out from the likes of top. They are focusing down iBoy. They've removed Varus, Misfortune, and Kai'Sa. Lucian gone, which typically you see in the solo lane anyway these days. But their Xayah as well. They're basically saying, play that Kog'Maw again. I dare you.
I'm going through in the back of my mind what AD carries are still left up and available, because there's not a huge amount.
Ezreal.
Ezreal is the one that's there. I think it's a tall order to play Ezreal into the Kalista. You get bullied so heavily. This is a hard one. I was going to say maybe Tristana is the name of the game here.
I mean, I love a bit of Tristana in my life, but it's looking like iBoy is going to go for that one in the end. And we'll find out finally whether or not this Kalista is going towards the bot side. It feels like that may be the case.
The Kalista, I'm assuming, is bot side at this stage, and I like that they've gone for the Tristana, because you will get bullied earlier on in the lane, but as you start to get that range advantage, Tristana will very quickly take over that matchup.
Pantheon made it through this entire draft, by the way. It's been incredibly high ban rate. Nobody looking for that until the final lock-in. That will go to Knight. He has the ability to be really aggressive now in the mid lane.
And it means that now Zika has to play passive in response. Zika won't have full control of this mid. It's going to be looking like it's those side lanes again that we're keeping our eyes on. iBoy and Cube as well in the top lane to try and get control of this game and keep themselves safe from the roaming Pantheon.
final lock-in will be the Rakan for Maestro alongside iBoy. And I'm liking the look at this composition actually from Vici Gaming. A lot of mid-game power, a lot of ways to force an objective.
And as well, they've got the early pressure with Chieftain. So you have this Rek'Sai who can keep control of the early map. More than likely, I think they're going to be roaming towards Cube in the top side. We said it already. 369 gets a lot of help from Karsa and Knight. If you can get out onto the map and cut that off before it becomes an issue, Chieftain should help Cube get into a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Karsa and Knight wanting to focus on the top side. When they've got Elise Pantheon, they are very much going to be able to do that. And the Mordekaiser for 369, we've seen it multiple times here in the LPL. Mordekaiser can comfortably run away with the game.
And I think this is all going to start off in the mid lane. When you've got Elise and you've got that Pantheon, it's actually what we're calling for way back in our EDG series, whereas JJ and Scout playing this combo. You can set up dives so easily when you have the Pantheon stun, the Elise comes in to set up the Cocoon after, and then it's good night to whoever your mid laner is. So even with Zika playing this LeBlanc, the point and click is just too strong.
I'm excited to see this bottom lane as well. We've got the Kalista Nautilus, obviously.
You just want Tristana.
On the side of top. I'm excited. I'm excited for Tristana, but more so, I'm really curious how top will play because maybe there's a bit of focus towards this bottom side. With 480 carry bands coming out from him, that screams to me that their strategy is revolving around what iBoy is able to do.
It's also one of the things looking at Photic is how confident is this guy in the lane? Because we've gone with the Kalista. This is the high priority on this current patch once you've got the likes of the Aphelios and the Misfortune out of the way. But Photic hasn't been impressing me. He's got the lowest damage percentage of all at 22%. The next closest is Y4 at 26%.
We'll see if he can pick up his stats as we head into this series. We've got Top Esports over on the blue side, and already they're looking to invade into the jungle of Vici Gaming.
Well, they will get control of the bottom side regardless. Put the ward down and spot what Chieftain's path is here. With Chieftain on this Rek'Sai, you can start off with a solo clear, but having these early vision wards down, you can see one just at the back of Wolves, one at the blue. Will regardless tell you what side Rek'Sai is starting on. Will know he's up towards this red, and Karsa can start to path appropriately.
Yeah, the ward does come out from Cube, though, on the blue side of top, so they'll be aware of where Karsa will be starting, but you can see on the scoreboard, Karsa and Yu Yanjia both grabbing those sweepers very early on.
We'll try and clear out some of these wards as they move through. But all said and done, it is going to be Karsa starting on the top side will also be spotted, so both junglers with full information here. I want to see how they try and react to this.
They're going to have full information, both going to be starting top side. However, Karsa did get a little bit of a leash, so maybe have a slight momentum advantage when it comes to clearing through his jungle.
Yeah, you can see though, Chieftain has already started to head down towards this bottom side of the map. More than likely looking to try and path the same direction as Karsa, as we talked about, in particular towards this mid lane. Knight and Karsa can do a lot of damage. If Chieftain's able to keep himself there, make sure that there's no funny business going on, react to a gank that's coming in, they have the potential to turn that around.
Yeah, Karsa's starting things off slow when it comes to the pathing as well. He's actually going to be taking his wolves. So staying on that top half of the map before he moves on down. You can see Seeker just looking to see what's going on there as he stepped over towards the jungle.
Yeah, this is something that'll happen in range matchups. The melee will be pushed in regardless. Oh no!
Zeke getting stunned underneath the tower, and Knight once more off the back of this one has his stacks up and forces the mirror image out of Zika.
Big mistake from Zika. Didn't have to burn his flash or anything, which is going to help out in case Karsa does come to visit. But getting stunned underneath the tower, we're just bigging up Zika, but the rookie making some massive errors.
Yeah, unfortunate situation to be in, and nice fast fingers coming out from Knight. That's what we know out of this guy. His mechanics have been exceptional pretty much since the guy stepped onto the Rift. And that's not going to change in this matchup. Now, you mentioned the jungle has come to the mid lane. That's exactly what we're seeing.
The staff of Vici handpicked Zika. Pumandu and Koma had known him from when he was on KT Roster, knew him from solo queue, and this is why.
They want to set him up here. The Aegis Assault will keep Knight alive for a little bit. Has to flash Ignite's ticking. One more auto will do the job, but they're turning it around as Karsa tries to finish off one. Gets it for himself, and Yu Yanjia is looking for Zika. There's the flash. No follow-up from Nautilus.
Yu Yanjia doesn't want to try and flash, knows LeBlanc's out of range, but a good turnaround from top. And this is what we're talking about in that mid lane. It's a bit of a blink, and whoever goes first loses. In this case, it is Vici who go that little bit too far. Knight's able to turn around with enough damage to give Karsa the victory.
Yeah, it feels good for Zika to get that kill, but Karsa also gets the return. Here we go, all in onto Photic in the bottom lane. He's exhausted, but nice flash away from the knockup. iBoy getting incredibly low. Yu Yanjia looking for a solo kill onto the AD carry. Forces out the heal, gets a bonus route onto Maestro.
So flash gone on Photic, but heal still available. It's opposite trade for Vici's bottom side. And it's good to see Yu Yanjia and Photic have some control in this lane. Too often we see them just stepping back and letting the pace of the game be dictated to them, but taking control against iBoy and Maestro.
And it's off the back of an all-in from iBoy and Maestro. Now, obviously, important to mention that the flashes were used by both Yu Yanjia and Photic there, both available for iBoy and Maestro on the side of Vici.
It's also nice to have Maestro back in this team. Yeah. They were missing it, a kind of a voice on the team when Hong was there. Now that Maestro's coming back in, it gives a little bit more veterancy to this roster. Especially one, as he said, you know, Zika, Cube, these are both new guys that are coming in. And Chieftain hasn't been the best of shot callers so far, so having Maestro step back into that position is going to do great for Vici.
Dragon is on the map at this point in the game, and you can see both junglers heading towards the bottom side. Yu Yanjia and Karsa are going to be joining up as a duo to help clear away some of this vision and make sure that they're the ones in control of the bottom side of the map.
Now moving in to try and contest this blue, or at least in around this blue side bot lane. They have Knight who can start to drift across here to support them. Not quite the level 6 though. We'll hit that off of this next minion wave that's coming up.
And I'm glad to see Karsa starting off strong here, because the last couple of series is actually, he's going to be spotted on the Dragon. Chieftain will be moving over as well. Suddenly this doesn't feel so safe for the side of top. Knight will be here though. The Dragon will actually reset the entire squad. Going to be moving on over. 369 and Cube both have teleports. I think this should be secured with the Kalista Ren. No, it's stolen by Chieftain. Knock up onto Karsa, but Chieftain goes down. He's the first casualty of the fight, and Zika might just be next. In goes Cube on the Renekton. It's massive damage across the team, but he can't finish any of these kills off. Looking for one. Zika gets the auto in the end. 369 looking for iBoy. Flashes away to safety. There's a Comet Spear to finish it. Maestro stunned, flashing to safety himself. There's a Rend and a hook to finish it all off. Now the Skyfall comes in, but Zika walks away.
No follow-up to finish off Zika, but the rest of Vici are trundling out of the base after that fight. They did get the Dragon, but 5 kills now go over towards top esports.
Wow, what a skirmish. That all kicked off. Everybody teleporting in, full 5v5 in the early game. Most importantly, Photic surviving it all and grabbing 2 kills for himself.
And we've got to start looking at how top esports are going to operate in these team fights. Because you can see here, they've got so much CC that when the likes of Zeke goes in, when iBoy takes a step too far, they're able to get onto the back line so easily. And they're going to hit their stride in this mid-game.
Look at Zika's kill on onto Karsa there.
A little
just
auto attack.
Stuck around on not much HP, just drops an auto in.
Don't
There's
mind
another
me.
auto coming in onto the likes of 369. So Zika very happy with how that one turned out.
So 3-0 for the mid laner of Vici Gaming, and now this has got to be the opportunity for Zika to step up. We said we wanted to see him step into a carry role. Almost working up towards that Luden's Echo. Will have enough burst to take out the likes of Photic in these fights, and that's who his target's going to be. Because once Photic goes down, the burst damage from Karsa and Knight won't be able to carry these team fights into the long run.
It's a rough situation for top as well. Despite them winning the fight, they actually lost the Dragon, which when you're the team that's posturing around that, you're the team that's trying to force that as an objective, becomes a bit of an issue.
And also look at the strength that they have at this point in time. Knight is in the best spot Pantheon can be in this early game. Karsa also fantastic in these skirmishes alongside Photic, who's not quite got that level 6, but still great in these early skirmishes because you can stack up so many Rens around the place. And it's Vici who do win up the Dragon, but don't quite win out the fight. So now top have got to try and transition this into picking up some other objectives with the gold that they've garnered.
And one of the big things about the side of Vici Gaming is when you look at the AD carry difference. iBoy, obviously a great player in of himself, but on this Tristana pick, he will take a little while before he gets rolling.
And has actually gone for the Static Shiv build first. So this guy is looking to try and keep this laning phase going as long as possible. Will try to just work through those minions as quickly as he can. Keep Photic and Yuanjia in this bottom lane. And that's why you can see Karsa hovering around here again. They want to make sure that if this lane is going to continuously be pushed in, that there's no dives or anything coming with Chieftain and Zika.
Zika's going to grab his blue buff and head straight back on towards this mid lane. We take a look at the CS numbers. We're pretty much dead even across the board. It's honestly impressive that the junglers are even with the laners right now.
Well, it's been such a messy early game on both sides and very different to what we set up coming into this game. Originally, we talked about top having Carson Knight snowball into that top lane. We haven't seen that at all. 369 has been the one helping to contend with objectives on the bottom side. Usually, top esports have about a 40% control rate around these dragons because they just ignore them altogether. They play towards top, manage to get Rift Herald after Rift Herald because 369 is ahead, and they got about a 72% control rate of the Rift Herald. This is not the game what we expected to see, but they're still getting plays.
Oh, Chieftain's caught. He's low on HP, and that'll be a kill for Karsa. No answer because of the repel, and he... Oh no, the Ignite actually finishes him in the end. So it is a 1-for-1. No smite available for either side. This is a dicey Herald. Goes the way of Knight in the end, and it will be picked up as well. Now the fight continuing as Cube getting one for himself, and he wants Knight as well. 369 1v1ing Maestro.
Not for
in
long.
the Death Realm. There's an exhaust, and it will stop him in his tracks. Photic gets a solo kill in the bottom lane, and that's going to be the Mordekaiser falling as well.
iBoy, what's happened to you? I was just saying at the start of this game, Photic has been disappointing. He's got the lowest damage conversion from gold to damage of any AD carry, and now he's just solo killed iBoy in the bottom lane.
And it's with barely any items either. Chieftain looking to capitalize onto Photic. Gets the slow though. Kallista's pretty good at kiting. Will be able to jump away. One more auto would do the trick. Gets taken down by a Prey Seeker. That's a nice shutdown for Chieftain.
3 kills for this Kallista. A kill for the Pantheon in the mid lane. 2 kills for Karsa. Top esports are starting to get kills where they really need them.
Good so far from the side of top, and that's going to be the boots coming in for Photic as well. Really, really huge pickup for the likes of a Kallista. And also a Bilgewater Cutlass and 3 daggers. Photic is going to be dancing around these fights.
Oh, he sold one when you said it.
Oh, it's because he wanted a recurve bow.
That does make a lot more sense.
We take those.
Yeah, we take that victory. But now you can already see that this Kallista is well underway to ramping up. Boots completed, nearly towards that Blade of the Rune King as well. And you can see on the replay in the bottom left, iBoy just thought he could take the 1v1, but that's not the case.
And that's just literally baited by heal. You'd expect iBoy to be planning his all-in around that heal as a summoner spell. But then Kallista will not let you get away in those situations. You don't get to walk away from those fights. The leaps coming out off the back of a Pierce, it's all going to be set up for disaster.
Setting up for disaster might be the name of the game here as well, as iBoy trying to bait Yuanji into this. He's not biting.
They don't know that Chieftain's there, but I think they suspect it. By the way, Karsa is also here. Karsa's waiting in the alcove just off screen. In the meantime, Knight has his Grand Starfall available. If this fight starts, Vici do not have the advantage.
They had Zika roaming down, so this is why Knight is now positioning here. They'd love to make a play on the bottom side and get that Rift Herald down there to clear out some of these turrets.
I love how Knight's like, sod the mid lane minion wave. I want to make this play in the bottom lane. I've got a Rift Herald. I've got my Aegis Assault. Let's force the issue.
Well, Rift Herald will be popped. You can see Rek'Sai goes back over the wall. Chieftain not wanting to deal with anything.
Photic will be nearby, so they will be able to grab that for themselves. And that's going to be the first tower of the game, going the way of top. Now the fight ensues. It's going to be a knock-up onto Photic and a follow-up as well coming out from Chieftain. They don't kill the AD carry, though. Maestro went down. And now Cube jumps into the backline. That's a Renekton. Knight will be the next target. Zeke has finished that one off. A double kill for him. Karsa finds himself all down to no HP. Finished off for the triple. Zika is going huge. And this will be one last kill onto the Mordekaiser. Give that one to iBoy and take an ace, Vici Gaming.
iBoy swings across with the angry kitty in this one because Vici Gaming are biting back at everything Top Esports tried to do. The teleport was late from 369. It wasn't in a position to dissuade Vici from going into that fight. And yes, they get the bot lane tower, but Vici pick up the kills and they'll pick up some plates.
Yeah, iBoy going to be very happy with a little bit of gold there. Get him closer towards some of his items. But look at the scoreboard already. Zika's massive.
So Yuan Jia starts this fight, but look at where the TP has to come from 369. On a Mordekaiser, you really want to be trying to flank or at least be in the front line. He's so far back. And then Cube, who's got this fantastic slice and dice into the back line, sets up the plays, gets everyone low for Zika, and it's cleanup duty for LeBlanc, who's now got 7 kills for herself.
Unbelievable. 7-0-3 on Zika. We were asking if the team would be able to play around the mid lane. When you put 4 ADC bans, Zika will step up. Knight forced to flash now. Chieftain on the Dragon. And this is a breath of fresh air from what we've seen from Vici Gaming.
And finally we see it. When Zika is given the opportunity to make these plays, he's stepping up. Cube as well. We talked about getting priority in draft for this guy. Early pick Renekton means that Cube is in dominance against the Mordekaiser.
What a performance we're seeing here. And Top Esports, we have to go back to what we said before. They haven't been looking so hot recently. Karsa especially has been in question. And during these fights, he's not really been able to have the impact that you'd expect to see.
Well, the problem is that Elise works well in skirmishes. Pantheon as well works well in skirmishes. But these have been all-out brawls from start to finish, where everyone from Vici's coming down to the bottom lane. And this is why we've got such a disjointed Top Esports in this game.
Even more gold there into the pocket of Zika on this LeBlanc. He's absolutely running away with things. So we're going to see 7-0-3 at 12 minutes. My God, that's like the dream in solo queue when you're like, okay, this one's in the books. Now Zika, the pressure is on. Can he convert this into a win? Because all of the weight of this game is on his shoulders.
In theory, he should be able to. We said already that Zika does a great job at getting in and trying to disrupt the backline. Because Photic is such a short-range AD carry, trying to approach these fights where Zika's on a flank is going to be so difficult. It's on the likes of Knight and 369 with these point-and-click CCs or get the hell out of here LeBlanc abilities to control Zika in these fights. If not, Zika's got free roam.
Zika, I mean, Zika is the word right now. Zika is going to be the name of the game. And on the other side of the board, feels like despite him really not being the top performer for the side of Top Esports, Photic could be the focus for them on this Kalista.
He has to be. He has to be the damage. The problem, though, is in time, Photic is going to fall off in comparison to iBoy. Knight is going to fall off. He's not the assassin that LeBlanc can be in the later stages. This team comp from Vici will come online and become a serious nuisance for Top to deal with.
Cube going to be clearing out in this bottom lane, and Chieftain is going to look for the Herald. No contest whatsoever from the side of Top Esports, and it really feels like Top, you know, you mentioned it at the start, they typically focus on these Herald. They typically focus on the top side of the map. Right now, they've lost complete control of the entire map.
It felt like they weren't really paying attention to the top side of the map, though. This was where the game plan just broke down from Top. I expected them to play towards Knight, get him to level 6, have that double CC we were talking about, but here comes the fight. Photic!
Photic barely surviving that one. And that's just the sheer pressure that's being put on. Forces out the heal from Photic, and Vici Gaming goes straight into the brush. They want picks.
This LeBlanc is disgustingly strong. You can see there as well the Dark Seal sitting on 10 stacks for Zika. Rift Herald goes down in the mid lane. Chieftain and Maestro, I love where they're positioned. Playing towards the back, playing off into the fog of war means it's impossible for Top to try and contend with this, because with Maestro's ability to dive the back line with the ultimate, it sets up so well for Zika.
I can't believe they get a second charge out of that Herald right there. I just want to revisit the fact that Not only is Zika fed, he's on the LeBlanc. It becomes so difficult for top esports to go anywhere they don't have vision. If you're against a fed LeBlanc and you face check, it doesn't matter what champion you're playing, you're going to go down.
The only two I think who can survive right now are Knight because he's got the invulnerability off the E, and possibly 369. But I'm not guaranteed that that health bar is going to survive long enough.
Yeah, I mean, even Yanjia, if I could say his name, is not going to be tanky enough with the stone plate to survive a LeBlanc burst from Zika. Zika baiting him a little bit, dips back to the distortion. 50 seconds, though, on this Dragon. And you have to expect that Vici Gaming will be the ones with the advantage.
And right as we set 369 up to be the shy dethroner, he's not standing up. It's almost like our entire storyline going into this has been flipped on its head. At least Zika, we've got 1 out of 3 so far, because Photic, we're saying, hasn't been doing so great. Now, the main carry for top esports in this game. 369 hasn't got a look in against Cube anymore because the 3 kills have been picked up, plus the 2 items.
Yeah, but it's not really been about the 1v1 in the top lane. It's about how much these two top laners have been able to impact these all-out brawls, as you worded it, that we're seeing across the course of this game so far. But this is the kind of League of Legends I love to watch. Let's see the fighting.
Well, they're trying on top esports side to get control to allow Photic to approach the fight. They want to spot out Zika.
Here we go. He's caught on out. One repel comes out from the likes of Karsa to barely survive the situation. Now he goes into the stopwatch. But health bar is still looking great from the side of Vici Gaming. Karsa has to walk away. And Vici don't need the fight. They're happy with the objective.
Karsa had to repel early. Zika has too much damage. The Spider had to go up to avoid going down, and now they're going to turn on towards this Dragon without any sort of contention.
Very nicely done from the side of Vici Gaming. And Cube, we're talking about Zika endlessly, but Cube has been instrumental in these fights. Renekton's biggest strength is these early game battles where he can just jump into the middle of everyone, and that's exactly what Top are giving him.
And the thing we haven't touched on as well is that while this is all going on, iBoy is creeping up with items. Has his first one completed, now working up towards his Affinity Edge as well. This Tristana is going to hurt a lot once we get to the 25 to 30 minute mark.
So now as we reset, Baron is on the cards. It's 9 to 12 with 3 Drakes in favor of Vici Gaming. And I have to say, I was not expecting Vici to be ahead at this point in the game. But with the change of style, the change of expectation comes through.
And how often have we said that this week? Yeah. Even last week as well. We didn't expect OMG to take down BLG. We didn't expect so many of these games to turn in favor of the underdogs. But at this stage, the LPL is looking more like, oh, well, everyone beats everyone, and somehow IG are on top.
And you know who's one of the teams that's consistently losing to teams they shouldn't? It's Top Esports. They lost 0-2 to LGD just a couple of days ago. Those are not the kind of results that can go unnoticed. And now Vici Gaming, they're looking to repeat what LGD did just a few days ago.
I think for game 2, though, a lot more pressure is going to be put towards Zika in the mid lane. They now realize that we have to focus on this Vici mid laner to make sure we're not falling behind in situations like this. Maestro on the wings, though.
Maestro's been caught out, though. He's not going to find the engage he wanted there. I think maybe expected Cube to be going in just a little bit sooner.
I think he needed help a bit sooner. You see Zika was still a ways off, Chieftain as well.
Oh, big damage, though, coming out onto Yunjia. Won't finish a kill, though, and it's still very much advantage in favor of Top.
369 in the bottom lane as well, getting the split push underway. So as Vici tried to group to deal with Top Esports, Top Esports are happy to leave this Mordekaiser off, start to get the farm back, start to get some of these items, and maybe take a sneaky tower in the meantime.
Well, Cube will be there to match him for now, at least clearing away these waves so that 369 doesn't get any pressure onto the tower itself. But certainly just posturing, forcing a reaction out of Vici Gaming. And, you know, while there is a gold lead for Vici Gaming, you have to bear in mind, it's only 1,000 gold right now. The biggest advantage they have is those dragons.
And that's what I was going to point out. This is potentially about a 30-minute mark Elder Dragon if Vici are able to pick this up alongside the Inferno Soul, which goes so well for Zika, works magnificently for iBoy. Obviously, both teams want to get this Inferno, but it's looking very likely Vici can.
Oh, iBoy manages to get the buffer on his jump, but is it going to be enough? Keeps stepping away, and a Buster Shot to save his life. Not even a summoner has to be used by Vici.
iBoy played that well to escape, but played it poorly to be in that position. Look at where the rest of Vici are. They're only coming out of the base, and with this confidence, knowing that they've disrupted iBoy, they top tried to put onto the tower, but they're not going to be able to.
It's going to be Buster Shot on cooldown, but ultimately, I think Vici are going to be happy with the way that one went. The fact he didn't have to use heal, and that he didn't even have his flash available, so getting away with things a little bit.
So now as we start to come up to this Inferno Drake, Vici have got a choice in their hands. Do they really want to contest for this Inferno Dragon, or do they use this opportunity to try and rush down the Baron? I don't think they're quite in a position to force it as quickly as they'd like, but at least they can try and get some vision control set up around it and gift over one dragon. I think Vici, knowing Vici, will want to go for this dragon.
I mean, ultimately, it's going to be that fourth Drake, and it will be the Infernal Soul should Vici get it. So both teams, I think, have to be looking towards this dragon, have to be fighting for it. And based on the rest of this game so far, Top are happy to go toe-to-toe with Vici Gaming. The question will be, can they shut down Zika? Can they find a situation? Because we saw it in lane, right at level 2. Zika goes for an aggressive trade. Knight, with the reactions, can find the stun. A situation like that, with Yuyanjia to follow up, that will be a dead LeBlanc.
The rest of Top are trying to answer for that burst as well. You've got Kalista picking up that Hex Drinker. You're going to have a lot more of these magic resist items coming through on the rest of the team as well, because they realize, look, if we can try and stop Zika's burst right now, potentially we can turn some of these fights and we can deal with iBoy at a later stage.
Both teams posturing for a fight right here. Cube happy to step forwards a little bit. Oh, pull onto Maestro, but he's able to get away and get the shield up for his team. Chieftain just trying to clear vision. Yuyanjia could start the fight.
They know where Zika is at the moment. That's the crucial piece of information that Top are missing. Now they're going to start pushing forward, knowing the LeBlanc.
Zika gets stunned by the Cocoon. That's a Fate's Call, though. Huge ultimate used just to keep the support alive. 369 now has been found out off to the side. And iBoy's free firing. 369 still with his ult, has to run away.
So now you've got this Mordekaiser low, you've got Yuyanji who had to burn the Gargo Stoneplate as well. Vici can turn towards this dragon, and Karsa has to make the steal.
369 does have his teleport available though, as the dragon is started up. 369's head back to base and immediately teleporting into the pit. Vici Gaming back away, they've managed to grab a teleport.
They're very split off though. 369 is going to try and keep this dragon leashed, see if Karsa can get in to steal this away.
Death's Grasp won't find anyone. Cube tanking up the dragon for now.
Watch where Knight is. He's positioning to try and stop Zika coming in on the flank here. They're all in on this LeBlanc right now, but it means iBoy is able to free fire on everyone who pokes his head out.
They've got vision on Zika. That ward, oh, it's finally been spotted, and iBoy will clear it. Zika will grab himself that blue buff, and that's important. He didn't have much mana before that. In goes Cube, though. We've got a fight on our hands. Dominus will keep him alive, and that's going to be a stopwatch too. 369 finds Maestro. That's not going to really do too much for him as Zika finds one. iBoy jumps into the back for one of his own. The Ignite's ticking, but he's going to go down to Mordekaiser in the end. Chieftain shuts down the likes of Photic, and suddenly Zika desperately trying to win a 2v2. He doesn't have much to work with, as that's going to be a Comet Spear to end the life of one. Zika looking for a re-engage onto the likes of 369. Doesn't quite have the damage.
They forced them off though. There's no smite, whereas Chieftain is still available. So even though this was a long drawn out fight, Vici get what they came for, that Inferno Soul.
Here we go. Now Vici Gaming have the damage to be able to force the issue. Maybe look towards the Baron after a reset. Massive, massive fight for Vici to keep this ball rolling.
I'm delighted to see iBoy is playing solo queue Tristana though. When you watch it in this, it's dive into the middle of everyone, get the kill, and I've been CC'd, I can't jump back out. Watch where Zika goes here though. Gets onto Yuanjia alongside the burst from Tristana. iBoy goes in, CC'd down to only jump straight into the hands of 369 who comes out of the Death Realm. So again, we're looking at Zika to be the carry in these fights. Gets Mordekaiser low, which is the crucial one here. Knight, yes, has a decent amount of burst damage, but the Mordekaiser will be much more of a nuisance in these scraps for that final soul.
And doesn't that speak to what we were talking about at the very start of this series? 369 has very much been one of the saviors for the side of Top Esports, and it feels that way in these fights. He's doing so much for the team, forcing multiple members to try and deal with him. It's not quite enough to win out the battles.
I think they've got to look towards Zika again. We said it's on 369 and Knight with these point-and-click abilities to take Zika out of the fight. Zika's been allowed free roam because of how long he waits to go in aggressively. So as soon as 369 uses the Death Realm, that's when Zika moves in, and that's when he starts to pick off Photic and Yuanjia on the backside.
Well, you thought he had burst before. Now he's got an Infernal Soul, a second needlessly large rod. Look at the
Thank
damage
you for the
onto
demonstration.
Gaza. Good lord. How do you deal with that?
You certainly don't want to wait till he gets that Rabadon's Death Cap, which is the next item coming on board for this LeBlanc. Now, they should be able to push over towards this Baron, get the vision control back, and Top have to approach this river completely blind.
Just look at the damage percentage, 36.7. Zika is everything for the side of Vici Gaming right now. And you can see his kill participation as well, up at 83%. Top, they finally are going to look towards this mid lane tower. They'll finish off their first 3.
Cube is topside. Weren't able to get the top laner here to help them out. So, the mid lane turret goes across. It's not the end of the world. Vici still have very much control of this river area.
Yeah. And it's good to see Vici slowing down a little bit here because you're pretty close to getting the death cap onto the likes of Zika. I'd love to see them wait for that before the next fight. But speaking of power spikes, Cube in the top lane, he's got his GA now. He's got his Sterix Gauge. He's going to be really difficult for the likes of Photic to deal with.
And it gives Cube the opportunity to shoot into the back line, be damned about damage because he's got that revive. So as long as he's taking some priority here with damage, that's all you need.
Boy with the buster shot to keep himself alive in the Death Realm. Jump on the spot. I don't know. Gets away though. Survives for now. Knight comes into the fight and he's onto Maestro. Charmed up. And there goes Cube. We mentioned it before. Photic goes down. 369 is going to go as well. And well, it's all fallen apart for Top, hasn't it? Now, on towards the Baron, on towards mid, wherever they want to go, it all belongs to Vici.
It all belongs to Zika. The carry mantle was placed onto the LeBlanc. She finds Photic in this fight, deletes the Top Esports AD carry, deletes the opportunity for Top to win this game, and Vici can now push on towards the Nexus.
Look at this. Vici Gaming marching forwards, 10 seconds on the death timers, but they're going to find a pick on tonight. That should seal it. Veni Vidi Vici looks like Caesar's army is going to take down the Spartans. And Vici Gaming find game number 1 up against the likes of Top Esports.
Fantastic game from Vici. Realizing that they can make these plays in the bottom side, even finding against a team that I expected to have a stronger early game. With the Pantheon, with this, or Elise even as well, and the Kalista, I thought, great. Vici will lose out in the later or early game, but win out later on. It's not what happened at all. They beat them in the 5v5 early, they smacked them around when it came to mid-game, and they got the victory.
And isn't it just the complete opposite of what we've seen from Vici when they were up against JDG? We saw super slow, super controlled, farm up, get Boy on a hyper carry, let's win it 50 minutes. Today, we see a complete shift in gears. We see them going for the early skirmishes. They say, look, we know how you like to play Top. We know you want to battle early, and we're going to meet you toe-to-toe.
And it worked out fantastically. And again, we're coming back to who's going to be the big damage carry? Well, look at your screens right now. Zika with 24,000 damage in that game, picking off everyone on Top Esports and making it nigh on impossible for them to contest any of these objectives or even any of the towers that were on the map.
And I'm just glad that we didn't see any throws out of Vici this game, you know, because it felt like even though they were super far ahead, we've seen this before for Vici where they have a lead and it all falls apart later on into the game, but they stay strong. They win out these skirmishes, and they were messy fights as well. It was very easy for things to go wrong for them, but Zika played exceptionally. Cube as well in these fights, making sure that Photic just could not have an impact.
And it's not like it's not what we expect from Top. We see the 369 and the Mordekaiser, it's one of his most played. We see Knight onto something where he should have control in the mid lane. Early game jungler for Karsa. Still, they weren't able to find a victory in this game. It was Vici taking Top Esports at their own game and saying, no, we've got a better situation for ourselves here.
And when you're up against the likes of an Elise wants to find these picks, right? But ultimately, it wasn't about picks. It was about full 5 versus 5 battles. And suddenly, Karsa was not able to have the impact that he wanted in the early stages of the game. And I feel like that's the 3rd series in a row now where I'm saying that.
And Vici did a fantastic job of avoiding the strengths. As he said, picks are the name of the game when you have an Elise and a Pantheon. Even the skirmishes, because it leads into that. But if you're going to opt for these 5v5 fights, it's no way for Top Esports to really get a foothold in this, especially before the likes of Mordekaiser hit 6 and has the death row.
And I love how, even though it was all about Zika, the fights still happened towards the bottom side of the map. And Vici Gaming basically said to Top, look, we know you want to focus on 369. We're not interested. We're going to force fights around the dragon, around the bottom side of the map. You have to come and contend with us. And suddenly, it pulls things away from Top's comfort zone.
Top will mix things up, though, coming into Game 2. They'll start to prioritize Karsa in the mid lane. They'll start to have the likes of the Zoe come through early or pick the LeBlanc away for themselves. And I don't believe we'll see the same story here for Vici. Unless they completely mix it up again and have Zika go on to something like we're talking about the Azir or a much stronger early game jungler coming through for them. Potentially they could try and play around that mid lane instead of bot side, but either way, it's a winning formula for Vici.
Bro, what Top are going to do to fire back? We're going to go into a quick break. Join us in a few minutes' time.
这波很聪明，好，并没有选择放线，哦，已经放了，已经放了。这个小龙
回血，这边勾下勾到，这边人头，这边龙是被盲僧拿了下来。整体阵容 W 血量不是下的有点快，小虎进去收掉了女枪的人头，又回了一口气，还没有阵亡，还是最后一丝血。虽然兰博收了下来，但是 Plex 只能自己逃跑。
3打5的团战，
这波有银焰的大招，
一个勾没有勾到，全面气泡也空了这波。
哎，要留这边先杀了一个上单，剑魔这边是开出一个金身在原地，但是龙的话，我看一下被刘子这边是忽然拿到了一个3杀，
这个烟花炸了呀！而且安吉这边还可以直接接这条大龙，要踢下去吗？直接踢下去，大龙的血量1万，一个全面气泡又没有睡到，而且狼系已经绕过来了，平 A 一直在秒掉了。叫 ADC 过来一起打，
这波不会有了吧？4000血
，4000、3500，但卡萨要被打死了。
队友先打，
他还在打，哎，皮娜他过来了，
有机会抢吗？
哇，抢死掉了。
又洗了一波，但是无忌来了。无忌这波进场，青薇眼睛打下来，效果还可以。IG 感觉有大龙 buff 没办法一波了，要撤了。
这边兵线被顶了出来 ，IG 没有办法一波，只能往后撤。
还想拆吗？
有点难。Rookie 那波留好像是没有
用命留。
哎，等一下，这边又偷家。
哎，这位置感觉有点机会。上来硬拆，
点，再点，
拆
最后一下，真的这都赢了我。
哎，但这边老干爹好像有点犹豫啊 ，Nice 这边被打下了很多血，大龙直接 run 掉了。
感觉超波再追的话不好追了呀，又一个勾的是一个辅助。
踢回去的是谁？踢回去的是一个沙皇，沙皇直接被秒杀。
同时这边小花生是有一个复活甲的，4个人赶紧反向撤退，皇子一个到3个，一个桶子炸的还不错，但这个位置后续老干爹实在是太弱了，根本没有人能威胁到这个大树
啊！这个大招扫的非常的好，把所有人的位置逼残了。
但是也仅仅如此了，
没有蓝了呀！
砍下一个 triple kill， 后续还能追击，闪现一个 E， 取的是一个女枪。
Adrenaline, hey.
Welcome back to the LPL English. We're jumping into game number 2 now between Top Esports versus Vici Gaming. And a surprise result for game number 1 as Vici start things off strong. And Zika completely takes control of the game.
Delighted to see Zika taking over the game. He is going to be your MVP as well, and rightly deserved. Yoga's doing wonders for this guy.
He is flexible, and we've finally seen him on a carry. 39.4% of the team's damage. That is absurd. 9-0-6. What a monster performance from the likes of Zika.
Now his second MVP count as well. This is where to see Zika taking over. You called it in the middle of this munch. There's the little boops, the little love taps that come through off of each of these autos that eventually set up that monstrous scoreline we just saw.
Yeah, that's one of them. And then towards the end as well, 369 super low. He's like, oh, chucking a little auto in there. Finish the job. And that fight right there set him up for success. From the back of that, I think it was 3-0-0. The rest is history. Just ran away with the game. And another huge fight in the bot lane where Photic was just desperately trying to survive, but Zika did not let him.
And it's sad to see because Photic, this was the game he actually stepped up. The solo kill onto iBoy in the bottom lane. We're looking to maybe see Photic take over, and Zika says, not happening. This is my time to shine.
Yeah, not a chance. And well, as we head towards game number 2, when we talk about the mid lane, it's no longer about Knight. Zika has been the focus this series. Let's see if that will continue. Rek'Sai and Elise going to be banned away from Karsa here.
And this means you're probably going to see something like the Lee Sin come in from Karsa, where you have to nearly double down on getting that early game pressure, which Top have struggled to find in this series and series past.
We saw him struggling against Peanut in their series against LGD as well. Peanut's Jam 4 certainly making moves.
So there is a question here for Vici as to whether they ban Senna or Aphelios. There is the opportunity, if they left one of them open, that they get either of them, because Top would be forced to either ban the Senna or Aphelios and then they'd be able to pick them up. But it doesn't matter because they banned them both regardless.
Aphelios on and Set taken off the board. Senna's gone as well. And suddenly it's a little bit more open on what you want to first pick. Things like the Misfortune's still available if they do want to focus on iBoy. That's something that Top banned away from them in game number 1 of the series.
It makes it a lot more difficult here for Vici Gaming, because in the last time around we saw them go for that early LeBlanc, but pretty much Top get to respond at all points in time to whatever Zika locks in. So mid lane, not going to be heavily, I feel, going into Zika's favor this time around. And as well, possibly a counter pick for 369 coming up at some point in time here.
Well, with the Jarvan locked in for Vici Gaming, it means that Misfortune that I mentioned is still open, and Photic may be the one to grab that one for himself. This time, Kalista, though, has snuck through the bans.
Kalista has snuck through. I'm also looking at Rumble. Hasn't been taken off the board either here. Whenever I see Jarvan, that hot pot becomes up and available. And if you're going to go for the Rumble and you got a Kalista, that mid-game power punch you get is insane.
The Lee Sin you mentioned, Karsa going to go with one of his signature picks here. And I feel like you maybe could have left the Lee Sin for third, maybe could have gone for a different power pick, but I can understand finding your lane matchup so you can't be countered.
Exactly. If they go for something like the LeBlanc or the Zoe for Knight in this situation, well, then you start to go into Zika's pool and into his hands going, right, I can counter pick this here. LeBlanc, again, will be locked in for Zika here. I hope they do go for the Kalista or an AD carry in this situation so they don't find themselves banned out in the next rotation.
Now, over on the side of Vici Gaming, they're going to go for both solo laners by the looks of things here. Could be going the Renekton for Cube. And I mean, it's an interesting strategy because usually we see the solo laners left until last for counter picks to be able to come through. Maokai, though, for the likes of Cube.
This leaves a lot open on the table, though, if you are on Top Esports. You can pretty much take whatever you want into the top lane because you're going to have a free lane against Maokai. So I would imagine Vici are going to go back to the table of ban away the likes of the Gangplank from 369, some of these big damage carries, like maybe the Aatrox as well. So then you have at least a semblance of control in the top lane, but not anything that can just scale infinitely well.
I'm really curious. Now, we mentioned the Kalista. It's been banned away by Top Esports. And iBoy, his champion pool less pinched than it was last time around, but still quite a few AD carries have been removed.
Yeah, I mean, look, we could just go back to the Tristana. Clearly, iBoy has been playing for a long enough time that he's seen these champs come and go and can play whatever he pleases. The Tristana worked out well in the bottom lane, kept the pushing power there, meant that there wasn't a huge amount that top esports can do. So, with this double ban coming into the AD carries, potentially Photic takes away that Tristana and we're knocked down another level, although Xayah is still up on the cards.
Xayah's up, Ezreal's up as well if he does choose to go for that style of gameplay. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, they'll be locking in both an AD carry and a support together.
I'm looking towards Knight with this Lissandra pick, though. I'm not always the biggest fan of it because it is a counter in quotation marks to LeBlanc, but it's a I'm not going to die in lane counter. It's not a I'm going to take over this game counter.
More of a neutralize than a counter.
Exactly. So I'm looking at what Miss Fortune is going to be able to do as a damage dealer. Well, can she get through the likes of Maokai? Can she get through a Jarvan that's building Gargoyle Stoneplate? And if we start to spread this game out, how does this work?
You mentioned spreading this game out. The Kayle locked in here, likely for 369 up in that top lane. He said he's got a free lane against that Maokai. 369 says, well, I guess it's about time I start scaling.
As long as he's able to avoid the gank setup that comes through from Jarvan and Maokai. Maokai is really good at those early levels in starting this gank setup. So if you're getting Jarvan up there in the early game, they can start to set 369 behind. But as you said, scaling infinitely is what Kayle likes to do. So the later this game goes, top should be favored.
Well, the AD carry we didn't mention when we were listing them all off is that Varus. It was banned in game number 1. iBoy happy to pick that one up for himself. He doesn't know what support he's up against, but he's okay taking it into the Misfortune.
I'd like the Braum. I think you're either well, look, you always either pair Thresh with Braum when you see the Varus. They've gone with the Thresh here. The Braum, I think, would have worked a lot better. It prevents the stuff like the Claw from coming through. It prevents the bullet time from happening as well. Can block some of this AoE damage from Kayle as she scales up those levels as well. But it is going to be the Thresh, so looking more to prevent Karthon from getting into the bot lane. Have that Lantern to get them back in shape. And now Vici have their work cut out for them.
It's a very different style to what we're used to here from top esports. A lot of the early pressure going to be away from the top side with this Kayle locked on in. And honestly, the top lane you'd expect to be relatively quiet with a Maokai versus a Kayle. You're not really anticipating all too much action there. And with that in mind, you have to wonder, what's the plan for Karsa and Knight, this duo that have been, a little bit hit or miss recently?
If this is the game where we actually see the regular top esports, the player in 369 top esports, it could work. You've got a Kayle that likes to go forward, scale up. You've got the opportunity there to set up, especially against the Maokai, who, yes, will build beefy, but is quite vulnerable if you can overextend him in the lane. So potentially we see Karsa Knight again focused towards that top side. And this is one of the things that Lissandra does allow you to do. Oftentimes you take the teleport, you've got decent wave clearance to LeBlanc because LeBlanc has the distortion forward to clear the wave, whereas you've got your Q that's up on a much lower cooldown. So I'd like to see them move towards that top side. And again, we just fall short, leave Photic and Yuanji in the bottom.
Yeah, and they're going to be very safe on the Nautilus Misfortune as well. It's one of those duos that you can pretty much pick it no matter what the situation. It's an incredibly strong bottom lane to work with, and worst case scenario, you just clear the wave with the bullet time. Here we go though, game number 2 on the way as we see Vici Gaming 1-0 up in this series, and top esports not going to be happy about that. They're going to be coming in swinging for game 2.
Top esports have scaling on their side this game. Vici now the ones that are put on a clock. How do they react when the pressure is now put on them?
And this is just about as Chinese League of Legends as Chinese League of Legends gets right here, as top going to be invading. In the meantime, we've got Vici invading in the top side of the map. Zika going to spot Knight out here. Chieftain hasn't been seen just yet. They're going to back away because they know that the whole roster for top is here now. I believe that top didn't actually see anyone from Vici just yet.
So, more information going in favor of Vici. They will realize that with them exiting out from top side, there's a ward on this blue buff. So how does Chieftain try to play around this? They've no sweepers to take it out early. So it looks like they're just going to say, okay, we accept this. we're going to have to give over the information as to where we're starting.
Yeah, they just don't have time to go to any of the other buffs to start anything crazy here. And so Chieftain will start off with his blue buff. And in the meantime, we're going to see Karsa over towards the bottom side of the map. He'll start with his own blue. Obviously, knowledge is going to be equal, though, because Vici got a bunch of wards over in the top side of the jungle.
Also, with Photic and Yuanjia showing up to lane late, this gives the push advantage to iBoy, but also means that they know Karsa started on the blue.
And look at Knight. He's running Electrocute here on the Lissandra. Not going for the Aftershock, not playing defensive. He wants to make moves.
This just says, yes, look, we're going to play around Knight. The Electrocute, we're trying to burst down Zika early, work with Karsa in that respect, and again, move towards 369 in the top.
Nice Electrocute proc coming out from Zika, and you can tell that this LeBlanc is very much a comfort pick for Zika. He is a rookie coming in here. Bear in mind, the guy has basically no competitive history. He was on KT Rolster, but didn't actually get to see play in the LCK. And so he's still very much untested. So far, though, we've finally seen him have his real carry performance, this massive debut.
Trained on KT Rolster under BDD, so is it really a surprise that he's able to pick up the LeBlanc here? BDD will have given Zika a world, a depth of knowledge on how to play these different matchups. We saw Clinic in game number 1. Bit of a difficult matchup now in game number 2, but so was the previous one, and the way Vici played around it was getting Zeke out of lane. Curious to see if they can do that once more.
Certainly be trying, and we'll have to keep our eyes on Karsa as he moves up towards this topside Scuttle Crab. Chieftain going to be mirroring in the bottom side. There's a death sentence onto Yuanjia. Both Aftershocks going to be procced as iBoy just dishing out the damage. He's going to be super low. One more auto doesn't quite do it. No ignite from the bot lane of VG.
But they can now dive Photic. This is a 3v1. Photic, you need to get out.
Maestro incredibly low. There's a teleport flash from Photic. Nicely played. The exhaust won't do anything. 369 flashing forwards on the Kayle. This is 2v3 though. I don't know about that flash, buddy.
Flashing forward, teleport burned. 369 will have to back away now so that then he can get up to the top side of the map. Cube gets a moment of respite for himself to pick up some of this farm and crash the wave.
Cube's just chuckling to himself in that top lane right now. He's like,
stop the back.
Oh, Karsa gonna stop the back. Took a tower shot there. Karsa might be able to find a kill, or at least a flash. Cube trying to get away. Flashes forward himself. There's the cripple to get the slow. Sonic Wave is going to be everything. Good flash from Cube.
369's back was stopped in the bottom side of the map. And with this play coming through from Cube, should have to use that teleport now to get back to top side. Otherwise, 369 will be able to get here and push out this wave quicker before Cube can get back.
Really important response there from Karsa, and it looks like this top lane will just be about even. I didn't quite see the state of the wave in the top lane. Not sure who will get an advantage off the back of that one, but you'd expect 369 to be able to just about reset everything anyway.
So Cube was fully pushed in, so it's even Stevens when it comes to the yeah, sorry, I don't know why I'm expecting Cube to be able to kill 369 right now, but it's even Stevens when it comes to the gold and it comes to the experience. It was more 369 losing out on one wave, but it's not the end of the world, as it would have been answered for what he picked up on the bottom side when iBoy cancelled his recall.
Back to the drawing board for the side of 369 as he tries to make a bottom lane play, but it just goes very short in the situation. And ultimately, what really has come down from it is iBoy building himself a pretty large CS lead down in this bottom lane.
And they can look to turn this into a play on the bottom side once again. No flashes or summoner spells at all on the top esports bottom side. So if they want to try and make a play around this dragon, it should be iBoy and Maestro who are in control.
You can see iBoy just pretty much freezing the wave down there as Chieftain going to move on in. Karsa gets his wolf though and backs away. The vision control very much in favor of Vici Gaming.
And this is something they do very well with Maestro. Maestro has a 75% kill participation. He loves to move around with Chieftain to set up plays. And now we've got Zika coming down as well for this 4-man dive on the Crash.
We've got a dive on our hands here. No summoners for the side of top, and they're going to go straight onto Photic. Maestro flashes away, but one more turret shot will get the kill. Zika has to flash. Nice answer from Karsa. It's 1-for-1.
This was because top had used their mid lane TP to get back. So now Knight is pushing in this mid. Zika does get the kill, but he needs to get back to avoid this pressure on the mid lane turret.
These bot lane dives not really working out from the side of Vici so far. We keep on seeing great answers coming out from top. Last time it was the TP from 369. This time it's going to be the fact that Knight can just stay in the mid lane, push on in as Karsa helps the bot lane.
Karsa read that dive very well, realizing, look, I need to get towards this bottom side. With the way that everything was setting up, Zika pushing in, Chieftain going to be on the bottom side of the map. It was a no-brainer with Myboy and Maestro pushing the lane that they'd look for a dive on the Summonerless bot lane. Will still, though, net Vici, the Dragon, which is what they really want to get to start this Dragon Snowball going and begin pushing towards the Soul Point, where we talked about Zika being strongest and iBoy in this mid game, whereas 369 will have complete control of this late game.
Knight's going to get rooted up here by Zika. That's going to be the Mimic on the chains as well. Denies the escape from Knight. Very nicely played from Zika, just layering the pressure on in this mid lane.
Trying to force Knight back. It's not going to be a kill coming in from Zika. It's more about getting this low enough for Knight that can bait out the Frozen Tomb or some of these Rings of Frost early.
Karsa gets spotted. He wanted to try and make a play mid on towards Zika. If he went too aggressive, it's not going to happen for him just yet. And you can see already, this CS lead in the top lane very much going the way of 369, and that's only going to get worse.
Little pressure put up towards 369. I expected Chieftain to try and do something early. We talked about Cube having great gank setup for the Jarvan, but now that he started to scale, he's hit that level 6, the damage potential to take down 369 isn't quite there anymore.
And when we talk about CS numbers as well, over towards the bot side, iBoy, he took that little lead that he had earlier on and he's duplicated that now. 30 CS advantage for himself on this Varus. And Photic, we mentioned it before the series. It wasn't the case in game number 1, but recently he's been struggling on the side of top esports.
This game's a little bit of a bad place to start calling him out, though. Has been dived twice now, and Yuanjia hasn't been there always to protect and went down in the second dive, even though top esports had the most people, so they've lost a lot of waves to the turret, which is why we're seeing the big discrepancy in experience as well. But Photic definitely has been a weak point for top esports going forward, and once again now, this is being exploited by Vici.
Chains of Corruption comes straight out on.
I love that they're going for Yuanjia in these cases as well. Photic has opted for the cleanse, so Yuanjia doesn't have a heal. And when he can't get this Aftershock procced, Nautilus is not as tanky as you'd expect.
And I mean, what can we say here? Vici Gaming showing up to play here today. They're the ones with the gold lead. They're the ones with the Dragon. iBoy and Maestro 2v2ing. This is feeling good.
They don't have the Rift Herald anymore, though. Karsa picked that up while the play was happening in the bottom lane. So now it comes back to top esports going, how do they try and pull some of this gold back? I'd imagine with the way that top are starting to set this game out, 369 will be where they look to capitalize on the turret plates that have already been picked up by the Kayle.
And that, you mentioned it at the end of your sentence there, Kayle from 369 is going to be the big win condition here for top esports. It's going to continuously scale. You can see the cull in the inventory. It's only going to get worse. Vici Gaming, they need to try and have a relatively fast game. They can't afford to get to 35, 40 minutes.
Karsa wants to try and make sure that's the case, though. You can see sitting around in this mid lane, putting pressure onto Zika, and if they had got the pick there, could have tossed down that Rift Herald and taken the mid lane turret. Zika, though, backing away, not wanting to overextend without vision as to where everyone on top esports is.
It's good to see iBoy playing with the on-hit. Oh, here we go. That's going to be a frozen prison here for the likes of Zika. He's absolutely obliterated. That's the duo we want to see. Karsa and Knight making things happen.
That was a mistake from Zika. They just spotted Yuanjia in the river by Chieftain and iBoy, so they knew, hey, look, they were trying to make this play around mid. Chances are Karsa is still sticking around there, someone, and you get the distortion forward from Zika. Top do a good job to capitalize on that, but still didn't use the Rift Herald.
They certainly didn't, and it's really difficult to play the LeBlanc into the likes of Elise Sin. If the Lissandra is able to get the CC, suddenly your mirror image does nothing for you. They're going to be able to spot you out with the Sonic Wave. 369 actually forced to use his Divine Judgment here. Cube wants a solo kill onto the Kayle. He's chasing it. Does not have boots. He's going to flash for the Bramble Smash here. Cube's low, though. 369 wants to make this one happen. Karsa goes on in. That's the kill. Zika gets it. Chieftain can't go for the dive just yet, though.
Chieftain, using the Cataclysm, caught the Sonic Wave from Karsa, so it didn't hit Cube, and Cube survived. Vici make the massive play in the top lane.
Here we go. Vici Gaming are not going to be one and done. This is going to be an entire series we've got for ourselves. Maestro now looking to make a play in the bottom lane. We've seen them 2v2 before.
They need to be careful, though. Summoner Spell advantage in favor of top. I don't quite think they're in a position with the items they have to try and go for the kill on Photic or Yuanjia.
I'd still love to see it, though.
That's the AD carry in your speaky.
It won't change my mind. I just want to see Maestro go for these hooks, try and get onto Photic. The bullet time is on cooldown, so's the depth. In fact, everything's on cooldown in the spawn lane. They must have 2v2'd while all that was going on top.
Potentially, but it doesn't matter. The kills are going in favor of Vici. The game state is dead even, though. And the longer it stays like this, the more it goes in favor of top esports. Karsa's running out of time on this Rift Herald. He needs to throw that down.
Importantly, though, Zika has a lead and Yu Yanjia has been caught up once again. Look at the chain CC onto this Nautilus. Uses a stopwatch, keeps himself golden, but he will drop eventually. And iBoy with another one. Cube's here to look for the dive. He's onto Photic. Flash and cleanse used, but it keeps him alive. iBoy the target, who's locked under tower and finished off. Sonic Wave's massive. Maestro keeping himself alive for a second, but top win out the fight overall.
iBoy tried to go for the Lantern rather than just walking out, so Knight was able to freeze him up under the tower, and it meant top could finish him off. Now they've got the opportunity for the Rift Herald and to start on these plates.
They're going to get 2 plates, but not too much achieved with the Herald. In the meantime, 369 is hammering home in the top lane.
They have to do something if you're on Vici Gaming side. 369 is starting to work up towards those items. Karsa has just secured a win for top esports on the bottom lane, and now they've got the Dragon as well. So this early snowball Vici had potentially working towards the Dragon Soul is no longer as easy.
369 already level 10 as well. Just 6 more levels until he becomes a champion. And that's when things get really interesting for the side of top esports. That Divine Ascent passive. Such a powerful tool when you get to the later stages of the game. You do sacrifice a lot in the laning phase. But when it comes to the CS numbers, when it comes to what's been achieved by Vici Gaming, it doesn't feel like he's sacrificed anything.
This is why you can't blind pick him out, Kai. You end up giving over far too much information to top esports. 369 is having a great time, but Maestro and iBoy potentially looking to ruin that. The minion wave is a bit of a pesky one for them, though.
I love this. I love how aggressive Maestro and iBoy have been throughout this game. They're trying to make plays. They know they've got a huge CC chain, and they're trying to force the issue with it. Will be answered in the bottom lane, though, as Yu Yanjia and Photic should be able to take this tower.
Vici want to trade in the top lane, but they've also got the Rift Herald on that side of the map, so they could take the tower on top in transition. The problem is top esports are so far ahead in pressure because Maokai hasn't done much damage to this top lane. They risk losing a tier 2 alongside a tier 1.
Looks like iBoy should be able to answer this one. Cube is going to be in that bottom lane to stop the tier 2 being taken. Dragon not on the map for another 3.5 minutes, and now the Herald will be started, as you said, Chieftain starting that. But that's the answer from top. It's the mid lane tower, and now the contest.
They want to try and move up here. 369 would love to hit level 11 first. Very close to hitting that big milestone. That's when you start to come online. Yes, level 16 is where you become disgusting with all the AoE damage, but level 11 still is such a big power spike for this KO.
The Gunblade picked up in the inventory as well. Once that Rage Blade comes through, as you said, alongside the level 16, it gets real scary. Scuttle Crab going to be started by Karsa in the bottom side as Chieftain gives Zika over this blue buff. And for the second game running, we see Zika with a solid lead in this mid lane with the extra kill over the likes of Knight.
And now, again, we need Zika to try and make these plays happen. If you can burst out the likes of Photic or even go for 369 himself, Zika has the opportunity to burn that big Kale ultimate early, and this opens up the fight for iBoy, potentially to carry with the sustained damage and this big front line with Maestro, Cube, and Chieftain.
And it has to be said, massive props here for the likes of Top Esports. Because after game number 1, obviously it didn't go their way. They were playing this high-tempo game. They were forcing the issue, and it very much went the way of Zika on this LeBlanc. Zika gets the LeBlanc again. They go, hey, look, we're just going to lock in a Kayle up against this Maokai. We're going to play a slow, steady game. We don't need to rush things, and we're not going to fight you in the early game while Zika has an advantage.
And this is working for them. This is where Top Esports know, hey, Vici have been struggling when they get to late. Yes, they had this great snowball in the last one, but this hasn't been consistent from them. They oftentimes will get caught out in scenarios. So if we play a late game comp and try and slow this game down, we'll be the ones with the advantage, and especially with the composition that they have.
See how it's going to work for them. Cube just going to be clearing away the minion waves in the bottom side of the map. No objectives, or at least no neutrals. Photic with a very nice cleanse there. Lantern's going to be there, but the kick. Zika barely surviving the fight for now. Karsa walks away. There's a Divine Judgment to keep the Lee Sin alive. And Top Esports turn the play around.
Zika wasn't able to get back on the distortion fast enough. Another hook onto Chieftain.
Another hook onto Chieftain here. 369 not able to follow up. The damage isn't there because Knight wasn't with them.
And now Top Esports are starting to get control. 3k gold lead, 4k gold lead for themselves. When we talked about them being the later scaling, them having 369 on this Kayle, and Vici Gaming are now desperately looking for some inlet to get back into this.
So far, so good for Top Esports. It's 4-5 on the scoreboard, but look at the gold difference. Look at the tower difference. 4,000 gold in favor of Top. And they're starting to just squeeze that accelerator pedal just a little bit. 20 seconds until the Ocean Drake spawns. With a Herald mid, maybe Vici can find themselves some tempo.
There's a lot of members from Top Esports here. 369 is soloing the blue buff, then going to come across.
They will get themselves the charge in the mid lane. 369, as you said, moving his way over. The Drake is on the map, and Vici Gaming, they're the ones with vision control right now. Top Esports happy to come and answer, though. Cube wants a way in. Twisted Advance won't come through just yet. He takes the Lantern to safety.
This becomes very difficult for Vici to navigate these fights. We said we want Zika to be able to go in aggressively and try and burn this early ultimate from the Kayle. It's not going to be able to happen, though, in this situation, because Top Esports have vision control everywhere. Wards are littered across the river, so Zika, where we saw him hide in the shadows in the last game, has a burning bright spotlight on him right now.
Chieftain happens to tank a Sonic Wave, and I love the positioning from Cube. He has to answer. He has to be the one to walk in face first and make his mark. We are going to see the commitment to this Dragon from the side of Vici Gaming. They're saying, look, we're happy to trade this one. We're going to give up a tier 2. But have they given up too much here? Pressure onto the inhib tower now. Demolish will come on through as well. This is going to be 2 towers dropped. There's a root, but the Dredge line still comes on through. And I think Top might be able to just walk away with this one. Death Sentence doesn't land. Ethereal Chains, Dredge line still pulls him to safety. Top, this is daylight robbery.
And I don't think Vici even win the fight if they manage to find it. Top Esports have picked open the inhibitor turret. Now they're standing in front of this Baron, but I think they're more likely to just back away and then turn towards the Baron.
Photic with a big old thumbs up to Karsa there as he's allowed to take himself the Scuttler. And well, Top Esports, that is macro play right there. They know that they don't need the Ocean. They know that they can walk away with 2 towers off the back of it. Very nicely played.
Why care if you're Top? Vici aren't going to be able to get towards the Dragon Soul. You've already nicked one of those dragons. So go for the play. Go for the inhibitor. Force Vici to again play more defensive. Giving Top Esports the opportunity to have roam of the map. Have the opportunity for 369 to get towards more items.
369 heading towards his Nash's Tooth second. I mentioned the Rage Blade earlier, but he's going to go Nash's Tooth. I think Nash's Tooth is actually standard. I was just being an idiot earlier. But he is going to get real strong on the second item. That was the real point I wanted to bring across.
To be fair, there's been a lot of Kayle builds across the way. We've had Triforce builds, we've had Guinsoo's build, we've had Nashor's builds, so I can't fault you too heavily for trying to figure out which one it was.
I appreciate the emotional support there.
I'm always here for you. You know that.
I appreciate that. But he's going to go for the Nash's Tooth. That's the build that we'll see here. That's the build that's standard right now. Yuyanjia walking on forwards looking for a pick. The ward is going to be there, and Zika realizes he's spotted. Going to scan that one away. But complete control now in favor of Top Esports. You can see it across the board. They're the ones looking towards this Baron pit. But there's some decent wards for Vici Gaming. You can see a couple of control wards littered around. Oh, Zika. Everything's on cooldown. Lantern's there, but it's not quick enough. And the solo laners are caught for Vici. That might just be everything gone now with Baron on the cards. You can't afford to fall behind like that.
The clock is getting ever closer to striking midnight, and if you are going to give plays like this that accelerate the gold and accelerate the levels for Top Esports, it's only going to get there that much quicker. Daylight savings time is coming in with this Baron as well.
And it's just disappointed to see that from the side of Vici. They know they've got to make things happen, and then they get caught out. Chieftain's going to be the next one to drop. Gets a knock up, but oh, he actually gets on a blast code. Fair play to him. Maestro, though, will not be so lucky. Gets a hook onto Photic, but Photic's like, all right, yeah, I'll come closer. No worries, mate. Chieftain goes down in the end. Top now just looking to snowball everything. Photic, oh, iBoy, sorry, nearly gets caught out as well. The Baron was stopped at least, but the gold lead continues to ramp in favor of Top. And look at the Colonel right now. 83% favored to Top. Oh boy, it's not looking good, Vici.
Top can go directly back towards this Baron as well. Zika?
I don't know if you win that one anymore, Zika. He's going to get rooted up, tries to jump away, but the Glacial Path will not follow through. Knight knows better than to go into the dark.
Why toss away the lead? You've just burst out Zika. Well, to be honest, I was going to say they burst out Zika and they can go...
Look at the play! Knight finds a flash. He finds a kill. Eat your heart out, LeBlanc. You're not the assassin we need.
Still surprised that Top Esports aren't going towards Baron. You got a 2-level lead on your jungler. You've just taken out their mid laner. Why are you not contesting this objective at this point in time? But 369 on the bottom side, they want to go for all the split push, all the live long day instead.
I guess maybe the logic is, hey, if Baron's still on the map, we can bait it. If we take it, we can no longer bait it. That seems to be the game plan right now, honestly. It's been how they've been playing for the last few minutes. In the meantime, 369 going to get some quality time with the bottom lane tower. And with the Demolish coming out from Yuyanjia, it's going to be a comfortable objective take for them. Now Baron could well be on the cards, as you say. 9,000 gold lead for Top Esports. And it feels like over the last 5 minutes, things have gone from pretty even winnable game to all-out disaster for Vici Gaming.
Quality time is coming up for this Dragon as well, and after what happened to that bot lane turret, I think it's going to be quivering in its boots. Top Esports moving back over to protect mid lane for the moment, though.
Chieftain spotted out. Dragon spawning now in just a second. Vici Gaming. I mean, last time they took an Ocean Drake, it didn't look so great for them. They traded 2 towers for it. This time, they're going to start the fight onto Karzai. He had a stopwatch, though. And everyone jumping away. It's actually Chieftain to fall first. And once again, the fight's not looking good because Knight's found a flank and he's found a kill immediately. 2 more to follow up. And it's 3-0 as Top grab the Drake.
Burst damage isn't enough on Vici to take down any members of Top. Thanks to that Kayle ultimate. Knight teleports into the back line. They pick up the objective. They turn towards the Baron. And Vici Gaming, I think at this stage you just call next.
This could be the end of the line here for Vici Gaming, as the Baron will be started up 4-13 on the scoreboard. And I've just about run out of hope for Vici in game number 2. This is going to be take the Baron, reset, and then the siege begins. Kayle 2 levels away from God mode.
The hope has run out for game number 2, but the hope has not run out for the series. This was coming back to the draft. In a lot of situations, Cube didn't have control of the top lane. 369 was able to take control, and you can see that this is the result where, cool, we just toss down the judgments, no damage coming through into Karsa, Zika can't do anything, and then Knight gets Knight comes into the back line. if you go back to draft and you say, hey, look, we're not going to blind pick this Maokai. We're not going to blind pick both of our laners in first rotation. This becomes a much easier time to navigate the early game and get yourselves into a better position.
Feels like Vici much prefer this red side based on this series, being able to get that final counter pick, being able to maneuver a little bit better, because their first pick was not that valuable to them.
And they get side selection now. So in theory, they can pick up the red side and have that counter pick again, which was so crucial for them in this game. Oh, well, in their first game. Top now grouping up, now spreading out onto the map as well. You've got the Lissandra in the mid lane, Kayle in the bottom side, and they're looking to try and collapse these waves at the same time. Take a little bit of time for 369 to get his wave in. It's lagging a small bit, but once he hits that level 16, these waves will melt like butter.
Certainly will. He's going to slowly but surely push in. A Knight happy to be the split push threat in the mid lane on this Lissandra. Easy 3-1-1 from the side of Top Esports. And realistically, there's not a whole bunch that Vici Gaming can do to answer if they try and force a fight in any of these lanes. They will lose inhibitors.
Chieftain wasn't listening though. Tried to go forward to get onto Yuanjia, but Photic backs it up. Yuanjia throws out the hook, and that snuffs out that play. Now you've got Kayle tearing through bot side, but nobody there to help.
Yeah, already taking a tower there, and Cube's there to match him, but I don't think that Cube is a match at this point. And all three lanes under pressure. There's not a lot more you could say in this situation.
I've seen what happens for trees in the face of divine intervention, and it's not pretty. So you're going to have 369 pushing in on this bottom side. Cube, what do you even do here?
There's one inhib. Knight pressuring in the mid lane. 369 will rotate up to help him out as well. Maybe not though, because the rotation from Vici coming down. Minion wave a million miles away from the side of, from the top side on top. But with the two bot side inhibitors down, they can quite happily just wander on up and finish the job.
And this is where it's a case of hold on to your last inhibitor, but Chieftain going in.
Here we go, we've got to force a fight. Photic going to be the focused target right now, but they can't finish the job off. Zika can't do anything because the flank is massive from 369. And Knight, Maestro can't escape. Double kill comes through for Knight. And this has just been a slow but sure, comfortable crushing coming out from Top Esports over Vici Gaming. Back to the drawing board after game one dominance. And we'll see what Vici Gaming can do in game number 3. We're even Stevens on the board and Top Esports back 2-4.
The inevitability felt there from draft. Maokai locked in and Top Esports go fantastic. 369, you're up. Take the Kayle, take what you want. And without Vici finding footlets into the early game, they can't snowball that lead.
And we mentioned how Top wants to play around 369. That was kind of the focus of this team previously. They don't even need to play around 369 if you get him in a Kayle versus Maokai matchup. He can play around himself. All he has to do is farm. That's literally your whole win condition right there. So no worries from him. Happy to just cruise away in that top lane. And I mean, the rest is history. Really difficult game coming out from Vici Gaming. And now that they're probably going to swap sides on the draft you'd expect, hopefully they can find a bit more of a favorable situation. And I don't know, blind picking Maokai, not the one.
It's never going to work out pretty. That's like a big thing in this meta is do not blind pick the Maokai. And as well, I like what Top Esports went for here, which was a much more controlling style from the rest of the composition once they knew 369 could take the Kayle. Knight on this Lissandra controlled Zika. Karsa was dictating the pace of the jungle to Chieftain. And Photic in the bottom lane was able to hold on and keep iBoy and Maestro at bay.
Yeah, and just look at the damage from Photic despite regularly being dived in the early game. He had so much pressure put onto him. He was one of the players we've been criticizing from the side of Top, playing on the weak side this time, getting dived consistently, and still having a massive impact once we got to the team fight stage.
It's nice when Chieftain sets up a big old target for you as well. It's here's my Cataclysm, which means my team's going to group around it. Just aim that general direction and you're bound to do some damage.
And that's the kind of the downside of Jarvan, right? Cataclysm affects both sides of the coin, so you can even play Rumble into the enemy Jarvan and still have a great time with that combination. But, I mean, looking at the draft, we've already mentioned it. We need to see Vici back on the red side. We need to see them getting the counter picks because when they're in the situation where they're picking their solos first, it looks real rough.
I don't understand why they went for the Maokai either. Cube's Aatrox looks fantastic. I know the Renekton wasn't on the cards this time around, but you still got the opportunities here to make Cube comfortable. And even in our notes here, something that we didn't get to touch on in the early game was the tank Cube versus the carry Cube. Ornn has not looked great now. Maokai has not looked great. This guy does not look strong on tanks. Put him into a carry position, the likes that we saw coming in from Demacia Cup, where this guy was hyped for his Gangplank. 4 hadn't that carry potential. Now, though, we're seeing him on tank duty, and this is the results we're getting.
It's not worked out so far with the Maokai pick. Let's see if they can shift things up as we move to game number 3. We're going to head to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't touch that browser. We'll be back in just a few.
不过刚才的话，其实拼一下的话，稍微浪一点点的话，可以尝试一次。不过打得很稳，没有任何问题。然后在这边交一个闪现想秀，张翰直接看不懂，还想再换。朱比这边的话也是被打退，同时亏在这边也没有什么作战能力。先肥的一个老贼啊，这波秀翻了。
双招交了，我再出最后这一勾，
而且
上路也对拼起来了。
死角这位置点进去，莫干这边先往回绕，开大招，悲伤也来了。
这一波出来就是2v2了，侧翼哎不对，小航怎么来了？
但是小航来感觉就多送一个呀。这鳄鱼太肥了，远古史诗究极老鳄鱼，小航来就是多死一个。OE 啊，
对。
又来了，
皇城 PK 被反推抢了
啊！出来要被顶起来了，小天这边也是及时赶到，再勾到蜘蛛，对面这边杀疯了呀！
直接锁链爆杀了，老牛这边的话没有闪现情况下，宁伤害要直接灌死，
抓心，中路可能要被开了，EQ 闪挑起2个，兰博大大的很不错，哇！
这一发大招天崩地裂，崩出了3个人，所有人被框在里面，塞拉斯在旁边也没有什么办法，刚刚落地的这边的。Cube 也只能一个人
点一个厄菲琉斯，然后打不过，被闪现躲掉了最后一 Q。开车过来想强行开，这波也知道自己坐以待毙是绝对没机会的，偷对羊，小天过来一脚踢开了皇子，卡定一个 R 闪。直接先秒掉一个，再 R 进场瞄准了残血的塞拉斯，再一个 R， 塞拉斯也倒，2个人头入袋，再往前追，没有人能跑得过这个16级的卡萨丁，3个人，刚才已经被人拿了一个了，5杀应该是没机会，但4杀还是有的。
Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Run like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Run like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. and wild. This is the night. It's the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand.
You can see it's getting on to the evening now here in Shanghai as we move on with our series for the day. We've got 5 games down now as we head towards the last game of our second series here. It's Top versus Vici Gaming, and it's 1 apiece.
And I'm surprised to hear that Top have decided to go, or sorry, not Top, even Vici have decided to go with blue side. We just hyped up how much it would matter for them to have that red side counter pick. They've gone for blue. They think they can pick up a few of these power picks instead.
They need to change things up if they're going to do that. Let's not have the early pick on the Maokai. That's what I want to see in this one. But fingers crossed, we have a little bit of power in the hands of Cube. Let's see him on the Aatrox. Let's see him on something that can really impact the game. And let's see Zika set up for success once again. I feel like this time around, though, maybe the LeBlanc could be contested a little bit because, I mean, Knight actually did a very good job during this game on the Lissandra, but I feel like Zika was still an issue.
I think what way Top are working is they've got a double threat. You've got 369 now, you've got Knight, and both of them can work between themselves as to who's actually going to be the carry. Knight took a step back in this one, but we could see Knight take a step forward in the next.
We'll have to see. The carry for this one, though, is going to have been Karsa. He's going to grab himself an MVP for this game, and I think it's nice to see Karsa getting an MVP. He's had a rough few games behind him, but now 707 on the Lee Sin. Very nicely done. And, you know, with the Sejuani games that we saw, with the losses across the board when he matched up against Peanut, it's good to see him finally having a bit of a game to himself.
Thank God it's no more tank junglers. To be honest, I don't want tanks in this game anymore. I want damage. I want to see early aggression. Karsa brought it out on the Lee Sin. Had a fantastic performance, especially when we saw many bans targeted toward him.
Yeah.
The Elise was gone, the Rek'Sai was gone, the Lee Sin was the one we called for, and by word did he perform.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff from Karsa. And we got to see Karsa and Knight working together as well. They got the kill up against Zika in the lane as well. We saw that duo in action a little bit. We saw them rotating
the duo
top.
that was missing as well in the first game.
Yeah.
You said you had the Pantheon Elise. You can go for these plays, but we never saw it. Now they're back working in conjunction.
And partly that was down to the way that Vici was playing game 1, right? They were forcing these 5-on-5 brawls. And when you do that, there is no mid-jungle duo. There is just a 5-team full synergy and see how it all goes. Hopefully for Vici, they can find a similar situation because they've proven that as a 5, they can get things done.
Which is why Renekton and Aatrox are so important for Vici in the top lane. More impact in these 5v5s, in these early skirmishes. I don't want to see this Maokai coming in who's the CC bot. Give Cube the opportunity to be a carry. Give him the chance to actually make plays in these team fights rather than just being a beefy front line.
Yeah, I feel like Renekton, honestly, is a power pick in the LPL. There are so many top laners that when they get that Renekton can do insane things during the early game team fights. We regularly see during these bot lane skirmishes around Dragon, during these fights over Herald, that these Renektons just slice and dice through the team, get onto the back line, and just wreak havoc. It's kind of inconsistent how we see it prioritized, though.
Especially when you look at the AD carry pool at the moment. Because it's, you know, you've got Misfortune there, immobile AD carry that's relatively close to fight. Kalista, very close to fight. Aphelios, very close to fight. Even the Varus is super close. So when Renekton has a slice and dice for multiple people, chances are he's landing onto one of these squishies, can set up the team fight, and a lot of burst is coming through from mid laners like Syndra's, the Blancs, who love a dive buddy to be paired alongside them, and Renekton offers that for the LPL.
Yeah, and if 369 can shut Cube down once again, it's going to open up an opportunity in that bottom lane once more. Photic has been stepping up. Across the course of this series, we have seen Photic having a little bit of an impact. Obviously, game 1 was kind of up in the air a little bit, but game number 2, we've seen that on this Misfortune, despite being hard focused in the early game, still had a huge impact during the team fights, was able to get some great ultimates, able to get great damage down across the course of the fights. And you have to bring into question whether iBoy can match up in this bottom lane. It looked great in the 2v2 from iBoy and Maestro, but once we got into the skirmishing, it all fell off.
Strange to see the priority put towards iBoy in this draft as well. A lot of AD carries banned, but still being able to gift across some of these higher tier ones like the Varus. But we'll see if this is going to be the same idea coming into game number 3.
I really liked the Varus Thresh coming out from the likes of iBoy and Maestro as well. They had a really strong 2v2 in that bottom lane, and they were happy to abuse that, looking for plays across the board. But we'll have to see. I mean, just look at the bans. Already, Karsa is being hard focused by Vici Gaming.
There's a jungler that stands out to me we haven't seen, which is Olaf.
Yeah.
Olaf has been such high priority in the LPL. Has slipped through the bans multiple times here. Karsa looks fantastic on it, a big player for Chieftain as well. I want to see them bring this out, have that early game control, split across the map, have them on opposite ends so then you can actually look to influence the lanes and have control over the lanes that you want in this match.
Well, Aphelios will be the final ban coming out from the side of top, as well as the Set and the Ornn, and now Vici Gaming have to decide who they want to focus on, and it looks like Chieftain once again going to have early priority from the side of Vici.
Elise is perfect because she allows you to opt towards an AD mid laner if you want, gives an awful lot of early game pressure, and yeah, well look, you pointed it out to me there, Munchables, that's the Olaf. Okay, Elise is no longer early game pressure.
If they lock it in, we mentioned how it's already been sort of ignored across the course of this season. Across the course of this series.
Definitely not season.
Definitely not this season. It's going to be locked in the end. Incredibly strong champion. It actually has a 47% win rate, I've just noticed there, but doesn't feel like it. Feels a lot higher than that.
Well, it's the impact route more so than the win rates. You can have control in the early game with this pick, and it lends itself to at least a strong mid game. Late game, it becomes a bit more difficult, especially if you run into the likes of the bullet times from the Misfortunes, which we could potentially see picked up here on this rotation. Delighted, though, Renekton's being hovered here for Vici.
Renekton locked in. I love how Chieftain hovers the Quinn before locking the Renekton. He knows what's up.
And this now sets up Chieftain and Cube for top lane dominance.
Yep.
Elise and Renekton is such a strong terror diving duo because you've got so much CC that can come through so quickly. And as well, they're so good at slicing, dicing in and out of tower aggro. The repel there to reset that too. This becomes very difficult for top to deal with.
Well, Lucian is locked in as well. This is something that we've seen a bit less of recently. Certainly on 10.1, really high priority flex pick, and we've seen a bit of it on 10.4. A lot of power in those solo lanes.
iBoy and Y4 are the two AD carries that have played Lucian in the bottom lane. So this is still an actual flex, despite the fact we usually see it paired between the mid and the top.
Well, we do see the Kennen as the answer to the likes of Cube's Aatrox, Renekton up in that top lane. Now as we move towards the bans, you'd expect it to be maybe towards the support pools, especially when we look at Photic with the Kalista.
This is where I'd actually prefer to see top pair it towards the mid lane, because they're going to be able to pick up something for themselves here in this next rotation, and they can keep the blind still for themselves. Although, Munch, it looks like you're the superior analyst here because the supports are coming in quick and fast.
To the surprise of no one.
True.
My 500 IQ draft, as I could have told you that they would ban Blitzcrank. Maybe not. As Maestro, I guess it must be a pocket pick for him. But it does pair very well with a Lucian if iBoy does take that Lucian down towards the bottom lane. On the other side, though, Vici Gaming, they're going to focus on towards Knight here with the Syndra ban.
Syndra's going to be banned away. LeBlanc possibly next to follow if they want to try and continue with this great ban set that can come through in mid lane blind picks. Would leave Knight the potential to go for the Zoe. Very strong pick for Knight, but overall Zoe's been pretty lacking in the LPL. One or two high notes, but the rest have been pretty bland.
And respecting the fact that this Lucian could still be going towards the mid lane, they ban away the Varus. It's something that they don't want to have to deal with, especially when iBoy played pretty admirably on the Varus in the last game.
As well, it's kind of a call out to say, hey look, if this Lucian is going towards Zeke in the mid lane, you can still go for Misfortune in the boss, but the Kalista should win out in that lane. Although, with that hover, 369 could be going for what the Shy has done with the Kalista top lane.
You might just be right. Photic cycling through different AD carries.
Do it. Come on. Oh. No, don't do. Come on, please.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see.
Please.
We'll have to wait and see what he does go for. But you were right about the bans focusing towards the mid lane from Vici Gaming. The LeBlanc taken off the board. Now Thresh locked on in. It's still possible to see the Kalista in the top lane. And this Lucian may well be a mid lane pick.
Everyone is playing 4D chess here. Misfortune hovered across the board, picking back and forth between the flexes.
Tell you what, if you'd asked me a year ago whether Lucian and Kalista would be flex picks, I would have not even imagined it, but it's what we're seeing now. That is the meta somehow. And we finally see a Braum. We've seen so little Braum recently. It was a massive meta pick, and then it kind of fell off a bit. We are going to see it, and especially if they do go for the Lucian AD carry, incredibly good at proccing that passive.
Now, don't forget, of course, we do still see that Kennen is locked in on top esports. There is the potential for that to go mid. That's why we're trying to toy around with where Kalista could be positioned here. But more than likely, we will be the Kalista AD carry. And with that lock-in of the Misfortune, it will be Lucian Zika for the mid lane on top esports.
I think it might just be matched by the Corki. Could see something like the Azir as well. We'll have to wait and see. I think AP might be the answer, though, honestly, with only Kennen as the AP damage dealers on the side of top. We'll have to wait and see. Over all things considered, though, a lot of mid-game power. And I mean a lot of mid-game power on the side of Vici Gaming here.
Great team fights as well. You've got the double ADs who should be able to shred through the likes of this Olaf. You have a decent amount of escape tools for your Lucian here as well against the likes of 369. I don't think 369 is going to have a fun time in this game, though. The Renekton into Kennen is more of a skill matchup where Kennen is positioned in the lane. So if this Renekton can play forward and get onto the Kennen, they win out there. You've not only got that play, but also the backup of the Elise. And if this starts to snowball out of control, Vici can very quickly take over.
Oh, we've seen a lot of very good Zoes here in the LPL, but legend has it that Knight is the best among them. We've yet to see that really this season.
There was one game, and then it just kind of fizzled out.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. We could have a little glimmer of that here in front of us today, as Knight going to be bringing that Zoe to the mid lane up against Zika's Lucian as well. Not a matchup I'm particularly familiar with.
So again, the Zoe will have control in the early stages, but once you start to pick up some of these items, you end up getting the Blade of the Rune King, the likes of the Essence Reaver. Lucian can chase down Zoe, particularly with the Cleanse, because you're able to dodge around some of the Sleepy Trouble bubbles, and the portal jump only gets you so far, so quick.
Yeah, you go out with the portal jump, you have to come straight back as well, so can be a little bit dicey if you're mispositioned on the Zoe, but the odds of Knight mispositioning seem relatively low. He's going to know the matchup awfully well, but I'm excited for the mid-game power, though, that we have locked in for Vici Gaming. There's a whole bunch of team fight on the side of top as well, though. I'm expecting aggression, I'm expecting fights, and I'm expecting a banger of a Game 3.
You talk about mid-game power for Vici Gaming. There's a lot of mid-game power on top esports as well. Kennen can do so much work if it's going for the Hextech Protobelt build. Olaf hits hard in these early game skirmishes. Kalista comes online with 2 to 3 items. Everyone here is banking on mid-game. So Snowball is the name of the game for both sides. Early skirmishes, whoever wins, potentially wins this game.
The invade once again from top esports, a united front, as they're going to get some deep vision onto the blue buff of Vici Gaming. It will mean that no matter what, they'll know where the start begins. The Colonel favoring top esports, and you can't really blame him with the past results in mind.
You don't need vision to tell you where Chieftain's going to be going this game. Starts on his red, paths up towards Gromp and blue buff to try and go for this early gank on top lane. 369 will be pushing in because it's this range versus melee matchup. So if Cube can do a good job of holding the wave just outside of turret, it gives the opportunity for Chieftain to get up here and a quick slice and dice to set up the play.
One of the big questions as well will be, what does Karsa do to answer? He's going to be starting on the bottom side himself, but he won't have a leash to work with. So it will be slightly slower, although Olaf's clear is incredibly efficient. We'll have to see if he tries to match for a top lane 2v2 early on.
This clear will be ever so slightly slower, but I think you're going to see Karsa go for a bit more of a full clear here. if you were splitting the map, it'd work out a lot better. But with the CC chain that can come in on the top side of the map, it goes heavily in favor of Vici very quickly, and Karsa won't be able to turn that play around in time.
We see the Braum Misfortune lane going up against a very thematic lane with the Kalista and the Thresh working together. Shadow Isles united. Yu Yanjia, though, going to be the first one to hit level 2 in the bottom lane, and that means that Vici Gaming have to fully respect that.
Kalista and Thresh is a pretty strong Legends Runeterra deck as well, right?
It is.
I haven't played a lot of it. It's a pretty strong bot lane as well. So I like that it fits the thematic overall, that no matter what game you're playing, they're going to be really a pain in the ass to deal with. Chieftain, though, moving in here, will try and spot out Chieftain. All right, Karsa.
He spotted him. Will he be able to find a pick? That's the question. Karsa completely out of mana at this point. He does have that blue buff to work with. Chieftain just going to be waiting here for Karsa to finish off his Krugs. And now that he sees him not moving back through the jungle, he knows he's moved up towards topside.
Elise hasn't moved yet, though. Still looking to take this. Has gone Conqueror, so a lot stronger in the duels than the Electrocute would usually mean.
I don't get it. He just waits there and then backs away once Karsa returns. Obviously deciding he doesn't want the 1v1 in the end. He's going to move down towards Zika as Yu Yanjia has moved on up. And perhaps it was the presence of mind to know that Yu Yanjia had left the bottom lane, so had Photic. They needed to be careful that there could be a play onto Zika.
So where do we go from here for Chieftain? You have Renekton who's going to be backing away in the top side of the map. You're not going to be able to make the play there. Chieftain now moving towards more of a transition gank to get down to this bottom side.
3v2 in the bottom lane right here. iBoy and Maestro have been caught out just a little bit. Karsa doing a lot of work. Yu Yanjia gets low to start things off, but TP's channeled. We've got a fight on our hands. iBoy slowed Maestro as well. They're trying to back away, but the rest of the team coming on in. iBoy flashes to his teammates, but an undertow fade away from Karsa does the damage. Zika's been found by Knight in the meantime, and everything's looking up top. Knight finds a double on his signature Zoe, and top start off with 3.
Vici fall flat across the entirety of that fight. They're late to the play. Zeke and Chieftain chasing the tail end alongside Cube with this long-range teleport where they're walking in. iBoy tries to flash to the safety of his own team, but it's nothing but danger everywhere on the map. Top pick up 3. The snowball has started, and Vici not looking good early game.
I'm hoping we get to see a replay of the solo kill from Knight as well. Bear in mind, Zika, this is the guy we've been saying needs to step up. We've been saying that Vici need to trust him. When you're getting solo killed on the rotation towards a fight, it's a dire situation to start things off.
Big mistake from the duo lane of Vici. I don't know what they're thinking trying to take this fight. Chieftain's not in position. Zika's only moving out of the mid lane now. They're gone before this fight even kicks off. So 4v5 to begin things. Zika can't do anything against Knight because he's running to join up with the rest of the team and just getting battered on his back the whole time.
Literally just chased down. It wasn't even a trouble bubble. Didn't even use his flash, so I don't know. Maybe he was looking at the fight and didn't realize that he was in jeopardy.
There was nowhere to go. Even if you decided to flash away, Knight can follow as well. You still get the kill. So better to have these summoner spells to live and potentially fight another day. Well, not live, fight another day, I suppose.
To die and fight another day, unlike James Bond. Well, we reset as this time it's iBoy and Maestro who try and make a play in the mid lane, but it's not going to happen. Dragon is on the map. Herald will be joining it in a couple of minutes' time. The question will be, do either of these bot lanes look to rotate? Do we see one of these cheeky lane swaps up for Herald?
I would prefer to see them go for it based on the build 369 has gone for. Vampiric Scepter means we're going to see this AD cannon in the top lane rather than the big AP play. So Photic and Yu Yanjia should use the advantage they've picked up and go for the Rift Herald on the top side of the map, because 369 won't pack as much as a punch as you'd like from the cannon in these skirmishes.
Looking for a dive here. 369 trying to get away. Challenging Smite comes out from Chieftain. The minion wave blocks for a bit, but the flash being forced out from the likes of 369. Oh, trouble bubbles here. Knight doesn't have a ton of mana to work with. Chieftain walks away, and Cube does a good chunk of damage. That's going to scare them off the play.
Zika can stay in this mid lane though and take towers. You can see the pings going down. Worried about Karsa coming up, though, to contest that play.
Here we go. They're going for the dive. Dominus is massive, and they want more as well. Knight flashes away. The sustain is huge from Cube. That is going to be a nice, easy kill. They've traded it for a dragon, though.
Cube and Chieftain showing how strong this dive potential with the Elise and Renekton is. Not only can they do it with 369 on his lonesome, with Knight there as well, they turn that play around. Karsa trying to make things happen on the bottom side of the map to answer up, though.
Well, they took a dragon for it already. Can they take more as well? They're going to take at least one turret plate down in this bottom side. Maestro and Eyeboy moving up now that they have a minion wave there. They should be able to play the rest of these minions. It's dicey territory already for Vici Gaming. Getting one kill in trade for a dragon early. Probably not ideal, and already you can see 1,000 gold lead.
It's a Cloud Drake, so not the end of the world. If tops start to stack these dragons up, though, that's where it is going to become an issue. My eyes are on this Rift Herald, though. Has just spawned with tops bottom lane backing now. They'll get to that objective first. From Karsa, I'd actually prefer to see pathing directly towards this top side. I know the blue is up, but I think the Rift Herald is far more important at this stage.
Photic decided not to recall, actually. He's going to try and catch this wave. But it does look like Yuyanjia is going to be heading straight over for the mid lane, and maybe priority on the Herald.
Neither of these AD carries have hit level 6 yet, so the big ultimates are not available. A lot of that coming back to the play we saw in the early stages of the game. So I don't mind these AD carries staying down here because their impact in this will be a little bit lackluster, although Photic has just hit that level 6, so potentially looking for the back now.
Knight posturing aggressively there. Zeke are going to respect it. Just farm under tower for now. And it's not surprising that people talk about Knight Zoe. It's such a potent pick for him. You saw him in that team fight, just picking up a couple of picks. Here we go, 369 getting stunned. It's not going to turn into anything. But we saw Knight wasn't really the impact player in that fight, but with the gold that he got off of it, can become an impact player in these next skirmishes.
Karsa has the potential to be a big impact as well. A kill has gone over. Chieftain is a level behind. Karsa's in prime position to designate what happens in this jungle, and that's why we're seeing Vici respect the power of this Olaf pick, back away from the Rift Herald and not try to fight or contest top esports who enter the river.
Well, the Herald still untouched. 2 minutes until the Infernal Drake will approach the Rift as well. So we're going to have either Mountain or Ocean Rift. You can see that we actually have Maestro moved up to the mid lane there to support Zika for a moment. He's deciding now it's time to move back down bottom side. 369 though wants to make a play. Karsa's coming up, stunned down onto Cube. He's used the Dominus, does not have his flash available. And you have to imagine this is going to be a kill going their way. The question will be, who grabs it? It's Karsa.
Yeah, that's an easy pickup for them. Chieftain not in a position to try and answer back. And now we're going to be looking at maybe place in the mid lane.
Zika gets exhausted, but dodges away from everything. That's one of the strengths of this Lucian pick. It's a slippery dude, I guess.
Slippery Devil, but does have that cleanse as well, just in case he gets a stray Trouble Bubble sent his direction. This is a long time, though, that we haven't seen a huge amount of movement coming out from the lanes. Usually, people are tending towards this Rift Herald at this stage. You can see pings going down to spot out Chieftain that's over by that objective. Now we're potentially seeing Maestro back in tandem with Chieftain to get numbers advantage up there, but no team confident in starting the objective.
No, we've reached very much a lull in this game state currently. Gold lead pretty heavily in favor of top esports as they're about 2,000 gold ahead, almost 2,500. No towers have been taken, and I think that's partly the reason why we're seeing people nervous to force objectives. Obviously, Vici Gaming, they're behind. They're going to be very careful to start the issue. But over on the side of top now, looking towards this bottom lane. Knight in a 1v1 with Zika, who's doing a good amount of damage.
Top have also taken 2 of these turret plates. Well, make that a third off of that play. So if Vici are the ones to roam up first, they lose tempo potential because they can just take that Terra bottom side. And with the Infernal Dragon now up, all teams want to contest.
It's crazy to me that we've not seen a single Herald take so far this game, but here we go, Ragnarok. Comes through from Karsa. Pretty early use of that ultimate, quite honestly. Didn't really achieve anything.
Vici are going to still be in trouble if they try to contest this. 369 has ult, so Cube is, or TP even, so Cube is putting pressure on at the moment, but losing out on the trade.
Yeah, that is not a positive trade for him, and you got the Conqueror on the Kennen as well, so it only gets worse if that trade continues. 369 has the minion wave advantage. He's going to just force that in.
iBoy is still sticking around this bottom side as well. This is a very split call from Vici. With Knight back in the mid lane, no mana, low health, maybe they can take the 4v4 here.
Yeah, iBoy's kind of on the wrong side of things, though. He's going to have to path up behind the dragon. We need to see a steal come out from Chieftain, but he's hooked, and there's a teleport as well. Karsa gets the dragon straight onto Maestro. The repel's not going to save Chieftain either. This will be 2. And the teleport pays dividends for 369.
Fantastic hook from Yu Yuan Jia. Vici can't play back and tippy-toe around the dragon looking for a steal because Thresh slam dunks Chieftain. And now Vici find themselves 2 dragons behind, another kill in favor of top, and a 3k gold lead on top.
iBoy playing pretty aggressively around Karsa here. Knows that he can dodge the slow, knows he can dodge the axes. But he also knows that he can't contest this bottom lane tower with 3 people here. All of the turret plates are going to fall. Who needs a herald when you can just take a tower manually anyway? The defensive stats not going to be enough. And the first tower of the game goes the way of top alongside 2 dragons, alongside a 5,000 gold lead.
Things are not looking great for Vici in game number 3. Top Esports have got potentially this 369 in the split push role if he wants to go for that, can take over. This is the replay of Yu Yuan Jia's hook that just solidifies the teamfight victory here. Knight has only got enough mana for 1 paddle star, and he's still the one who picks up the kill.
Yeah, he's able to just sneak that one away from his teammates, but they're happy to give it over to the side of Knight. He's definitely one that you want to be given the extra gold to. He's only going to get stronger. And already things are not looking that great for Vici Gaming in the course of this one. When you look at their composition, you have to talk about how this is the point in the game where you expect them to be spiking. You expect them to be the ones trying to force fights. It's not happening that way at all.
It's on both sides, though. Look, you've got a Kalista who's just completed her first item, and the boots as well. Knight has now got 3 kills for himself, so he's very quickly working up towards his damage items. It's a hard time for Vici to contest when they're behind, and it's only going to get worse as this game goes on, and 369 can find these flank positions where Zika has to move out of the fight. iBoy can't set up with the bullet time. Vici need to be the ones that are in control, otherwise they run the risk of Top Esports rolling over them.
And this version of Top Esports, this control coming out from Top Esports, is kind of what you were expecting coming into the series. This is what we should have been seeing in game number 1 and 2. This is the expectation of a team that has players like Karsa, like Knight, that you think about and you think, hey, this should be a top team in the LPL. We hadn't been seeing it in the other games. iBoy nearly gets solo dived by Photic. That is insane damage out of the Kalista.
When there's a tower and the AD carry hitting this Kalista, and Kalista still comes out with the health victory, that tells you how far ahead Photic is right now.
Yeah, the assists doing wonders as well as that 30 CS lead. But as I was saying, this is a squad that you expect to have control, you expect to have dominance, and to be able to argue for these playoff spots. We hadn't seen that in the last couple of series. We didn't see that in game number 1 or number 2. Now we're finally starting to see them feeling a little bit more strong, feeling a little bit more confident.
It's a bountiful Top Esports in this game. Olaf, Zoe, and Kalista all sitting there with bounties on their heads because of the strong early game we've seen from Top Esports. And it doesn't look like they're about to let up either. Next Dragon's going to be in a minute. They've got control of mid. They have pushed out that top lane turret as well. So they're slowly constricting the vision and the pressure that Vici can exert on the map.
Vici will finally answer in the bottom lane and get that tier 1 for themselves. Dragon up in a minute, but 369, he wants to make a play. Or not. He's going to move back up to mid.
they were trying to catch out Vici as they were backing away, because Vici want to recall and come back onto the map for this next Mountain Dragon that's coming up, but they may not get the opportunity to do so. Usually you want to back about the 90-second mark so you can actually get deep vision, but now with them backing at this point, it's actually going to be Top Esports that can get full control around this objective. That's sad.
Yuyanjia has to use his control ward in the end, but Top's still very much in control of the Dragon Pit. As you say, 30 seconds until the Mountain Drake spawns.
Deep wards going in, as we just talked about. Top have got a lot to play with here. Zika needs to be very careful with his positioning and even have the Rift Tower to boot for Top Esports, who can toss that down in the mid lane and use the pressure it creates to go for the Dragon.
Throughout this series, Zeke, oh, Trouble Bubble onto iBoy. The rest of the team going to be there to protect. There's a hook onto Maestro. Unbreakable cannot keep him alive. He's not unbreakable after all. Broken by Photic, as is the mid lane turret as the Herald charges on in. This could be two. Buy one, get one free here for Top Esports as they are charging down the mid lane. A knock up and a pullback. A bonus kill goes into their pockets, and now a third charge. They are getting serious value. Chieftain barely survives the damage from Knight. And Top Esports, if you want a clinic on how to snowball, that is it.
And the encore is on the table as well. The Mountain Dragon that we were talking about before this play all happened, still there for Karsa, and Top Esports are snowballing out of control.
Top were already in, or they were already ahead in this game, but in the blink of an eye, they turn a lead into dominance, and now Knight once more as well. He's found an iBoy for himself, gets rid of the struck, gets into melee range. Won't find the Trouble Bubble, but I don't think it's really going to matter all too much. iBoy doesn't even return an auto attack. And well, 4-0 and 3, 3-0 and 4. The Knight Karsa duo coming up big.
This is where Top Esports shine, when they're in the lead, where they've got control of these Rift Heralds throughout the game. They're picking up the Dragons as well. And we said, hey, look, that Cloud Drake doesn't matter if Top Esports don't start to snowball out of control. Well, they've got 3 Dragons. It's 4 minutes until the next Mountain Soul for this team. And Cube is looking very juicy.
Cube, you've made a mistake here, my friend. The vision will mean that they can keep on wailing. And that's going to be another kill for Karsa. He's now going to even Knight. I feel like there's a little bit of an internal competition going on now.
I mean, why not go for it? You've even got this Dark Seal on towards Knight as well, trying to give an answer for Zika in game number 1, who was packing a stack on that ring as well.
And when we bring up the conversation of Zika, he was very much the player to watch for Vici Gaming. He was the one that we wanted to see more emphasis put on. We have seen it this series, and I think it's fair to say that he's done a good job in this series. You can't really take anything much away from Zika here, but certainly in this game, he's been incredibly quiet, not had much of an impact.
Especially when it's Zika's first split. This is his rookie year, don't forget. Yes, he trained on under BDD on KT Rolster, but didn't get to play. This is the first time we're seeing what he's capable of. And Pumandu, Koma put their faith in this guy. You can see why that was the case, but now he's in trouble.
Knight trying to find a Battle Star onto Zika there, the surprise damage. Won't quite find it yet, but that's going to be a hook. Very much a death sentence there coming out for Chieftain. As soon as that lands, he knew he was done for. Couldn't even repel. The rest of the team going to be able to follow up. And now with that, it's easily a Baron for the likes of Karsa and Photic. And this, if you want a duo to be able to take down Baron, you've got a Kalista, you've got an Olaf that can tank it indefinitely. Happy days for Top Esports.
And it's beautiful for Knight as well, who can stick off to the sides, go fishing for these sleepy Trouble Bubbles. And overall, Top putting on, as you said, Munchables, a clinic in how to close out games, how to find your mid-game stride and just stomp all over your opponent.
And we were saying that Photic was one of the weak points, and it just feels like this team, they don't need to play around Photic. He's had some pretty highlight moments across the course of this game, but on this Kalista, he knows that he can just play safe, he can just play consistent, force in these side waves, just make sure that he's not an issue in the early game, and everything will look fine and dandy for Top.
Fine and dandy, striding on forward. Towers are falling, gold is rising, and the Colonel's got 2 thumbs up for the performance of Top Esports in this game. It's only a matter of time now before this game gets rounded out. 11-1 is the score line at an 11k gold lead in 21 minutes. That is an insane amount of gold to put up at this stage of the game.
Yeah, not just the gold, the sheer map control as well. You can see 6 towers to 2, 3 dragons to 0, and another dragon will spawn in a minute and a half. And that's if Top even want to go for the dragon. They could just use this Baron buff they have to force the issue in each of the 3 lanes.
Nice looking to add another name to his death note as well. The Magi Soul Stealer finally finished as this dragon is going to spawn. You can imagine he'll be looking for every ounce of damage he can put towards the back line of Zika and iBoy on Vici Gaming. And look at the control that Top Esports have. How do you approach this?
I love the sheer pressure that Knight puts on every time he throws a trouble ball. You mentioned the control that they have. As soon as you step up in the jungle, Knight will find you with a bubble, and if that lands, if you don't have mobility to get away before you fall asleep, you're not going to be waking up.
It's like the train journey of Doom. Fall asleep at the station, you miss where you're supposed to get off, and now that hope, that hype train we had for Vici Gaming has been entirely derailed.
Vici, they're desperate to get off of this train right now. They want to get out of this series. In goes Cube. He's looking for a final fight, and he's found it for himself. Double Flay goes in. And in goes Karsa, a little bit too deep, but he actually walks away with his life. Hook comes out from Yuyanjia, and it's all just beautiful coming out from the side of Top. There's really not a lot that Vici can do. They will hold on to the game for now as Knight actually aggressed on by iBoy and by Zika. There's 1 kill. At least they get the shutdown. Photic happy to walk forwards though. And there's a kill for 369. He's going to die to the tower. It's an execute. But Photic should have the damage. This could still be game. Top, they're not going to give up yet.
Timers are coming through though. Vici will respawn in just a few moments. They will just burst it down.
I think it's not going to be soon enough. The Nexus will fall. Photic 1v3. 14-2. And Top Esports with a comfortable second win.
We don't even get to see a 24-minute victory. We don't get to see our 24-minute dragon. So we don't get to see an Elder Dragon coming up either. It's a clean sweep from these guys.
Yeah, and it felt like this was a matter of draft, right? It felt like across the course of the series, Top Esports kind of got their ideas together, took a couple of notes after each of these games, and then once they got Knight on Zoe, once they got everything under control, everything walked away and got Zika off of LeBlanc.
And that felt like the big factor in this fight was Zika looking very comfortable on that pick, but also not really utilizing the advantages we thought they would. We got the Elise early on the Renekton. Cool, we can make this play in the top side. We saw it once, and then Karsa very quickly turned that advantage back in favor of 369. The plays on the bottom side meant very little for Top Esports, or very little for Vici, because Top Esports were catching out iBoy and Maestro.
And I'm glad that in game number 3 here, we got to see Knight and Karsa as a duo. It wasn't really about them facilitating 369 like we expected. It was much more of the classic Knight-Karsa duo, making things happen around the map, and you could see Knight's damage there. 14,000. Doesn't sound like that big of a number, but when you end the game this quick, it's a pretty significant chunk.
It's disgusting that at 22 minutes, they'd increased on average their lead by 500 even every minute. Like, that is an insane figure for them to start snowballing off of.
And it's nice to see the Zoe pick coming on through, especially when they first picked it on that red side. You know Knight for the Zoe. It's something that he's well renowned for, but getting to see him perform well on it, because we've had a couple of games recently where it's not looked so hot, it's great to see him back on form.
Look, this looked like the Top Esports back in form from start to finish. Game 1, We'll put that aside. We'll forget about that one. That goes back into the locker. We'll talk about only game number 2 and game number 3, where game 2 outdrafted in the early stages, out macroed as well, and then it comes back to game number 3, where when we get these even matchups, where we've got decently similar scaling on both sides, Top Esports take the advantage off of one team fight and snowball completely out of control.
Yeah, and the Olaf working wonders as well from the likes of Karsa, able to kind of run home with the victory, the Ragnarok. Just giving you so much early objective control, and it makes it very difficult for the likes of the Elise to have early pressure, especially once you hit level 6. Suddenly Cocoon doesn't do very much.
And I'm surprised to see the Conqueror come in from Elise in this matchup. We usually see it into the likes of the Lee Sin because you can take those early duels. I don't think Olaf really cares who you are. He's going to try and duel you anyway. Yeah. And we saw there where Chieftain tried to move into the jungle to spot out Olaf, missed his timing window on the top side to make a gank early on, and then very quickly this Chieftain started to fall off. Olaf took over. And unfortunately, Vici were not able to find another victory for themselves here.
And it's very much one of those situations with Olaf where if Olaf gets ahead, it's very difficult to close that gap once again. He's a champion that will snowball, just run away with things. Same can be said for Zoe as well. If Zoe gets ahead and you don't have vision control, you basically can't contest anything.
And of course, having Photic on this Kalista as well made the objective control of Dragons and Barons that much more simpler as well, because with Olaf, Kalista, and anyone else there on the team to tank up, they're going to be able to take down that Baron very quickly.
Yeah, they're able to just crush through those objectives, and our MVP for that game is, of course, going to be Knight, taking that one for himself. We were talking about the duo. Castle got an MVP, Knight got an MVP. It's good to see them back on form. 34% of the team's damage. That is an insane statistic. 5-1-6 on the Zoe.
It's not anything we're surprised about, though. No. Knight, on average, has a 30% team damage. So this is what we expect from this guy. It's what we will continue to expect from Top Esports. And we hopefully will see them continue this trajectory through the rest of their games in the LPL.
And you can see his MVP count there as well. 4 already. He's feeling good when it comes to that. And could be a contender for one of the highest MVP counts of the split. We'll have to wait and see. There's definitely some other players. I think Xiaohu also up there in the count, but we'll have to see as we move on with the split. But Top Esports, a needed win here, because game 1 going down to Vici Gaming, it would have been real rough if they end up losing the series.
We look towards the weekend as well here, because we have Top versus IG, and both these teams have shown they can bleed. Rogue Warriors taking IG all the way. We now have Vici showing that Top Esports aren't as dominable as we expected them to be. So when I look at this schedule, it's a lot more dicey as to who's going to come out on top there.
It certainly is. And speaking of the schedule, with Top Esports and Vici Gaming out of the way, we're moving on to a pretty big ticket matchup next. We've got 2 of the newer teams on the board going up against each other. Teams that at the start of the season, maybe you wouldn't expect to be at the top of the table, but JDG are going to be going up against BLG. And BLG looked fantastic back before the break, before Chinese New Year. They've had a bit of a rough time ever since. JDG, however, 4-1 in the standings right now. They're looking like a favorite. We're going to head into a quick break. Make sure you join us for that massive best of 3 right after this.
Too fast, life moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 내 모든 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no. With
time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on recline. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Niggas my self-esteem. Run it back, man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run out of time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now, our eyes are wide open. We're running this world, we're keeping it turning. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants, we're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we're coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants, we're giants. Oh, sleeping giants, sleeping giants. There's no light on a Friday night. I can't believe it's right. Better show me a place to go. No more time to waste. It's a crime. No, this can't be right. What is wrong tonight? Better find another place to go. 'Cause nobody's here. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence is a rising night. Follow me, so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence is a rising night. Follow me, so you and I could be one. In the dark, I can't find my way. I know it's getting late. Come with me, we'll look for a place where we can dance all night. There's no light on a Friday night. I can't believe it's right. There's nowhere we can go today. Let go there. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence is a rising night. Follow me, so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence is a rising night. Follow me, so you and I could be one. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence is a rising night.
Welcome back to the LPL. You can see the Shanghai skyline right there in front of you. It's a beautiful sight to behold. But it's time to behold an even more beautiful sight, ladies and gentlemen. It's JDG up against BLG. This should be an absolute stonker of a best of three right here. My name is Muchables. I'm joined by Dagda as ever as we head into the last series of the day.
Cannot wait to see how this series turns out. Both of these teams are vying for the top of the table. JDG already made their climb. They're sitting pretty up towards that top few spots. BLG, though, not as much so.
Yeah, BLG, it's been an interesting ride. They had a really, really strong start to the season. They were 2-0, but since then, they've not been able to get a series win on the board. And when you talk about BLG, it's a story of compositions. For them, it's very much been the good, the bad, and the ugly. We've had 3 different styles of composition, none of them really working out that well.
You can see them on their screens right out for them.
Actually, sorry, I misspoke. That one did work out for them. The good versus
True.
RNG, that was a good one.
I
We
want
like
to
that
come
one.
back to, though, why this worked. Because what I did get was a strong top laner for King in that Aatrox, his pocket pick. Good pressure coming through from Fofo in the mid, and they utilized their advantages there to enable Meteor in the jungle. Gank heavily for mid, move towards that in the top side of the map, and unfortunately, we haven't seen that since for BLG.
Yeah, the Nocturne looked pretty great. The Graves, on the other hand, not a fan at all, losing out 2-0 to Sunic.
And it rises with the question, if it ain't broke, why are you trying to fix it? And now they're bringing in ADD again to try and mix things up again. This guy was the staple for them in summer 2019. When they finished summer 2019, they'd only got 4 losses. Right now, they're on a 3-series loss streak. This is insane from summer 2019 to spring 2020.
Yeah, really, really rough way to continue the season here. Bringing in ADD, a tank player. They're saying the Maokai wasn't the issue. It was the player. Get King and out of here. We don't want to carry top laner. Give us ADD.
But this is the thing. ADD does both that tank because he's got the pocket pick in the Scion, but his Camille is also something to be watched out for. Looked really good right up until they met Top Esports, but outside of that, this is something that definitely these guys can run with.
Oh, we'll be looking towards the draft for BLG, but one thing I want to mention is JDG are on a bit of a roll themselves. They are 4-1 so far, and the victories have come from the early game. These guys punch hard and they punch fast. When they get the first blood, they win 80% of the time. And for the first turret and a gold lead at 15, 100% win record.
And that is insane, but it shouts to what JDG love to do. Get ahead, team fight strong, 705 and Zoom with these flank positions, diving the back line, and JDG have found success. Now, for once, I want to see them pick it up against BLG because this has been a very back and forth matchup. In 2018, BLG had won every time these two teams faced up. In 2019, JDG were the ones that bore the championship title in the grudge match between these two. Now in 2020, we're yet to see where this will fall.
We'll have to see which team can retake their title. As you can see, JDG on your screens, these guys are phenomenal team fighters, especially as we mentioned, when they manage to get ahead, that's when their strength really lies. And so far, it's been looking fantastic for them this season. The only team that they've lost to so far has been FPX.
And a lot of that is coming back to Loken rejoining the team. This guy took a year out, used to play for JDG, went and brought his horizons on Top Esports, but since coming back to JDG, this guy has looked phenomenal. And especially when he had to fill the shoes of Imp. That's not an easy thing you have to do, but Loken has taken it in his stride and taken bodies along with it.
Loken has had a couple of moments. He's had a couple of bits where, I mean, this series in particular, when he was on Desire, there was one moment where he stepped out of position. But other than that, he's been looking really solid. So excited to see more from Loken there as well. But when you look across the entire team, you've got to bring up the topic of Yagao as well. His LeBlanc has looked fantastic, and he's already shown he's relatively flexible in that mid lane as well.
And I love to see that. I love when you've got the LeBlancs, you've got the Zoes, but he can still go into a lot of these pocket picks like, well, not pocket picks, but other styles like the Azir, where we just tend towards the late game and Yagao will carry us across the finish line.
We'll see if Yagao can get one of his comfortable picks for himself. But I mentioned that they lost to FPX to start things off here, but when you look at the schedule, yes, they are 4-1 in the standings right now, but it's important to mention the teams that they have beaten. OMG, pretty respectable. WE, relatively respectable. And then V5 and Vici Gaming, less so. It's definitely been a relatively easy schedule for the likes of JDG so far. And it's only going to get more difficult the longer this season goes on.
And don't forget, we've seen them start to struggle a little bit in these matchups we expected. V5 wasn't the easiest of series.
No.
Vici Gaming in that game 1, they actually lost. And then it was this weird protect the iBoy composition against Vici that made it a little bit easier for JDG. The one that stood out to me, though, was that game 3, where the macro game from JDG was what won them. And I want to see if they can do it again now against BLG.
And you can see ADD stepping in there towards the top side of the map for the likes of BLG. We'll see how he's going to do replacing Kingen up towards the top side. Kingen had been one of these players that we've regularly been talking about being the carry for the team, being the focus for the team, but it's not been working out the last 3 series, and you can see BLG want to change things up.
And ADD brings a different style of game to them. Kingen likes resources. He likes to be the carry for this squad. ADD is happy to pick a tank or go for something in the split push role, but not desire a lot of extra resources dedicated to him. He'll stay there, happy as Larry, farm and be your insurance for the late game.
If that Katarina first pick is locked in, I'll buy everyone in chat a pint. It's
Am
going
I
to be
in
the
chat?
Varus.
Does that count?
You're not in chat, I'm afraid.
Aw.
You are chatting to me, but you're not in chat. But it's not going to be. It's going to be the Varus first pick, and it's interesting, isn't it, how different LPL teams prioritize different things for the first pick. This is the first pick Varus we've seen in a little while.
Yeah, this is a strange one for me when you're looking towards how many other options there are. The Ezreal falling off has been a strange one to me as well.
The tank top for BLG, once again, they really love this Maokai. It didn't work for them in the past, but maybe now, maybe it was Kingen. Maybe ADD is the difference that they need. They clearly have a high priority on the Maokai. They're going to go for the Zoe as well, just a very safe blind.
Looking at 705's champ pools in the LDL though, Mordekaiser, Aatrox and Renekton were his top played in that role. It's not the likes of, the KO that we saw in the last one, these hyper scaling top laners. Potentially this is a call out against 705 saying, hey look, you're going to play some of these beefy boys and Maokai is going to be pretty happy to just farm up against that.
Well, you're absolutely right, because the Mordekaiser is going to be locked in there for the likes of 705. You have to assume that that'll go up towards the top lane. Now JDG have to decide where they want to go. You could quite happily pick your mid matchup to go up against the Zoe, or lock in the support to protect this Varus.
I'm surprised to see BLG go for the Zoe here. Usually not the pick that Fofo oftentimes takes. It's been a pick away, I feel, from Yagao in this situation. But Yagao has favoured the LeBlanc. This LeBlanc has been what we expect from him, and it's now been locked in once again.
When I think of Yagao, I think of LeBlanc, and he's going to have that pick for himself. He's happy to play that into the Zoe, knows the matchup he's going into. You're not going to see Zoe flex to any of the lanes. And now finally BLG going to round things out with the Misfortune AD carry you'd expect.
I'm happy for them to go for this AD carry. Usually teams are like, oh my god, you haven't locked in a jungler, lock in a jungler real quick. But Meteor has the most unique champions played of any jungler. 10 different champions in that role. So a plethora of them still to pick from, even when the bans come through.
And the banning of Lee Sin is important because Meteor, despite how many junglers he has, will not play Lee Sin.
He's only played it twice competitively in the Demacia Cup. And both of them were absolutely atrocious. They were some of the worst Lee Sin performances I've ever seen. So this is not a pick I expect to see on BLG anytime soon.
Yeah, the Lee banned away, and you'd think maybe another jungle pick could go to the support. Both teams have to pick their jungler and their support on this rotation, but that is 4 junglers taken out of the pool there with the Lee and the Rek'Sai banned in second rotation.
What do they try and go for? Gragas is the one that still stands out to me in this scenario, but we have seen the likes of Nocturne come through. Silas has been picks that we've seen come through from Kanavi and actually beat Meteor in the jungle with that pick, so maybe they want to go for it.
It's Kanavi too, so you could always see the Kindred coming through. You could see the Nidalee as well. Kanavi is a guy that loves his pocket picks, but interesting to see. Jungle is focused by BLG. It's the supports taken out by JDG.
J4 is up as well at the moment, but that's going to be...
Wait a second.
Hang on.
This is the Maokai mid.
It's Maokai support. So this is something I was actually having a chat to Lyric about, that I'm a big fan of Maokai support still. Great engage tools, does it well into a lot of the AD carries we're seeing at the moment because the amount of lockdown that you have. And if this is the case, I'm going to be super happy with this.
Well, Jin Jiao going to be rocking with the MF. We'll see if it will be alongside the Maokai support from Shinmo. We'll find out on the last pick, but the Thresh would be very standard to go alongside that Varus. We've got the Jarvan in the jungle. Very standard meta composition by the looks of things coming out from JDG, but it could be that BLG, we've mentioned the good, the bad, and the ugly. We've mentioned they like to go for weird compositions. This could be adding to the pile.
Well, if this Bard is locked in, that means it's a going to be the Maokai jungle. So this is something that we used to see a long time ago. You'd have the saplings tossed into the bushes, and you can start multiple camps at once, hit a very quick level 2.
I mean, we're talking like Season 5.
Oh yeah, this is real far back. And if that's the case, this could be an interesting one, because you can hit level 2 very quickly, maybe look for a gank, but we're going to get confirmation there that, yeah, look, it's going to be that Maokai jungle.
I mean, you already said it. Meteor is a man of many tastes. He loves to change things up in the jungle, and we're going to see the tree headed on back home. So he locks in the Maokai jungle. This is going to be interesting.
So much gank setup for this Maokai. Very little damage follow-up though. So this is where they're looking at the Gangplank being the follow-up. You've got the Zoe there as well. It's strange to me to see the Maokai locked in. This feels like it was very much an answer to the draft that they saw come out from the JDG side, because you just pick Sejuani. Why go for Maokai when you've got Sejuani, who clears better, does a lot more in these team fights, has more setup as well for you when it comes to proccing that permafrost on multiple different targets?
I guess we'll find out, Dagda. We'll find out why. But you might be right. But the early lock-in for the Maokai, maybe
just be like, actually no, it wasn't that great.
I mean, you mentioned the Sejuani. Nobody plays Zac jungle either. Zac has been pretty prevalent in other regions. Here in the LPL, I think we've seen maybe one game. I don't even think we've seen one.
I don't think we have, yeah. I was looking towards Zac as, you know, that's flex pick, because we saw Bwipo's Fnatic playing in the top side, but not even there. We're just, and even support for Hylissang, actually, now that I think of it. But no, not going to be coming through. Instead, we've got the tree instead of the blob.
Let's see how it's going to work out for Meteor. He's up against Kanavi, who's going to be playing on that Jarvan 4. But I'm more interested in that mid lane as well. Zoe versus LeBlanc. We've got Fofo on the Zoe, Yagao on his signature LeBlanc as we head onto the Rift. It's JDG on a win streak, 4-1 right now, up against the struggling BLG.
BLG have struggled for so long. 3 losses is their streak so far. ADD comes back, and again we're seeing comfort for this guy. The Gangplank is directly in his top played. So this is BLG saying, look, ADD, show us the way, show us what we saw in summer 2019 and bring us back to our winning ways.
Very standard level 1 though. Throughout the last series, we saw shenanigans every single game. We saw top grouping up and looking for deep vision, and the same coming out from their opponents in Vici Gaming. This time around, just spreading out across the map, standard lane setup.
Not standard junglers though. And that's why we're seeing Meteor on this Maokai. Already saplings are being tossed down. Essentially this gives you a super fast clear on your blue because you get both them running in. Although JDG looking to try and contest with a late invade.
Do we call them saplings on Meteor when he's running the Maokai skin? I think they're called catlings at this point, but Loken and Kanavi going to be here to ruin Meteor's day. Smite available. This is going to be who can pull the trigger a little bit better than the other. Shinmo going to walk on forwards. Lumao's here as well.
Look where Loken is. He's already got to lane, so looking to put the advantages onto the Varus.
But he might have sacrificed his jungle and his support because Fofo's here as well. Lumao flashes to safety, gets the heal as well. Kanavi trying to walk away, but he's rooted. Fofo incredibly low. They got the blue buff, but at what cost?
Well, Kanavi has to back now. Can't go for the solo clear. Well, can't clear out one camp. We'll have to back after that. So, when all said and done, Meteor gets the camp regardless. You end up with a slight advantage for Loken on the levels, but Summoner spells burned to try and keep JDG alive.
So far, so good for Meteor on this Maokai. The attempted aggression from JDG not working out for them. And we already mentioned when JDG get first blood, they have an 80% win record. So important for BLG not to lose that fight.
It was JDG trying to punish Maokai. Because we said already, you start saplings. Maokai's not a champion unless he's got a CC. So with the sapling start and already 2 of them running into this blue buff, it meant they didn't have anything else for that invade.
Level 2 spike here for Lumao. Shinmo taking a good chunk of damage. It's not going to be enough to finish the job, but certainly going to be a good amount of pressure down in that bottom lane.
I'm laughing at Meteor's clear speed. Kanavi cleared his red, backed, got back. Oh, well, actually hasn't backed, but despite the slowdown, is still cleared as fast as this Maokai is. Will manage to pick up the Scuttle Crab as well. And now is in perfectly fine shape. Hasn't actually been set too far behind because the Maokai can't clear.
Yeah, and he's going to be spotted out by the Scryer's Bloom as well. These saplings will do a good amount to the camps, but it takes a little bit of time. He needs some levels before he can really get through these camps efficiently. I'm really curious how he's going to build as well, because there's an argument that you could go for the Runic Echoes just to be able to do a little bit of extra clear, a little bit of extra damage on the camps, but realistically, is that your priority?
Now, it's 100% going to be the Cinderhulk. You want to make sure that you're getting those extra procs thanks to the Cinderhulk's new passive with the CC enabled. And as well, you need to be a frontline for this team. You can't have ADD walking up to try and bear that brunt, either Shinmo, because it needs to proc the Aftershock to be tanky. So a lot of this falls to Meteor to be in control of the CC train for BLG.
Now we've entered a relatively slow start to this game, which typically is what we want to see from BLG. When we saw them looking strong towards the first couple of series they played, it was a slow, controlled playstyle.
Usually, I would agree with you. But OMG showed that BLG don't always win in the late game anymore. They were able to beat them at their own game. JDG here as well are going to be looking to have Kanavi full health, back out on the map, now making plays. Meteor's clear speed is too slow to try and contest, and they've given up a lot of what they want to do on the map. So yes, this early, slow gameplay kind of helps out BLG, but realistically, it's only because Kanavi was shut down in that level 1 play. Should, in theory, be able to make a new set of rules for this Rift.
Yeah, I mean, recently, BLG, they felt a little bit like my new diet. You know, Monday through Thursday, it's going pretty well. You're managing to eat nicely. You're chopping up your veggies and all of that good stuff. And then Friday night comes around. Your mates call you on the phone. They're like, let's get some beers in. It's St. Patrick's Day yesterday. Let's go for it. You get a bunch of beers. You get a bunch of McDonald's. You have some pizza. And it all goes wrong. That's what the late game for BLG feels like. The early game, the mid game, the Monday through Thursday look great. Once it gets to Friday night, the late game, it all goes wrong.
We've caught them out in 3v2s not eating their salad. We've caught them out where they should be going for these big objectives around the Baron, but instead they're being caught out in side lanes eating that extra chocolate muffin. This overall is BLG falling down where we thought them strongest, and now JDG are stepping up to see what they can do, and so far it's working out well. Look at the CS numbers across the board without jungle intervention. Lu Mao and Loken winning out on this bottom side. Yagao winning in this mid lane. JDG are starting to punch, and how hard are BLG going to take it?
So far, pretty hard in that bottom lane especially. 20 CS lead in favor of Loken. Obviously, there is a big wave crashing right now, but that means the rest of this squad from JDG is moving on down. Spotted the sapling, though. It's going to deter the play. They know that Meteor is around.
I don't know what Meteor does. Like, he's sitting here, yeah, all well and good. Will defer the dive on BLG, but I'd be very surprised if they want to go for one right now. You can see Yagao is being pushed in the mid lane, so not able to get on the roam for a 4-man dive. And 3v2 with the tower in tow at this stage is not going to go in favor of JDG.
Well, ADD on this gangplank. It's something that scales exceptionally well into the later stages of the game. So once again, BLG looking towards a long one. Lu Mao is going to find a hook onto Meteor, and he's got a Lantern to pull in his jungler. Meteor gets the twisted advance onto Kanavi, forced the flash onto this Jarvan. Loken going to be here as he's trying to get the DPS down onto Shinmo. Fofo wants the play himself. He's going to be locked up by the ethereal chains, though. Forced to use his cleanse pretty early in this fight. Kanavi exhausted and taken low. Another chain from Yagao. The fight diffuses. But once again, it's all about this blue buff. They do not want Maokai to have mana.
Kanavi and Meteor would have loved to have had ultimates available for that fight. All these close quarters where you could have locked people down could have been worked wonders. But neither of them had that available. It was the ultimates burnt by Loken onto Shinmo, who was able to escape thanks to that dredge line that missed. So both teams back away, and blue buff will eventually go in favor of BLG.
ADD actually struggling a little bit in these trades in this lane. We'll be able to... Oh, nice reactions from 705 to get the shield there.
So this lane will go in favor of 705 to begin with, but as the items start to come in, that Triforce, even if you want to go with the Essence Reaver and go full crit for the Gangplank, ADD will begin to win, especially because he's got the remove Scurvy. The Death Realm can't be used on the Gangplank because he pops the oranges, gets straight back into the land of the living, and then tries to turn around and send 705 back to the green screen.
Certainly a favorable matchup for ADD. But again, once we get to the very late stages of the game, Gangplank, one of these champions that scales superbly. You will be able to do massive damage. And also, one of the great advantages of that Gangplank is even when your teleport is on cooldown, like right now, 75 with the TP advantage, you can still influence those fights with the Cannon Barrage.
We saw that in that last fight where the Cannon Barrage was pretty crucial on shutting down Kanavi. Again, it's going to be up maybe in time for the likes of this Rift Herald. I'm looking at Lu Mao backing away now, trying to see if he can get up towards the Rift Herald, but it spawned just over a minute and a half ago. But with Kanavi hovering down towards this bot side, looks like neither are too confident to go for that play.
You see Meteor now has his Barmy Cinder. That'll mean his clear is a little bit quicker, a little bit more efficient on that Maokai. We do see, as we head towards the 10-minute mark, the Rift Herald going to be spawning very shortly.
It is up. A Meteor and Jinmo, what we just talked about, are moving towards it. ADD and Meteor are trying to see if they can get control of this top lane jungle, but still not entirely sure if they want to take this fight. JDG.
Oh, here we go. The hook will start things off, but it's answered immediately. And Shinmo not actually level 6 just yet. That's a trouble bubble and a half, but Shinmo falls regardless. Kanavi jumps on forward and he's found Meteor. He'll get some roots, but it's not going to do very much for him as he's taken into the Death Realm and aptly named as 705 finds what?
JDG find the fight, and as you rightly pointed out, Munchables, no ultimate for Shinmo. Thanks to the play and the pressure that Loken had been able to put on, Shinmo was forced to back before he could pick up that last wave. It meant he didn't hit the level 6 like Lu Mao, and those key ultimates for the supports are able to turn that around.
I'm going to go full Robo Colonel on you right here because JDG, when they get First Blood, have an 80% win rate so far. So if the Colonel was here, he'd put his thumbs up and he'd give him an 80% win chance right now.
We can see this play here. They tried to go onto Lu Mao, but the Aftershock is so makes him so tanky. Meteor's the only one who can follow up here as well, which, as we said, Maokai has 0 damage at this point in the game. And ADD not winning out in the top lane as of yet allows 705 to rope first. The 4v3 ends up all JDG.
I think Cannon Barrage was actually still on cooldown from the previous engages. It's such a long cooldown in the early stages of the game. So despite me mentioning you can influence the fights, not if you're also on cooldown.
Now it is up though, but there's nobody here from BLG. So Rift Herald goes over to JDG. This first dragon will go across to JDG, and the snowball we talked about is starting to come to fruition, Munch.
Punch hard and punch fast. They've got themselves an advantage, and it looks like they want to keep things rolling. They want to turn this into more. The Herald going to be in the hands of Kanavi. The question will be where he wants to force the issue.
705 and Loken are the two they should head towards. Loken, because he's going to be the main damage dealer. Yes, Yugao is on LeBlanc, but you need consistent damage to get through the likes of Meteor. Otherwise, go 705. Have this Mordekaiser come in, deal with whoever is a pain in these team fights on the side of BLG, and beat them in that 1v1 scenario in the Death Realm.
Well, things slow down a little bit here as we have a moment. But it's going to be JDG that lead the charge right now. 2 dragons up in their favor as well as a gold lead. But no towers have been taken just yet. And that's where a snowball in these kinds of games really starts, because that is where your tempo advantage can really come into play.
And we're already seeing that the tempo advantage doesn't matter to BLG a huge amount. They're gifting that over to JDG. They're allowing ADD to scale in the top side. And I'm delighted to see ADD back in this team. ADD used to play for MVP over in LCK, for anyone who isn't aware, was actually part of the roster that 1 got them promoted and 2 got them demoted out of the LCK in the promotion tournament. Came over to BLG and started to look fantastic. Had a really good upswing in his play towards the end of summer 2019, which solidified BLG's run at the last few steps of 2019. Now, though, he needs to put on another performance because JDG are again putting pressure on the map.
Yeah, we've got to see him step up on this Gangplank. Shinmo wants to fight.
Oh,
Loken
no, Meteor
pulls Meteor in with the Lantern, but that's a big bullet time. Depth Charge follows Loken out of the fight, but that's 1 kill. Going on to LeBlanc, Kanavi forces the fight to continue. Walks away with his life for now, but ADD, you've just been talking about him. He wants to make an influence, finds one, gives a parlay over to Kanavi, and gets a double.
Welcome back, ADD. A double kill for BLG. They can now turn towards this tower as well. Just in time, the turret plates have fallen, so this turret will not last long.
And that is what we want to see out of ADD. He just finished his Triforce and immediately gets to try out his new toy.
705 didn't have the teleport to follow either, so risky call from JDG to try and make things happen on the bottom side. And even when it looked like it was going dire with Meteor way too far on the twisted advance, Jinjiao has the bullet time to follow up on the engage.
Yeah, Loken just removed from the fight entirely right at the start. Yagao gets a pick, and the rest was just BLG covering their bases and clearing up.
Numbers advantage in favor of BLG. 705 will at least get some damage onto the top tower, but first turret goes over to the side of BLG. And now our stats are in disarray, Munch. We said at the beginning that first tower is 100% win for JDG. Win at 15 minutes if they're ahead as well. JDG are ahead by 1,000 gold, but have lost first tower.
Well, that means they've got 180% win chance because they did get that first blood.
That's how stats work.
180% in favor out of 300. I think that is. I'll text my maths guy. Just double check those numbers. We'll get the numbers run in the back end, but I'm 90% sure on that one.
Out of what? I'm confused on how these stats work anymore.
Well, 60% of stats are actually made up on the spot. So.
God damn it, Munch.
With that said, it's important to mention that the gold gap has been reduced here by BLG. That was a massive fight for them. A lot of gold into the pocket of ADD, and you mentioned Gangplank builds earlier on. That's a BF sword, my friend. He wants an Essence Reaver. He's gonna rip face.
Crit Plank is on the way. ADD likes to be in the side lanes. You can see there with the teleport coming in as a finisher to these fights. But as the game progresses, I'd be surprised to see ADD still looking for these flank teleport plays. Gangplank isn't always someone who can do well in those scenarios because it's easier for JDG to just turn and kill the Gangplank, then deal with the rest of BLG. He wants to either be coming in behind the likes of Meteor and Shinmo so he can set up the barrel plays, or just be left on his own in the bottom side of the map.
So this fight that's coming up could be the decider for JDG here. Ocean Drake coming up right as we speak. They have 2 Drakes on the board already. And this will be the decider on, are they really ahead? Do they still have control?
705 is in the top lane, still has the teleport available. ADD does not, which is why we're seeing this Gangplank come across. So JDG are just looking to posture around this dragon, give the Mordekaiser time to deal with this top lane turret, while BLG are scrambling to get vision in the river.
705 just waiting with his trigger finger on D to teleport on into the fray. Yagao waiting off to the wings. He's been spotted though. Dodges away from the barrels. Kanavi ready to get that EQ in. Here's the teleport. Kanavi jumps into the pit. Commitment to the play from the side of JDG. Sleepy Trouble Bubble won't do much to 705. Dragon's still at half health and Kanavi has to jump on out. Meteor able to pull it back. Here's one of the beautiful things about that Maokai. He's invincible.
Kanavi was taking so much damage in the pit. Fofo was able to take him low. BLG will get this dragon for free.
We figured it out. This is the strength of the pick. You could just tank dragon indefinitely, and while all the spells are flying back and forth, the sap magic constantly off cooldown.
health for me, and health for me. I'm going to keep grabbing all that if I'm Meteor. And as you said, being able to tank that dragon for long enough gives Fofo the opportunity to send Kanavi packing. And unfortunately, what was looking like JDG being able to play the chess match properly, they're forced to call it early and find themselves with a tail between their leg.
Dagza, I need you to check your stats book. Where are they? What are the stats on if JDG are 2 dragons up to 1 at 18 minutes 35 seconds with a 400 goal
The stats
lead?
are out the window now, Munch. We can't rely on them anymore. This is a game in and of itself.
What?
This is an anomaly.
You mean that the result in front of us doesn't depend on previous results?
Exactly. It's completely different. We don't know how these teams are going to play from day to day anymore.
My goodness. We're in unprecedented territory, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, JDG still, it has to be said, with the advantage, but BLG looking a lot better than what we've seen in the last few games from them. It's felt like they've been a little bit discombobulated. They've fallen apart pretty regularly. This time around, it feels a bit more confident.
Well, confidence is what's going to be giving them the opportunity to go towards this Rift Herald, and that confidence stems from seeing the back timings coming through from BLG, punishing just that tempo where it takes the 30 seconds to get back out on the map. It's enough to take this and potentially go towards this mid-turn. Fofo is the only person here, although Meteor and Jinzhou are moving across from topside jungle.
Fofo trying to get a bubble, but he's not going to find it as the Herald charges into the mid lane. I don't think JDG can quite follow up for the tower completely, but at least a good chunk of damage there. ADD off towards the bottom side here.
Loken has to be incredibly careful as to how he moves in towards these towers. You've got a flash, twisted advance that can come through from Meteor, the cannon barrage that if he takes a step out of place can set up for the rest of the team, sleepy trouble bubbles, depth charges. Loken has to play back and can't approach turrets in these scenarios to try and take them down. It's onto the likes of Yagao to pop in with a distortion, take a few shots at the turret, and then get back out. And as a result, JDG pretty much wastes that Rift Herald.
Now, one thing I will say about this Maokai jungle pick is it does allow your top laner to play a bit more of a carry without removing a front line from your team. And so Meteor, as you can see, he's already got his Cinder Hulk for himself, and he's going to have a Spirit Visage there, or you'd expect it'll be a Spirit Visage as the next item. Does have his Spectre's Cowl in his inventory. You're going to see this tree get tankier and tankier throughout the game, and if there's one thing that always scales well, it's tanks.
The good news is that they do have Varus on their team. If this was a misfortune, or if this was anything of that type of play, I'd be a little bit more worried. Varus is great in these tank shredding scenarios because of the passive, because of the Blade of the Rune King. So overall, it means that Meteor will still be killable on the side of JDG, and I love the purchase by Loken here as well. Blade of the Rune King, fantastic. Rapid fire cannon though means he's able to approach these fights without fear of getting jumped on by BLG.
And it's not the standard build either. You typically see them go for a Hurricane, for a Rage Blade as the second item. But this way, he can be so much safer in these fights. He can play further back.
And this is why Loken is such a big carry for JDG. Deals 29% of this team's damage because he's able to think on the fly and realize, hey, look, this is the best way for me to get into these fights to dish out the damage that I'd like. And now he's been given that opportunity again with the item purchases that he's gone for.
It's been a relatively slow one so far. 3-2 on the scoreboard. But the Ocean Drake going to be spawning once again in 50 seconds time. BLG, the ones to get their hands on the last one. Question will be, can the Maokai sustain from Meteor net them another Drake?
I'm looking towards 705 here as well on your screen, because we haven't seen a huge amount from him. But in this side lane split push, still has some semblance of control. Will slowly start to teeter off into the favor of ADD, as we already discussed. But it's curious to see 705 go up against ADD. ADD is the long-term veteran that we talked about from the LCK. 705 is coming up from Invictus Youth. In the LDL 2019, they were the victors. They beat everyone and took home the championship in the LDL. 705 was a winning top laner, and he came onto JDG with a lot of talk around him. Has somewhat lived up to it, but when you're behind Zoom, it's hard to not.
Well, that's going to be Meteor not living up to his reputation right there. He goes down to start this fight off. In the meantime, JDG looking for this dragon. Kanavi should be able to smite it. ADD did grab himself a tower, but the dragon goes the way of JDG. That's soul point now.
JDG keeping the snowball going, keeping control of these objectives. 705!
Oh, the flash forwards from Fofo. Does get a good chunk of damage down onto 705. Now posturing towards this mid lane.
You can see the problem with Meteor's Maokai right now, though. Because you're behind in levels compared to the rest of the game, because you haven't picked up the items that Maokai can usually get in a solo lane, this Maokai isn't actually particularly tanky. So when he gets caught out here, check how quickly he goes down. Looking more like a Nautilus than the big beefy Maokai that we usually expect.
And then obviously not much of a follow-up fight on the back of that pick. Meteor needed to get a good twisted advance to dodge away from that CC. That's one of the most important mechanics on Maokai, but we've been criticizing this Maokai pick, and when you take a look at the scoreboard, you can see why. 0 and 3 so far. It's not looking great for Meteor.
Well, this is why I go back and say, hey, look, if you want to go for this tank jungler, why not go for the likes of Sejuani? Why not go for Zac, who are built around being these tanks with limited resources that can still have high impact?
Because they first picked Maokai, that's why, and it didn't really work out, which is interesting, because we've seen teams first pick Maokai
We've
before.
seen BLG do it as
And
well.
you know
At
what?
least pick Maokai, I don't know anymore.
It's not really worked out for them either. Turns out, Maokai might not be the priority pick that these teams are suggesting.
You might be onto something there, Munch, and I have to hard agree with you after the 2 series we've had today.
We've got a route onto Shinmo here. I don't think it'll turn into much as ADD's caught out in the bottom side of the map. It's not even going to be a 1v1. Death Realm not even used there. That means ADD does get away with his life. But look at the inventories on the side of JDG right now. So much vision, so many control wards. They want to take objectives.
Want to take this mid lane turret, Yagao going aggressive onto Shinmo, poking people out. ADD is back in base. They want to try and go for a dive, but careful of the cannon barrage.
The barrage can force the issue. Fofo gets a cleanse off, but look at this. Meteor pulled in. No, it's Shinmo, in fact. And he will be going down Death Realm just to make sure the kill's finished. Kanavi flashes away with his own life. The 705 is just massive in these fights. Bullet time barely scratching his itch. And Yagao will be able to distort himself away. ADD arriving just a little bit too late. Nothing more can come of it.
Disjointed plays from BLG. Shinmo goes in. Oh, this isn't over, actually.
That's a good trouble bubble onto the likes of Loken. Nice Zhonya's coming out from Lumao. But the disengage in the end, and this is the strength of that Zoe. You really can extend those fights. You can find picks after you think it's done.
The problem was, though, Fofo baited in Shinmo. Didn't communicate, hey, look, I'm going to use the cleanse. Shinmo tosses out the anchor because he thinks Fofo's caught, and it means that he's the one to pay for Fofo's sins. Don't get the objective off it, though, to JDG, so we're still going to be back and forth around this mid lane.
Loken gets it. What a player. ADD now in trouble. As you mentioned, he's going to outscale, but we've not reached that point yet. ADD sprints away. He's got his Nikes on. And he might be able to escape. Yagao looking for it. Death's Grasp off cooldown, pulls him in, and Yagao finishes the kill. Very nicely done by the solo laners.
The rookie takes down the veteran. ADD falls, and now Yagao is off in this side lane. The rest of JDG are holding down the fort in mid, but Yagao can pressure this bottom lane turret.
705 is looking good on this Mordekaiser. The Essence Reaver is finished for ADD now, but I don't think it was before that recall.
This is one of 705's champions, though. We said Aatrox, Mordekaiser, Renekton is where he finds comfort. We've seen the amazing plays he can make on Renekton, and now we're seeing him style on this Mordekaiser as well. JDG setting up for the mid lane turret.
And they're going to be able to comfortably take that one down. Barely any contest from the side of BLG, who are starting to fall further and further behind. 2,000 gold lead now. 30 seconds until this Ocean Drake. JDG looking to be in control.
TP used to get Yagao back towards the mid lane. with Baron up how crucial these mid lane structures are to maintaining vision, maintaining a bastion to fall back to when things get rough. Yagao pushing forward. Nerdy gets hit by Fofo.
Yagao actually wasted his Banshees there just to get a Q off onto someone. I'm not sure that's worth with Dragon coming up, especially when you're going to take chunks like that from the side of Fofo. This could well be a BLG Dragon, but pings over towards the Baron for JDG.
JDG do this incredibly quickly with the Varus and with the Mordekaiser, but they baited BLG in.
That's going to be the Dragon for Jin Zhao. 2 Oceans for them. No soul point, though. They're still going to be 1 away. They deny it from JDG, and with that objective taken, I think that's going to defuse the situation.
JDG were caught out on what the call was. Fight at the Dragon, push in towards mid, or back away towards Baron. Split call, no decision made, and BLG find their way out of the woods.
And this is what we will come. Oh, 705's in trouble. That's going to be a sleepy trouble bubble. Kanavi jumps in front to keep his top laner alive. Very nicely played. But this is what we were complimenting BLG on before the break. Back on 10.1, we were saying how BLG, they were cool, calm, collected. It was about the macro plays. That was where they really strived. And that is a perfect example of macro decision-making paying dividends.
The biggest problem we've had with them is their drafts. It's not been the game plan that they come into effect with. It's that they haven't got a chance to enact that game plan. This time around, though, BLG are slowly scaling in. That punch hard, punch fast from JDG has been thwarted. It's been blocked by BLG in these early stages of the game. Now we're pushing the 30-minute mark. Triforce and Essence Reaver for this Gangplank. You're looking at the Essence Reaver and the Infinity Edge for Misfortune in the bottom lane. This is where BLG are starting to turn things in their favor. As this game goes, Loken will win out when it comes to the AD carry matchup the later we scale. BLG's top laner ADD on the side, though, may not have someone that can deal with them when these further items come through.
Now, as the Dragon's going to be 3 minutes away, it feels like both of these teams are going to be playing this one relatively safe. Means you're going to be stacking up in his jungle. Oh, was that a flash coming out from Lu Mao? He's nearly dead. Takes a big old hit from Fofo.
Didn't realize Fofo was in the bush. Gets caught with the sleepy trouble and forced to flash.
Kind of a weird flash, though, right? It didn't really achieve anything. He didn't get over any walls. Fofo still hits him with the paddle star. I don't know about the flash on that one, but gets away with his life, so not the end of the world. Ouch.
I was going to say, this is now Fofo finding the hits that can start to turn these fights. Yagao doesn't have the same targets because it's so much more difficult to try and navigate in towards the likes of Jin Zhao and Fofo. Whereas Fofo can just send these long range without worrying about the likes of Kanavi locking them down in the same way Meteor would.
Could have a fight in our hands as 705 has found himself onto a flank. Kanavi goes in with the Cataclysm, roots onto everyone. From Meteor, Shinmo pulled in, 705 in a 1v1 with Jin Zhao, but he's out of the Death Realm, and he's all alone in the world, getting chased down by the whole squad of BLG. He's tanky, but not tanky enough. Shinmo looks for another hook, but he's survived for now. Loken trying to finish the kill as he flashes over the wall. Everyone from BLG still alive.
705 has to contend with so many cleanses and QSSs and everything else on the side of BLG that the second he turns onto Misfortune, it's cleansed away. Lu Mao hits the hook onto Fofo, it's cleansed away. BLG had all their answers up for what JDG want to do, so 705 is the only one to fall, and BLG will still be in a decent spot.
Well, you mentioned about recalling 90 seconds before a dragon will spawn. Well, we've only got 70 until this next Ocean. This would put BLG on Soul Point if they were to get it. They'll be the ones with tempo to move towards that objective.
BLG would love to get this Ocean Drake because of their tanky front line. You can see it in this fight that if the front line survives long enough, or Fofo's free hitting on the backside, Jin Zhao has got good peel coming in from them here as well. So the whole fight looks more coordinated. The problem was, though, cleanse, stopwatch as well for Shinmo. delay the fight as long as possible. Don't allow Loken in aggressively. Yagao to burst anyone out. And JDG can't find the win. Now with those crucial summoner spells down for the next fight, JDG could have the opportunity to get the scrap they want.
And bring your eyes over to the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen, because you can see 2 stopwatches in their inventories for BLG. You've got Jin Zhao and Fofo both able to go golden in the fight should they need to. It's possible to bait. Here we go, on to Meteor. Not the ideal target, but he's relatively squishy still. Walks away, Chains of Corruption used. A lot of big abilities expended by BLG.
Yagao fishing on the side here. Dragon will be started by JDG.
This would be Ocean Soul. That will be massive, and they get it. JDG with a huge advantage there. As 705 finds Meteor in the Death Realm. He wants to play. He wants to get this kill for himself. He won't be able to find it, though.
Misfortune.
Suddenly, he's alone. Jin Zhao's been abandoned by the squad, and he will be traded. We take those here in the LPL. And Shinmo trying to escape. JDG, they got first blood, and I guess that means they have to win.
There's still 4 members up on JDG as well. They can turn over towards this Baron. Smite is up. Fofo's the only one remaining, and there's no way that Zoe can kill all 4 of these.
It's been a long, drawn-out game. BLG held on to a semblance of control for most of it. But JDG, the superior team fighting team in the end, and it has to be said, this Maokai from Meteor just doesn't seem to be achieving anything.
How often have we said this about a BLG draft? Left lacking the good, the bad, and the ugly. You can mark one more over on the worst side of those columns, because BLG have not found success with ADD coming back into the roster. We're going to look at this team fight, though, because this gets so separated the second Mordekaiser comes out of this Death Realm. Jin Zhao doesn't know what way to move, because when 705 comes out, he can die to the Mordekaiser. Ends up running into the rest of JDG, and they're able to bottle everyone from BLG into the corridors they want and pick up the team fight victory.
Beautifully done by JDG to separate the lineup from BLG, and you see Jin Zhao in the back of that Dragon Pit. He's got his stopwatch, but really, what's it going to do for you?
This is the thing. Meteor needs to provide a front line, like right now.
Oh no, Jin Zhao's been caught out. That's going to be 1 chain onto him. The second chain missed, though, from Yagao, and that is enough for Jin Zhao to walk away.
I think it's more limping after that one. This Misfortune will be returning to base fairly quickly. Doesn't have the ability to heal up. And if she wants to stay out on the map, JDG could use the Misfortune as their dive potential. But Red Buff is on the Misfortune, so she just heals it right back with that.
And you know what? We've got this Maokai pick from Meteor, and now that he's starting to get some items, he will get to be a beefy front line. But when you compare him to Kanavi on the other side, that has an Ocean Soul, he's not even going to be close to how tanky this Java will become, especially with that stone plate in his inventory. This pick just not really working out, and now you can see sheer pressure on every front.
Add the Mordekaiser into that mix as well. Mordekaiser, who loves to be in these fights so long that he can get shields and dive towers.
He can comfortably walk under this tower with the Ocean Soul. It's barely tickling him, and just walks away at the end as well. Nicely done from him. Fofo trying to get onto Kanavi, but he misses the Trouble Bubble. And now pressure in this bottom lane from the likes of Yagao. He's going to burst down Jin Zhao. You got to respect the LeBlanc damage.
ADD goes pop, Jin Zhao goes pop, towers go down, and JDG have cracked open the base galore of BLG.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. This is JDG tearing the base apart now. They get an inhib bot and top. They might just be able to close this one out with 35 seconds on Jin Zhao, 20 on ADD, and a hook down onto Shinmo. This is going to be all she wrote. As JDG looking to snowball in this game and maybe in the series as well. 1-0 to JDG as they just finish off every last member of BLG. Fofo, the last man standing, he can't do anything, and he's flayed in and finished off. Yagao pads his stats, and JDG 1-0.
JDG eventually find the haymaker that will bring them across the finish line. It was not fast, but it was perfect execution. And now we're looking towards BLG and what they have done in this draft. Why go for this Maokai early if you're not going to bother playing it in the role it's expected? Because you're like, wait, they're going to counter pick us. Quickly, let's put it into jungle.
And I love how when we talked about the stats right at the very start of the day, we talked about the first bloods mean an 80% win rate and the first towers and the gold lead. Well, the gold lead remains intact, and the first bloods will be a slightly higher percentage now. JDG, despite the fact that they didn't actually have control the entire time, still net the win.
And look at the damage that comes out there. Fofo actually leading the damage charts, but when you don't have the support from the rest of the team and nobody to follow up on the poke you're putting down, well, JDG can still find the win.
And that's the issue. A lot of this damage from Fofo was outside of the fights, and especially with how many Ocean Drakes came into play, suddenly that poke doesn't quite have the same impact.
This was a very strange draft from BLG. It looked like they were trying to... Why do you not go with Sejuani? I'm trying to put this into my head. Why Maokai?
Why are you first picking? Like, they're not the only team that wants to first pick Maokai. I don't get it. I mean, Twitch chat, let us know, I guess. I don't know. I'm out of answers for why you would first pick this Maokai, because it just felt useless the whole game.
There's so many other champions he plays. I don't know. I was kind of looking through it going, okay, cool. I mean, look, I've got the list here somewhere. He's got a heap of them that he plays. Where is it? So, Gragas would have been fine. Would have been happy if they even wanted to go with the Sylas. Wouldn't have been too bad. He's played Sejuani before. Go for this style. Look, even if Sejuani doesn't work.
Even the Nocturne.
Anything but Maokai. This is just more like, hey, I want to be the person who's played the most junglers rather than actually winning the game.
Maybe. I don't think he's thinking about his stats quite that way. I'm sure that they had a plan. It just didn't quite come to fruition. Maybe wanted to slow things down even more than what we saw, get to like the 50-minute mark, which is something we've seen from BLG in the past.
I feel like they've done the step 1, pick Maokai. Step 2, put him jungle. Forgot about step 3, and then just had profit written for step 4, and then didn't realize that the step 3 they were missing was how they survive early to mid game.
Actually have a game plan is step 3, unfortunately, for BLG. We are going to see a 1-0 lead for JDG in this matchup, and BLG, there's still time. There's still another draft ahead of them, but they've got to get a win on the board if they want to survive this series. We're going to head into a quick break. Make sure you're with us in a few moments' time for game number 2 between JDG and BLG.
不过刚才的话，其实拼一下的话，稍微浪一点点的话，可以尝试一次。不过打得很稳，没有任何问题。然后在这边交一个闪现想秀，张翰直接看不懂，还想再换。朱比这边的话也是被打退，同时亏的这边也没有什么作战能力。先回的一个老贼啊，这波秀翻了。
双招交了，我再出最后这一勾，而且上路也对拼起来了。
死角这位置点进去，莫干这边先往回绕。开大招，悲伤也来了，
这一波出来就是2v2了。侧翼，哎，不对，小航怎么来了？
但是小航来感觉就多送一个呀。这鳄鱼太肥了，远古史诗究极老鳄鱼，小航来就是多死一个。OE 啊，对，又来了，
黄春 PK 被反推抢了
啊，出来要被顶起来了。小天这边也是。及时赶到，再勾到蜘蛛，对面这边杀疯了呀！
直接锁链爆杀了。老牛这边的话没有闪现的情况下，宁伤害要直接灌死。
刷新，中路可能要被开了 ，EQ 闪挑起2个，蓝波大大的很不错。哇！
这一发大招天崩地裂，崩出了3个人，所有人被框在里面。塞拉斯在旁边也没有什么办法，刚刚落地的这边的 Cube 也只能一个人
点一个厄菲琉斯，然后打不过，被闪现躲掉最后一 Q。开车过来想强行开，这波也知道自己坐以待毙是绝对没机会的。偷对羊，小年过来一脚踢开了皇子，卡进一个 R 闪，直接先秒掉一个，再 R 进场瞄准了残血的塞拉斯，再一个 R， 塞拉斯也倒，2个人头入袋，再往前追，没有人能跑得过这个16级的卡萨丁。3个人，刚才已经被人拿了一个了，5杀应该是没机会，但4杀还是有的。
You got
We're back here at the LPL English broadcast, and we're ready to jump into game number 2 of our final series of the day. Game number 1, some pretty exciting team fights towards the later stages as JDG lead the score 1-0 up against BLG.
And if you looked at the table, this is how you'd expect this game to go.
Yeah.
But if we started out LPL 2020 and you told me that this would be the way this series was going, you would have caught me completely off guard.
Yeah, if this was the start of week 2, you'd expect that BLG would either be a favorite or at least it would be a very close run series. But BLG, and you mentioned it in the game, with weird drafts. Consistently throughout the LPL, they've had some very, very strange drafts. Once again, not working out for them. And now they're going to change things up once again. Kingen is coming back in the top lane.
And look, they're still trying to find themselves here. ADD was not the problem, though. I don't know why they're swapping this guy out. To be honest, ADD was probably one of the shining lights on that team. But they are going to bring in Kingen regardless.
Yeah.
And now we've got to say BLG are on the doorstep of their 4th loss in a row. They, last split, had only 4 losses the entire way through the season. And now 4 losses in a row would sink any sort of hype people have for this team.
So what you're saying is they're on the doorstep of their final loss of the season.
True.
If statistics
Potential.
can be believed.
Well, I mean, look, we've been very statistically sound on this broadcast so far. So there's a 382% chance that that is the case.
Really? Well, JDG so far looking good in their statistics. They had an 80% win rate when they get first blood. They've lived up to it here. The same with their gold lead. But it didn't really feel like the first blood and the early gold lead were the reason that they managed to net a win.
Look, it all came back to this Maokai pick. And how many times I've said that about the BLG draft is upsetting me. But Maokai is just not something that should be in this team. ADD is not a Maokai player. He's a Scion, 100%. It's his pocket pick. But realistically after that, it's going back towards the Aatroxes, the Camille's, the Gangplanks. We have him on something good. Then we look at Meteor. I love to see Meteor in some of these early game champions like the Elise, which has only started to be played this year. But don't put them onto this tank setup. Don't put your star players onto positions where they can't carry.
I feel like we say that a lot here in the LPL. The tanks, especially in the top lane, have been ruining our star players. But we have seen some of the Orns still doing insane things across the course of the LPL. But I do want to re-mention that we mentioned BLG sometimes when it gets to the late game really struggle with the decision making. Sometimes it just all falls apart for them once they get to the later stages. It definitely feels like when you've got a Gangplank that is super strong, maybe you don't go for these fights over Ocean Drakes. Maybe you go for a split push style instead.
It doesn't even feel like it's the decisions being made by BLG though. It feels like BLG are not making any decisions. They're sitting back, they're letting the game happen to them rather than being proactive, which is what we were praising them for at the start of the split. Playing a very quick game through Fofo in the mid lane, turning around ganks from the likes of Vici Gaming and snowballing with Rift Herald, taking 2 towers and inhibitor turret at 11 minutes. 11 minutes into this game and I saw Maokai nearly being ganked in his own jungle 3 times. This is not what I wanted from them.
I mean, Meteor, every single blue buff had to fight tooth and nail just to be able to get that objective for himself. The entire squad had to rotate into the jungle just to get the first blue for Meteor. And that's one of the issues when you're going to pick something that has such a hard time clearing its jungle itself.
Look, even when Kanavi was set behind, so Maokai finishes his first camp. Kanavi has to walk to the opposite side of the map, clear his red, and then proceed on his own jungle route. Still beats out Meteor on getting through 3 camps. This is how slow this was, how much pressure they gave up in the early game. And when we said Meteor is the one to look for to snowball these early leads, get them into the objective control, the tower taking, it's not there for them anymore.
No. Well, Loken looked great. Loken is one of these players that we've said consistently has been stepping up for the side of JDG, and he has had a couple of little moments that haven't looked too good, but here in this series, he looked fantastic. 705 looked fantastic as well on the Mordekaiser in the top lane, and now we're going to see, we're swapping sides here. Kingen is in for the likes of ADD instead on the BLG side. They're on the blue side. Let's see how this draft pans out, because that is the biggest weakness for BLG.
They've got their pick on the blue side here. Olaf will be banned away. I imagine stuff like the Elise will be banned away as well. And then we start to look at what does Meteor go for in these scenarios. Rek'Sai, for me, is a big one for Meteor.
Well, Olaf and Set banned away by the likes of JDG. Pretty standard stuff so far. Just incredibly strong first picks. And, you know, in the first week of LPL, we saw a lot of Set. We got to see him coming onto the Rift quite a few times. People were criticizing first picking him. But it feels like the more we've seen of Set, the more teams realize he's just too damn strong. You can't allow it through anymore.
It's not only how strong the pick is, but also how flexible the pick is. Top, jungle, mid, even support. This pick can go anywhere and everywhere, and that is far too difficult to deal with when we've got this double ban system that we've gone for in League of Legends.
Well, Ophelia is taken off the board, as well as the Varus removed away from Loken. It's one of his signature picks, something he's very comfortable on. It does mean Ornn is open, Senna is also open. We could see Loken back on that Senna pick. We've seen him on it before.
Fortunately, it's banned.
Oh, wait, no, I'm an idiot. It is banned.
But Ornn does sneak through. You are right with that one, and this is not one we've seen Kingen perform on. This is something that we've actually criticized Kingen for in the past, is going on to these more meteor picks in the top. Well, stronger, I mean, not actual meteor, but beefier picks in the top lane. Potentially they flex this over to Fofo in the bottom, or in the mid lane even. That could be what they're going for. But on the opposite side, 705 will lock in the Aatrox and have a swell old time into this Ornn if it is a top lane pick.
Yeah, 705 going to have a whale of a time with that pick up in the top side. And now I'm curious where they will go with this one. You could go with something like an AD carry pick, or maybe even a support. No, in fact, they're going to go for the mid/jungle flex here.
So still, as you said, flexibility. Could give it to mid, could send it up top for 705. Kanavi has played this in the past as well. Same with this Aatrox pick. There's a good amount of flexibility here as well. So I'm not seeing a lot confirmed in the JDG draft early, which is always good if you're a JDG fan.
Yeah. And to be honest, when I look at JDG locking in a Sylas, you immediately think of Kanavi. Kanavi is definitely the one that you would expect to be going for this pick, but it wouldn't be too far-fetched to see Yagao go for that, especially with his LeBlanc banned away. But Zoe, as the mid potential blind pick there, it's going to be alongside a Thresh.
JDG could go for the Misfortune here. The big AD carry that's still up and available, and then look to ban away AD carries in this next rotation. The other option is to just lock in your support and know that you'll still at least have some sort of AD carry coming into this next pick phase.
Ezreal seems to have fallen away in priority here in the LPL. He didn't get any nerfs because we're still on the same patch. What happened? How come everyone's moved away from the pick?
He doesn't provide enough, I feel, in these early skirmishes. So you want to be able to, yes, scale into the mid game, but skirmishes in the LPL happen so early that you're still sitting on this tier in a lot of instances. The only teams that have really made it work are the likes of IG, where they're so proactive in their early game that Puff is given the opportunity to scale up. You've got to deal with the likes of Rookie and the Shy, so you're not focused on this bottom lane as much.
Well, Meteor now is going to have his own champion pool pinched away as the Lee Sin taken off the board. But actually, Meteor doesn't really play Lee Sin, so it's kind of interesting to see JDG ban that jungler.
Rek'Sai gone off the cards as well here. So now we're getting into this weird territory for Meteor again. Not sure what he's going to pick up. I don't even know if he's sure what he's going to pick up anytime soon.
The rest of his team is trembling. They've seen the Rek'Sai ban. They're like, oh no, what's he going to go for? Only time will tell. BLG going to be focusing on the support pool here for Lumao, taking his Blitzcrank off of the board. Let's see what they follow up with.
I'd imagine Leona or the Nautilus would be the two that they're going to go for, take off the top tier picks. Leona would be the go-to for Lumao, I think, in this instance. Or they could even take an entire step back and go for the Tahm Kench. But that's not really the way LPL does.
Kalista going to be locked in as well. You'd expect that to be in the hands of Loken. And it means that Lucian, very likely to go mid, possibly could go top. Obviously, the Aatrox and Lucian could be flexed around a little bit. But on the side of BLG, Jin Zhao could go for the Xayah. Please don't. You can see him hover in the Maokai. Not like this.
He's going to do it.
He's doing it.
So, here's the thing. Potentially still Fofo going on to the Ornn, and we've got the Maokai in the top lane. Now with a jungle pick going to Meteor, this would be the opportunity for him to pick up something
but they have
like an
Zoe.
AD carry. True, never mind. Well, could flex it to bot lane. We've seen it from Perks. Not going to happen here.
No, I don't know. I'm not convinced by that one. I think it'll be Zoe in the mid lane. And the Ezreal pick that I mentioned before, turns out it will be a pickup in this matchup here. So, double front line with a Zoe and an Ezreal. That's a good amount of poke.
I just wanted to clutch his straws. I just wanted Meteor to not be on Maokai.
Yeah, well, tough luck, mate. Meteor's like, look, it does work. I'm doubling down on this. Let me show you all how it's done. Game 1 was not convincing. Let's find out if it'll work in game number 2 here. Kalista Bard in the bottom lane. That's what I like to see right there.
Yeah, we'll do pretty well into the matchup of the Ezreal and Thresh. Poke coming back from the Bard. Also does good work from what we've seen of Bard. Shutting down this Ornn in the same way that Braum does. Tossing that the ultimate over onto the Ornn stops the Call of the Forge God's second hit and opens up JDG's short-range AD carries to maneuver around these team fights. I think Yagao in particular, on this Lucian, counter-pick into the Zoe, should be able to take over this game if Kanavi wants to put pressure there.
Yeah, Kanavi is going to be on that Sylas once again. We know him for this pick. It's something he likes to fall back on. And it's an early game skirmisher. Likes to put pressure on. We just saw in game number 1, Maokai doesn't deal with early pressure that well. I feel like Kanavi has a pretty good matchup here.
Can have whatever the hell he wants in whatever lane he wants. If he wants to go towards the mid, fantastic. He can work to try and lock down Zoe before she has access to that portal. Very good setup for Loken as well. If they want to go down towards the bottom side, fantastic. Great gank setup. The works here for Kanavi. I'm not even talking about all those ultimates, the juicy big ultimates he can steal. The Call of the Forge Gods, the Arcane, our True Shot barrages even across the board. This is an insane comp for Kanavi.
And we have Yagao versus Fofo in the mid lane as well. That Lucian against Zoe. And we saw Lucian versus Zoe earlier on today. Lucian really struggled to have an impact. It wasn't necessarily down to the 1v1 matchup, but in the grand scheme of the game, it struggled. That's definitely fair to say. But Yagao, with this Lucian in his hands, I want to see some early pressure. I want to see some roams. I want to see him getting alongside Kanavi to try and force the issue.
Kanavi's been opened up here. Can work in Zika's favor, can work in JDG's favor, but they still need to take down BLG in this best of 3.
Let's see, JDG 1-0 up right now. They're 4-1 on the scoreboard, and they want to make it 5.
Oh, the portal.
Magical journey to start this one off. They've snuck into the jungle. Nobody on BLG will be aware of this cheese.
They are, though. Thresh was able to spot the portal. They know they're in here.
Oh, Jin Zhao's going to let them know. Give them a little tap. Proc the Guardian and force them away.
Big news here, though, is they did get the ward down. Kanavi will spot Meteor's path and that it's about to be a camp and a half behind. So Kanavi will hit that level 3 first, can go up towards the top lane, try and force Kingen out of lane on this Olaf if he starts on the blue. Otherwise, great setup as well on this bottom side. Lu Mao can poke early against Jin Zhao and Shinmo, get them low for Kanavi coming in.
I love that you could see in the inventories as they go for that invade there, Loken still had the Black Spear because they didn't have time to go for that play. Obviously, it takes quite a while to connect the Black Spear to your support. And realistically, when you're trying to make a cheese play like that, you don't have time.
Kanavi starting on this top side, opposite end of the spectrum from Meteor. So I'm looking to see how he moves through here. This says to me they're looking towards Yagao in the mid lane to help, or down towards the bottom side. Loken and Lu Mao already with the push pressure, so going to be looking to bounce that wave back and potentially set up something for the Sylas jungle.
We'll have to see if they can set Kanavi up for success here. He's going to be up on the top side of the map to start things off, getting his Krugs, and then you'd expect moving down to the bottom half. But now with this Ezreal in the bottom lane, you mentioned it during the draft, not the strongest in these early game skirmishes purely because you have to go for the tier in your build path.
BLG are going to give up everything in this early game. They can't fight for dragons because Kanavi does so well in these early skirmishes alongside the Lucian as well as this Kalista, who will have complete objective control with the Rend. JDG will have free reign to pick up this dragon, to move it towards Rift Herald and then start this snowball going and continuing this play pattern of snowballing out of control.
And BLG, I mean, we've seen them give up objectives before. We've seen them happy to concede a little bit in the early game. But the problem is, that's what we saw in game number 1. It didn't do anything for them. They weren't really able to achieve anything later on either. So it feels like, I don't know, maybe this Ezreal isn't the pick. We'll have to wait and see. Jin Zhao's certainly a capable player, certainly has the mechanics for it. But can you afford to fall behind against a team like JDG that want to snowball, that want the early lead? That's how they find their wins this season.
Let's see how JDG approach it, though, because right now, Kanavi's gone for a full clear. So be looking to back before having any influence on the map.
Ooh, cheeky little hook onto Loken. Guardian is going to mean that basically doesn't take any damage, and it's just going to be a huge amount onto Shinmo.
Not a trade they were looking to take. There's an argument either way for the Bard in this lane if you want to take the Electrocute and go for the full poke, or go for the Guardian, where in these situations there's a stray hook or a random Mystic shot that can come through. Having that extra bit of safety to turn the trade in your favor can work out quite well.
And I think as well, playing against such a safe lane of the Ezreal Thresh, you're not really going to achieve all too much with the Electrocute. It's going to be very difficult to get any of that to stick to your opponent anyway, so why not play it a little bit safer and have a bit more of the defensive plays available to yourself?
So first backs have come in for both junglers. They're now entering back into their own quadrants of the map. The ward is there for BLG on the top side, just up towards the Krugs. So they'll spot Kanavi and know that he is on top side. This potentially could signal to Meteor to try and make something happen on this bottom side, because they're quite a bit overextended.
Yeah, there's no ward in the Tribrush either. There will be a Caretaker Shrine out in the river. I'm not sure that that's going to spot him out, though. As we do see him roaming towards this area. I don't know if he's going to be able to make a play, though.
Now you can see both Lumao and Loken have now got wards in the brush, so they were aware Meteor's going to be down on this side of the map. So when all is said and done, both teams backing away. With Meteor moving up towards the top side, though, Kanavi on the bot, they should be able to turn towards this dragon whenever they really feel like it.
Kanavi will be able to clear away his chickens and then move over towards the bottom side of the map.
Support on combat, let's go!
Shinmo and Lumao battling it out. Shinmo desperately.
Shinmo?
Oh, what are you doing? He has to flash. That's an ignite for a flash. You take those trades.
Shinmo was trying to freeze the wave so Jin Zhao could get to it, and that was perfect by Lumao to punish.
He did it, though. He got the freeze at the end of the day.
There's a lot to burn for the freeze. I mean, look, if they can hold on to this, they're in good spot. But overall, this should just be broken by Loken in the next few moments. They can push in towards the tower, have the bounce back anyway, and then still go towards this dragon.
As an AD carry, this is what I expect of my support. You should be
As
willing
a support,
to put your life on the line.
Not a hope. Not going to happen
wave.
any point in time. Burning my flash and having to back early is not how I want my early game to go.
All I'm saying is Shinmo's higher elo than you are, Dagda. So the evidence...
Well, Lumao was looking a little bit more like the higher elo player in that scenario.
True. True. But, you know.
You got me there.
I'll take... yeah, that's my counter-argument, and I'm leaving it at that. I'll take Shinmo any day of the week if it means I get a minion wave. It's not really about the win. It's about how many CS you had at the end of the game.
Well, Fofo's looking a little bit lower when it comes to the CS count after that. Well, should be a little bit lower after Yagao sends half a culling into him. Now, though, Loken
has found himself in a 1 versus 3. The rest of the team taking a magical journey to get here. The teleport will come on through. Lumao healing him up a little bit. Ultimates galore. Knock up onto 2. And this is big damage from the Ornn, but he's gone too far. Kingen has to flash away. Kanavi trying to follow on as 705 exhausted by Fofo and the gang. And they collapse onto him for the first blood.
705 had the flash but couldn't get to a wall for safety. And BLG, even with Kingen having to flash away, come out the better for that trade. We thought they'd have control of this early game, but mispositioning from Loken and burning the cleanse causes JDG to run amok and BLG to pick up the dragon.
I feel like you've lied to me here, Dagda. You told me that the Maokai, that the Ezreal, they were too slow, they would concede the dragons, but BLG will not be moved. They want to fight.
It's JDG who should have been moved. Loken was trying to go 1v3 against everyone. Rather than allowing Meteor and Co to pass away, they go back in towards the Dragon and pick up the objective. Greed coming out from the JDG bottom laner. You'll see it here. 1v3 burns the cleanse early where nobody's in position to help out. Loken below half health can't enter these fights for fear of Shinmo. They call the Forge God and Fofo in just a few moments. So what should have been a 5v5 in favor of JDG ends up being a 4v5 with realistically 705 not really having an answer in this fight apart from adding 1 to the death column.
Yeah, when you compare Kingan's impact there and 705's impact, it's dramatically different. 705 TPs in and dies. Kingan gets the Forge God knock up onto 2, gets a follow-up knock up onto 2, and then flashes away to safety. Very nicely played.
This allows Kingan to pick up the Bramble Vest in the top lane as well. So now this matchup that is heavily 705 favored becomes a little bit easier for the Ornn. Still Aatrox favored, but at least will allow him to go up and pick up a bit more of this CS for himself. Loken in the bottom side as well has finished those boots, so this Kalista is in full leaping around mode.
Full swing, the martial poise. Going to suddenly be a benefit rather than a negative now for the Kalista. And off the back of that, with a dragon in their pockets, they are going to be 100 gold down. So, if JDG can keep this 100 gold lead for another 5 minutes and 30 seconds, they'll have a 100% chance to win.
JDG trying to make sure that that's not going to be the case, though. We'll start to get work on these tower plates done. And with that, we're sorry for you, Munch. But 120 gold will go over in favor of Loken in a few moments, and JDG will take that gold lead back.
They were the ones with the gold lead. That's what I said. Here we go. Meteor's going in. Kanavi's been found the box will lock him on in, and Yagao, he's bitten off way more than he can chew. Or has he, actually? Finds 1 kill onto Shinmo. Now Meteor wants to chase, but the magical journey will pull everyone to safety. It's 1 for 1.
So JDG still trading back and forth in the kills. The turret plates going across to Kalista, however. So 2 plates go over to Loken. Now starting to ramp up a bit quicker than this Ezreal is. So mid-game again should be going to JDG. But we've seen the way JDG have been playing these fights. For the team fighting team we were bringing in, team fighting has not been looking so hot.
Not just yet. Here we go. The flash engage from Meteor.
Look, Kanavi goes in. Not sure why. They had vision that there was no buffs up or no camps up there for them. Looking to get some vision, looking to move across to that red buff, but doesn't have the backup of anyone in JDG and goes down very quickly.
Kanavi had a ward on the Krugs of Meteor. He sees the recall. He knows that he's safe to start. This Rift Herald up in the top lane. In the meantime, his jungler, his top laner, sorry, of 705 will be able to get himself a tower play up against the likes of this Ornn.
Shinmo realizes his mistake going down towards this bottom side, now trying to correct it, but Sylas is already taking that Rift Herald.
And Lumao just waiting for somebody to check this one. He's going to have priority, going to be able to clear the vision, and that's going to be Kanavi taking the Herald. Too little of an answer and too late from BLG.
Not sure if Kanavi wants to stick around for this ward, though. Might have to burn Flash because of that. No, never mind. I forgot he's Sylas.
He is Sylas, and that's going to mean that his Abduct Abscond will get him away over the wall and onto his Krug. So nicely done by Kanavi. Takes the objective with basically no answer from the side of BLG. That's a good amount of damage onto Yagao.
Yagao feeling the brunt of this, but both of these AD carries are now working their way up towards that Blade of the Rune King. And when this does come online, objectives like the Sparring, like these Dragons, are going to fall very quickly to the double max health damage. Kanavi tosses this down in the top lane.
And the Call of the Forge God to try and force the issue here. Brittle procs. Kanavi nearly dies, has to flash away. It's a couple of plates will be taken, though. That tower very low now.
Meteor was hovering on the wings. They spotted him on a ward just beside the Grom pit. So not wanting to go too far. 705, though, needs to be careful here.
Meteor wants to find a way into the lane, but the ward spots him out. 705 respecting. Even though they're double tank, Ornn is an assassin, so he can still be killed.
I'm not entirely sure if that statement is 100% correct at some points, but this time around, yes, Kingan can definitely go down. 705 and Kanavi are looking to try and find these skirmishes, but haven't been given the opportunity to do so.
Lu Mao going to be trying to posture like he wants to fight for this dragon, but he's outnumbered for now.
Just realized the build on Yagao. He's gone for an early Edge of Night to try and stop this burst that's coming through from Fofo. It's not the end of the world. You can use the lethality a little bit on Yagao, but it does delay you hitting that mid-game spike we were talking about.
Yeah, you want to get that Blade of the Rune King, ideally. Kanavi walks away and gets himself a Guardian Shield. He's going to step up pretty aggressively for this ward, but I guess he's just not afraid of Meteor. He's really not fearing the damage out of the Maokai. Honestly, you can't really blame him. Going to go back in onto this dragon. They have the Kalista, remember, the Ren, so they can secure this objective. And with the Ornn ultimate coming out from Kanavi, they can comfortably grab a Drake.
The cooking show is now complete with Kanavi pulling out the Ornn ultimate that he made earlier on. Bijin Zhao, though, struggling under this bottom turret. A lot of members from JDG here.
Yeah, that Ezel is not going to do much to clear the wave just yet, mate. And Jin Zhao is all but doomed. Kanavi grabs himself that kill, and now some plates in the bottom lane.
BLG were forced out through topside with Fofo and Meteor after the dragon. Free play for them on the bottom side of the map, and JDG come collect their dues, but won't be able to get the turret off of that.
Loken clears away those minions, and he'll be able to get his recall off. Now, we are 45 seconds away, Dagda, from the 15-minute mark. And JDG have a gold lead. We talked about it at the start of the series. They have a 100% win rate when they have a gold lead at 15.
And a lot of that gold lead is coming from the plates they've managed to pick up. 300 for the Aatrox, 300 for the Kalista, and a little bit of sprinkled over there for Kanavi as well. JDG have done a good job in making sure that they're putting pressure across the map. Now with top and bottom lane low, it feels like it's just waiting gold to be picked up by JDG. And with next Rift Herald coming up in about 2 minutes.
Lu Mao, I love it. I love the sass coming out from this bard. He gets hooked up by Shinmo, and he's crying with laughter at the feeble attempt of keeping the ward alive.
Look, sometimes you just gotta try, but sometimes you're gonna get laughed out of for anyway. Kanavi back on this top side though, looking to see if he can make the play. I'm keeping my eyes on where Yagao is going though, because he's moved his way over towards this blue buff. Thought he might have been moving up to try and help 705 in the top lane, but because the early roam is coming through from Fofo, he's the one in trouble.
705 pops the World Ender, has to flash away from the knock up there. Meteor maybe could go for a dive. They're not going to pull the trigger just yet. And now the question will be, how does Kanavi answer?
How do Kanavi answer? How does Yagao answer? Looks like potentially calling Lu Mao up to the mid lane is it. But again, JDG having these split calls, not wanting to commit. Loken would take bot tower though.
JDG get the first tower of the game. They've got a 100% win ratio when they do that.
That means we're up to 200% win ratio for JDG.
Did they get first blood or was that BLG? I don't remember.
Look, it was a long time ago. It doesn't really matter.
It's a whole bunch of win rate.
are trying to move in here. Well, Loken just works his way on the bot lane turret.
Kalista's not even that great at taking towers, but I guess when you've got this much free time on your hands, you know, you can start a new hobby or you can just go take bottom lane tower.
Now they're in trouble on the side of BLG. Bot lane tower is soon going to fall. Bottom lane tier 1 has gone already. And JDG with the likes of 705 and Kanavi, who can steal away some of these big ultimates like the Maokais, like the Ornns, can easily set up a dive towards this mid lane turret. Wave clear isn't that strong for them if Fofo isn't there. Take that, Wolves! Take that!
Kanavi is not messing around with these ultimates. Going to use the True Shot Barrage just to clear away his wolves and scout out the enemy chickens as well. But he did have a ward over there, so I don't think it achieved all too much. But the Baron now going to be spawning on the map in 3 minutes' time. So the second Herald, if they want it, has a very thin timeline of being able to be grabbed.
This is why they've started to do a swapperoo. Yagao is in the top side. Well, never mind. He was supposed to stay up here because the Rift Herald's there. You got 705 with the teleport in the bottom side. All makes sense in the world. But now it doesn't because Yagao's backed away. Will mean that they're not going to go for this straight off the bat. Gives BLG the opportunity to get this top wave back in their favor a small bit. Rotate in to get vision on this Rift Herald if they do so, please. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yagao with the weirdest Lucian build I've ever seen. Edge of Night into Hex Drinker into BF Sword. He's going all kinds of directions and he's king of the tier 2 items at this point. But we'll see how they're going to be able to contest this Herald, because Meteor starting this one off, but immediately backing away because there's a lot of pressure going towards this mid lane right now.
We said it, if Fofo is up in the top side, they don't have a huge amount of wave clear apart from the True Shot Barrage. Meteor trying to solo down the Rift Herald will be spotted by Kanavi.
Got to bear in mind 20 seconds until the Drake's back up as well. Kanavi though, he's got his eyes set on this Herald.
Everyone is here from both teams. Kanavi takes a good chunk of damage, which will force them back and potentially over towards this mid lane turret instead and rush that one down.
So Meteor gets himself this Herald, because the rest of BLG, oh, what a trouble bubble. I mean, he's too far away at that point for you to ever follow up on it, but in the meantime, Dragon has been started, and I'm not sure this trade is worthwhile. A Herald for a second Drake over towards JDG. We could have a fight on our hands as Kingen. Gonna get denied by the Tempered Fate, and now he's knocked up. Now he's CC'd in place and taken on down. Great start to the fight by JDG.
I don't think it's gonna cause any more troubles for JDG with the, as you said, the Cosmic Radiant, or not Cosmic Radiant, Separate Fate keeping them in check. Now they're backing away. 705, move towards the bottom side. They want to take that tier 2.
And bear in mind that Loken already weakened it up earlier on. There's no one to respond in that bottom side right now for the side of BLG. I think 705 might be able to just finish this one off, although Fofo is on the move.
Has to be careful. You can see where he's positioned. Well, was positioned is behind the creeps, which is where I'm much preferred, because there could be a cheeky trouble bubble that comes over the wall. With Fofo showing, we'll back away though.
I was getting a little bit too excited. He couldn't push it quite in time. There was a minion wave in the way.
I wasn't sure if Yagao was going to join him, but I think that would have been too big of a target for BLG to ignore. If you picked off 705 and Yagao right now, they might have been able to turn that into a lot more. This is a fantastic play from Lu Mao, and what we talked about in Champ Select, the ability for the Temper Fate to interrupt this Ornn is so big. Then you just steal it away as Kanavi and turn it right back at BLG. Tankless, ultless, JDG win that fight.
Loking just going to start to hammer away at the tower in the mid lane. There's one going down in the top lane as well. JDG really starting to be the ones with complete control of this game. Clearing vision on Baron. You always have to respect the Baron pressure when you have a Kalista on the enemy team.
Rift Herald is still available for Meteor though. They could look to try and use this again to bait out JDG into these awkward calls and awkward situations. It's actually interesting to see BLG back with this Rift Herald, because this was something we praised them for at the start of the split, was how well they used these Rift Heralds. They were pushing an 80% control rate over that objective. Now though, as this split has gone on and these series are getting away from them, it's dropped to about a 64%. So this series again will push that further down, but one in Meteor's back pocket will at least net them some reprieve on that stat.
The Colonel fancies JDG right now, and I've got to say, tending to agree with him with the way this game has been going so far. The Maokai jungle still not convinced, and Kingen has to flash away very early. Culling not doing a whole heap of damage though. 705 diving underneath the tower. He's knocked up, but he has the sustain available despite that Bramble Vest. Brings down his blade and takes a kill.
All AD, apart from the Bard, will at least let Kingen survive a bit longer, but it doesn't matter. They get the tower. Yagao is now pushing in, and in the mid lane, the Rift Herald's going down, but they're trading it for an inhib.
And then they can Tempered Fate the tower anyway. Oh my days. They're like,
BLG,
JDG
what
are
happened
more
to you?
than happy to take this trade. It's going to be the tower going down, but it's traded for an inhib tower.
This was trades BLG were making at the start of the split. Now it's being turned back around. Cool. I don't care about this mid-tier 2. You've just lost a bottom inhibitor.
Yagao going to still be sticking around. Kingen has respawned finally, but I don't think Kingen can just kill Yagao straight up. He's got an Edge of Night on top of everything
else. If I'm
else.
Yagao, I'll happily give my life for this bottom lane.
Yeah.
I don't care. Like, with Baron up, getting that bottom lane inhib is so much more important.
Kingen does have a lot of armor, so Yagao definitely can't kill the Ornn. He's just got to look for a minion wave in the meantime.
You'll get him, Kingen, don't worry.
I
you
love
keep
this.
tickling him.
I love this from Yagao. He's just like, you know what? give me that bonus minion wave. I'm just going to waste as much time as possible. Kills himself to the Bramble Vest in the end. But you know what? That was basically a victory lap for Yagao. He just got a 22-minute in him.
That was so funny. Oh, I love this game. Kanavi being jumped on, though, underneath the tower.
Kanavi walks away happily. And Meteor, that was his big old ultimate used.
And here's where BLG's comp really sucks. Because they've gone for this poke style.
What, you mean the entire game?
Well, look, we're going to take, yeah. But BLG struggled to take the Baron. They have Fofo on this poke. They have Ezreal, who doesn't take the Baron particularly quickly. So even when you've lost Yagao at 23 minutes into the game, all 5 members could have potentially turned towards Baron with Kingan's TP available. They can't even do it because they don't have the damage to take it down. Yagao will be back up on the map. Too much damage can come from JDG. So with all said and done, it's a tier 2 mid for that inhibitor in the bottom lane.
All right, we're heading towards another dragon. 10 seconds until this one comes up. And JDG, if they grab it, will be on Soul Point. We could have a pretty big team fight ahead of us here as BLG, the ones with positional advantage right now, and they're going to have vision control as well. The question is, can they really do much here? Because JDG are here to contest. Loken has his Hurricane. They want to team fight onto Meteor here. Kingan's on the back line, but he can't do a whole lot. Meteor going to be taken down by Yagao. 1 kill to start things off, and now onto everybody else. Shinmo goes down. It's a kill for Kanavi, and there's one onto the likes of Fofo as well. Jin Zhao jumps away with his Arcane Shift, but I don't know how much further he can run. Flashes and keeps on running. Kanavi nearly gets him with an abscond. Abduct. True Shot Barrage won't do a whole bunch. JDG remain in control.
All right, Lumel, you've convinced me. I'm going home tonight. I'm playing some Bard because that Tempered Fate was beautiful. Catches out several members towards the top side of this fight. Means that when Kingan's ultimate comes in towards Kanavi, it doesn't matter. All it does is position Kingan for Kanavi to steal away the Call of the Forge God and send it back. Watch here. Jin Zhao, Shinmo, and Fofo all caught out. Meteor eats the entire culling, and then Kanavi says, hold my beer, I'm going to show you how to use this ultimate, Kingan.
Fantastic stuff coming out. Fofo obviously nowhere to run at the back of it. Double kill comes through for Yagao. Much more convincing performance on this Lucian mid than what we saw earlier on today. And honestly, his build path may be a little bit weird, but it's working out so far. A lot of defensive stats, and they are paying off for him. But now, as Baron is on the map, I've got to ask you, Dagda, it's not looking fantastic for BLG. They're behind. They're struggling with this composition. What's the ray of hope for them? How do they get into a game like this?
It's got to be in these tight jungle corridors where they can set up with the Maokai ult. You've got the Call of the Forge God that can hit several people. Maybe you can find Fofo to get a pick as well, which could work great, or at least a good chunk of damage. But they've started up this Baron. You have Kingan still on the bottom side of the map. They now know, because of the Ezreal ult, that this is going down.
Kingan's TPing on up. BLG, no. They cannot let this one go without a fight. Nature's Grasp used there by Meteor. It's a pretty important ultimate for the likes of the Maokai. They're going to be happy. They forced TP, they forced null.
Smart call from JDG. If they all group up there, hold on.
Can they get it? Lumao narrowly walks away from the paddle star.
Should have emoted again. That was a missed opportunity from Lumao. The thing is here, that they baited out the Nature's Grasp, they got the teleport, but JDG crucially didn't stay in the Baron pit to finish that off. The Baron was incredibly low, bunch of Ren stacks, that was all well and good. They could have finished the Baron, but it would have meant that brilliant setup for Meteor, Call of the Forge got across multiple members, and the team fight BLG wanted to get back in. JDG are playing this so smartly to make sure there's no hope of BLG getting back in.
Not to mention that, but they have complete objective control here on this Baron. They've also got a 4th dragon coming up in 2.5 minutes if they want to go for that kind of objective.
Big wave in the bottom side. Kingan has to deal with this. It'll be a 4v5 at best for BLG if they try to contest this Baron.
It's a sad, sad situation for BLG here as Yagao uses the culling just to zone everybody away. True Shot Barrage goes through, but it's a little early. The Rend and the Smite will take the Baron now. 4v5. Health bars are low for the likes of JDG, but Fate's Call pulls Lumao to safety. A magical journey to regroup with the team. Kanavi zoning from the side. This is a masterclass. Shinmo can't do anything. Infernal Chains keeps him away. And JDG walk away with a Baron. Or do they? Kingen once more looking for Lumao. Gets a knock up there. Can they follow up onto it? Lumao walks away. The movement speed from a Caretaker's Shrine enough. The thumbs up comes out there. And well, JDG, it's a comfortable Baron take for them.
If they're not getting the thumbs up from the Colonel, I'll give them 2 thumbs up for that play, because that was beautifully executed on the escape. The Fate's call to get Lumao in position for the Bard Tunnel, get through the wall into a position where BLG can come through. But even the way 705 and Kanavi positioned, with slows coming through, with the Infernal Chains to lock back Shinmo so he can't find the hook, BLG are getting dismantled in this game.
We've got a couple of upgrades coming on through from the side of BLG, but I'm not 100% sure those are on the right items.
There's a Frozen Heart on Maokai. You don't have the health bar right now to go for Frozen Heart. You want something that would give you both health and armor, because you're 3 levels behind Kanavi. You're a level behind the support of JDG. Meteor's impact on this Maokai has been some... I'm so confused as to why BLG keep prioritizing this pick.
It's the fact that they did it 2 games in a row. It's
Yeah.
the fact it didn't work in game number 1, and then they're like, you know what? Let's go for the Maokai pick. I'm sure it'll work this time. But, I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. He's just not going to be tanky enough in these fights. Has no MR whatsoever, which doesn't matter too much because Kanavi realistically isn't going to be focusing on Meteor. But ultimately, when we take a look at the map, it's 15 seconds until this Mountain Drake comes on into the game. It's sole point for JDG. BLG have to get this Drake.
And how do you? 705 has the teleport in the top lane. He can keep pushing in here. You've got to have King and group with the team. And BLG, it doesn't matter if you get this. They can trade that potential for the towers on the top side. Though as they say that, JDG want to push their advantage right now.
Yeah, JDG aren't going to let an objective go. What are you talking about? 3 caught by the Tempered Fate. Knock up onto the entire team of JDG, though. This could be the turnaround. Zhonya's going to come out from Loken. Kanavi on the front line. Doesn't have the healing. Has to back away. Everybody low on the side of JDG, and maybe BLG have found the fight they needed. They're going to force JDG. Don't get any kills, but hey, they get a dragon and the first win of the game.
JDG didn't need to contest for this. Ooh!
So close to hitting Kanavi there. You could see him panic mash buttons.
Just hit everything and hope we get away from that. JDG, though, needed to get away from that to begin with. They should have just pushed in that tower on the top side. They give over Dragon. They push in with the Baron creeps in top. They can take the top inhib turret as well and then look for that fight. Rather than coming in all disjointed, giving Kingen and Meteor the proper setup and having a front-to-back team fight, which benefits BLG so much more than JDG.
Well, we've been talking about this Ezreal not having much of an impact in the early game. We're now beyond the 30-minute mark, so he's certainly scaled into his strength now. He will be hitting hard from the likes of Jin Zhao. Same can be said from Fofo Zoe. He may not have an insane scoreline, but if you get a trouble bubble onto you, Loken or Yagao would be absolutely popped by a Paddle Star. And Meteor, we've been kind of ragging on this Maokai pick, and I think rightly so. It's not looked fantastic so far. However, he's got a lot of armor. He's going to start to go into health next. Maybe if the game can continue to go on, something magical could happen for BLG.
It is going to be a while before that can come into play, though. This is the issue. We're 31 minutes into the game. You've only completed your second item on this Maokai. If we look over towards Kanavi on the opposite side, has that Zhonya's, the Hextech Gunblade. I'd imagine it's Abyssal Mask coming next, but might need it a bit sooner than expected. JDG are pushing into River here.
We'll have to see. I mean, there's no dragon for another 3 minutes, so I don't really see that being the point of contention, especially with Baron up in 1 minute and 15 seconds. Trouble bubble onto Kanavi, but obviously no follow-up.
JDG are so split here.
JDG are split. Forge God not quite going to find the knock-up here. Lumao gets a Tempered Fate onto Shinmo only, and now the collapse. Great play from JDG. Nature's Grasp across the team. Fate's Call pulls the support out to safety. Kingen going to be the focus target for now. He's tanky, and it's going to be Lu Mao, has to flash away to the back of the fight. Kingen manages to get out with his life. Jin Zhao walks away as Kingen finally falls. BLG don't have the sustain in the fight. And now maybe looking to try and find something else off the back of it. The slow coming out. Jin Zhao looking good on the Ezreal. Death sentence is the word as Shinmo gets one. And now BLG try and find more. Can't quite get the paddle star. 1 for 1.
JDG need to aim for the back line in these team fights if Kanavi's going to use the Call of the Forge God. If Fofo and Jin Zhao can reposition in these fights and then look to chase down after all the ultimates and all the spells are used by JDG, they're in a much better scenario. Unfortunately, even with this big minion wave that was in the bottom side, JDG won't be able to answer with the inhibitor.
And once again, we have to go back to the topic of conversation that BLG in these long extended fights actually have an advantage here. You've got a lot of extended damage coming out from the Zoe, from the Ezreal, and you have a huge front line.
The biggest problem actually is Yigao not having that Blade of the Rune King. He needs that to get through Kingen, to work through Meteor as well. That percentage health is so crucial in taking down the front line of BLG. Without that item being picked up, well, it looks like at all at this point, they're not going to be able to get through it as quickly as possible. It's all on Loken to deal with them, and that's not going to be the way this double AD carry composition wanted to deal with these tanks.
And you know what? I hadn't believed for the majority of the game, but maybe there's a glimmer of hope here for BLG. They could find a way to get a win on the board. If these fights can go anything like that last one, if they can follow up after the fact and continue to get the poke damage down. Kanavi wants a way into the fight though. Nature's Grasp across the whole of BLG, but he sacrificed a lot of his health just to get to that point. Knock up now onto Loken, cleanses. Oh, his QSS, sorry. World Ender. That's a 3-man Tempered Fate though. Now the fight really kicks off. Knock up onto Loken. He can't do much, but now he's able to jump around the fight. One goes down and it's Jin Zhao as well. Now onto Shinmo, who'll fall next. Fofo chased underneath the tower as 705 will not stop for anything. I'd started to believe for BLG, but I was very wrong to do so. JD Gaming with an ace.
Never doubt the stats, Munchables. It's all about the stats. JDG come through with a massive Tempered Fate from Lu Mao, and they're looking to take the series.
As soon as I say it could be game 3, JDG clean house and end the game at the 35-minute mark. 13-4 and 2-0 on the scoreboard. JD Gaming take out BLG.
And JD Gaming confirmed the rightful birthrights. Sitting at the top of the table, this team has come into LPL 2020. And they are taking names, they are taking scalps, and they are taking those victory points.
5-1 so far, and already played 6 series in the LPL by halfway through week 3. So I'm hoping they get a little bit of a rest for themselves, because there's a lot of teams that have still only played 4. But phenomenal stuff coming out from JDG. The entire squad, really strong performance. Super impressed by Kanavi, super impressed by 705.
Across the board, this has just been incredible from JDG. Kanavi's looked great in the jungle. The Silas pick, a pocket pick alongside the Kindred, alongside the Nidalee we saw brought out, has been putting in work for them, where they're able to find these early skirmishes on these champions. Snowball leads that way. And as well, Yigao and Loken once more stepping up on this roster.
Yeah, Jin Zhao as well. Really impressive performance coming out from him. Love to see it across the board, but ultimately speaking, it wasn't enough. Yes, you got a lot of poke in the fights, but it doesn't matter if you're losing out the team fights.
Ultimately speaking, that Bard ultimate was the big one for me. Tempered Fate consistently from Lu Mao, turning these fights around, stopping Kingen from going in with the Call of the Forge God, or twice in major impact moments, catching Fofo and Jin Zhao in the ultis.
Well, you said it right at the start of the day, Dagda. BLG have beaten JDG every time in 2018. JDG beat BLG every time in 2019, and they are not looking to let that spree die. They get the first series of the year up against BLG, and looking strong as well. 2-0 performance.
Look, how do you try and bounce back as BLG at this stage? The drafts haven't been working. The swapping of players hasn't been going your way. everything on BLG side has been running downhill, but JDG have come out as what is looking like a resurgence on this team. Loken coming back to the roster, 705 stepping up to fill the shoes of Zoom, one of the best top laners the LPL has to offer, and this LDL rookie coming up into JDG is putting in work alongside everyone else on this team.
And Lu Mao as well. The confidence to pick things like the Bard alongside this Kalista, knows that he can go for that. And especially when you're 1-0 in a series, why not, right? Flex a little bit, show off a little bit. And Lu Mao very much doing so, but clearly proficient in the Bard. That's the most important thing. As you mentioned, the Tempered Fates were amazing. His magical journeys were regularly on point. Often you see Bards go a little too far with their magical journeys, not from the likes of Lu Mao.
Lu Mao is the support that offers the most consistency in LPL. Has been at the top of the table when you do your how does supports work in this league. Lu Mao is a monster. The Bard showed it this time around, and we've seen it throughout this series as well. And JDG working in conjunction, working as a team, they're fighting on point, have found themselves one more victory.
And once again, Yagao showing up on this Lucian. We've seen his LeBlanc. We know that's strong. But here, on the AD mid laner as well, showing that he has got his stuff. He knows how to play these skirmishes, knows how to team fight.
Yagao has got so many picks in his back pocket at this stage. LeBlanc, Karma, Azir, Lucian. I mean, the list goes on and on for this guy. JDG as a whole, the draft is where they shine because of so much flexibility. The team fighting is where they show the prowess and proficiency they have on these champions, regardless of where they end up on the Rift.
Yeah, and that final team fight, just a masterclass. You can see Yagao, as all of the knockups and things happen to Loken, Yagao just jumps into the backline, knows that there's no protection available for the carries.
And that's what nets them the win. This decisiveness was not always there throughout this series, but in those crucial situations where it was needed, they stood up, they were accounted for, and that's all that JDG needed to take down BLG.
And when you talk about this matchup as well, we said it right at the start of this series. BLG, one of their biggest weaknesses is these late game decision moments, and JDG proving that that is not a weakness for them. They are willing to push the weakness of BLG.
And the biggest that we called was that late game decision making. We're now seeing a very new weakness in BLG, which is this draft. Coming out with picks like the Maokai that clearly aren't working, using this split push strangely in different situations. I just want to see them go back to what we were praising for in the beginning. Meteor on early game picks like the Elise, working in conjunction with Fofo, moving to help Kingen in the top lane, or ADD in the top lane. They're both stellar top laners in their own right, but they need to do something. They need to bring it back to what is basics, because this messing about in draft and trying to have flexibility is not working for them.
Yeah, and the LPL does not rest either. They're going to have more series coming their way. They don't have long to improve their standing, and we'll have to see that. Honestly, their strength of schedule has been not that impressive either. Like, when you look at the opponents they've lost to so far, they've lost to OMG, they've lost to LNG, they've lost to Suning, now they've lost to JD Gaming as well. BLG, they've gone from looking like one of the top teams in the league to looking like a team that, I don't know, maybe doesn't even make playoffs.
And that's a strange place for us to be in when BLG have been staple in so long in this LPL. When they only went 11-4 in summer, now they didn't quite make it through playoffs, they didn't make it to Worlds, but still, this was a team that many people looked at going, maybe they can. Under Coach Sim, this slow, methodical playstyle. Well, Lyric argues with me slow, but methodical playstyle anyway that comes in from these guys was their defining feature, was how they won. It was macro-based, and now it just seems that the game happens to them and then they get brushed to the wayside.
Oh, it definitely feels like they've had a change in pace. We'll see if they can change it up again as we move on with the LPL. But let's take a look at our MVP for this game. It's going to go the way of Lu Mao. 100% kill participation, 0-0-13. That's what you want to see from your support.
That is exactly why you have Lu Mao on this roster. When they need him to be accounted for, he steps up on the Bard as well. That Tempered Fate, but all the Tempered Fates we saw in this game were super impactful and fantastic set from Lu Mao.
You love to see it. And that's his first MVP as well. So congrats to Lu Mao. And I think very well deserved on the side of JDG. I think he's one of the players that's been very consistently a strong force for them. And I'm glad that he's finally getting recognized for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. When you're on a roster with Zoom, Kanavi, Yagao, Loken, for you to get a word in edgeways is not always going to be the case, but definitely earned it in this game. Was on point in a lot of these scenarios, not only with saving people, the sneaky level ones, the Tempered Fates, the Cosmic Bindings coming out of the Fates call, everything was coming up big for Lu Mao.
We've had some pretty great series here today, haven't we, Dagda? We started things off with V5 versus LNG. V5 actually putting a pretty strong performance on in the end, but ultimately LNG were able to take it, subbed out Light for Azure and got serious, managed to take that series to themselves. Second series of the day as well. Top Esports got challenged by Vici Gaming.
I thought Vici might have had that when we saw the dominance in game number 1, but once we came back into game 2 and 3, it was the same as we saw from LNG. We're here for business, no more mucking about, we're taking this game home.
Well, let's take a look at the overall results. As you already saw, the series we've just finished off here. 2-1 to LNG in the end. Unlucky for Victory 5, but they get their first game win on the board. Top Esports managed to take down Vici Gaming. It wasn't the most convincing series, but we finally got to see Karsa and Knight working together again in game number 3. And then we rounded out today with JDG 2-0 over BLG.
For your sake, Munch, I'm glad that we didn't have another 3-game series, because you've had a long L day. Been here since from game number 1 with V5 and LNG.
I'm raring for it. I would have loved for BLG to show some signs of life. I'm sad for them that they ended up going down 2-0 there. But let's take a look at what's coming up next for you guys. This is going to be Saturday's matches. OMG versus DMO, eStars versus BLG, and Top Esports going up against IG. That will be one hell of a series.
This day, when I saw it, I was so excited for eStars versus BLG. I was like, look, we're getting another real test for eStars here to see how they play against one of the top teams. Unfortunately, BLG haven't been springing back, but maybe we'll see new life in them against eStar. But that last series of the day, that's the one to watch.
Yes, that's going to be a huge one. Cannot wait to see how these teams are going to match up. Now, bear in mind, that's going to be 2 days away. That's on Saturday. We have Thursday and Friday. There will be no English stream of the LPL, but games will continue. So make sure you're checking out the LPL English Twitter feed, where links will be posted of where you can watch the games with Chinese commentary. And we'll all be tweeting. We'll all be in the chats and whatnot. So make sure you join us in watching those games. But one small note as well, I just want to give a quick shout out in that this is the 7th anniversary of the LPL English broadcast here today. Woo! So happy anniversary, everyone at home. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for sticking with the LPL all this time along. But that's going to be about it from us. Congratulations to our winners for today. We'll see you guys in a few days' time. Make sure you're sticking around. Make sure you're watching on Saturday, because those are going to be some serious games. I've been Munch, been joined by Dagda, and we saw Hysterics earlier on today. But for now, we'll say goodnight. We'll see you in a few days' time.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. giants, sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down, been in the grind, and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank, royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold, I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at, I'm like you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 낼로 모든 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it, true damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mines. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run out of time and I'm busting in while you stumbling.